the actual modeling, the actual mathematics is standardized.
Okay, I'm not talking about the mathematics. I'm talking about this freaking calculator. That's what people are
But who
using
cares?
to.
Who
Well, you
cares?
do. You posted it, bro. You care
No,
apparently.
no, dude. If the math is standardized, what's the problem? Now, if you want to argue that the implementation is wrong, then you have to dig into the code and do all sorts of shit and point out some flaws. But if the math is standard, the math is standard. This is their modeling. The math is the model. I hope you understand that, right?
No, it's not.
Yes,
He
this is the
may use
point.
math part of his model, but it's not the only thing that he's modeling.
Okay, let me ask you: how else do you model? Right? What other tools do you use to mathematically model out? Hint, hint. Right? The behavior of light.
Okay, what
You have to
tools
use
would you
math.
use? That's a great
You would have
question.
to use
Okay.
math. You would have to use
No,
math
no,
too.
no.
Okay? You'd have to use math.
You use
Example.
math to how could you use math to measure the
I
atmospheric
didn't say that.
refraction?
I didn't say measure. I said model. Okay.
A model
What
is
you
a
would
measurement,
do.
bro. A
I
model
said
is a measurement.
I
When
agree.
you're
I agree
building a
with you there.
model, it's based on a measurement. Like you
I
keep
would agree
getting
with
in,
you.
you
Yeah,
keep
yeah, yeah.
okay,
No,
then
no, no.
saying this stuff, bro.
No,
Oh
no,
my
no.
god, this
Wait,
is
no,
kind of
no. If the ray was just, curving differently,
you
basically,
think people are
how they do
using
it.
you think people are using precise angle measuring instruments, surveyors and weather balloons and what's this other thing, refractor meters to get a model of atmospheric refraction that can change based on temperature, air pressure, humidity, distance. You're not. I don't think you're being realistic here, my friend. I think you're giving
Hang
a
on.
lot of.
Ask
I
me
think you're
that
giving a
question
lot
one
of
more time.
credibility to a
Ask me.
blogger
Hold on a
who's
second, dude.
no. You come
How
on, bro.
about this?
You've been going on a rant. Let
Answer
me
that
at least
question.
rant
Ask me. I'm
once.
asking you to
Okay,
repeat
bro.
your
Whatever.
question, please.
What's
I'm
my
asking you
question?
to repeat your question, dude.
You want me to? Oh, you
You.
want me to repeat my
That's what
question?
I'm asking you because you're just kind of like going on. I don't understand what you're
I don't
actually
have a
asking
question
me.
because I'm questioning why you are using this calculator, like, and assuming it's an accurate model that uses the
Then show me it's
geometrical
not
measurements.
accurate. Then
What?
show me it's not accurate or it's
I
not
just pointed
standard.
out. It just says refractions. You put in your own value. You can skew it however way you want.
This is what they do, dude.
No, they don't, bro. Come
Yes,
on,
they
man.
do.
Scientists
Okay,
use
then
scientific.
show. Okay, then show
Scientists use.
me. Let me
Yeah.
ask you something. Hold on, dude. Okay, show me anyone. Okay, arguing against a flat earther who's saying that your observation is because of refraction. It's not that the ground is actually flat, but the light is just refracting around the ball. Okay, show me one of those arguments where they actually bring up the actual minutia that you're talking about, and that they don't just use a sliding scale horseshit thing like this.
I don't think I could find a scientist who argues with a flat earther, to be honest,
I
because
didn't
I don't
ask you
think
for that.
scientists will do that
I didn't
because I
ask
think
you
it's
for
a
that.
waste of their time.
I didn't ask you for that.
Then repeat your
I
question
asked you
again.
anyone who's going up against someone who's bringing something up like this, long distance observations that they should not be able to see, and hand waving it on the basis of, oh, my refraction, it's not actually flat, light is bending, blah, 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 and actually goes into the details beyond something like this.
Honestly, this guy is not a
Why is it
scientist
full of shit?
because
Why is it full of shit?
he has a master's in. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay. What's wrong with his calculation?
Um, I'd just like to add that if someone says
Yeah.
that the refraction is causing light to bend around the curve of the Earth, meaning
Yeah.
that's why you can see as far as you can see, that's actually there's nothing to support that. What do you call it? Where they make observations, your surveyors. Um, standard in standard atmospheric conditions, refraction is actually the other way around. Refraction is upwards, so
It
that's
can be
why you
upwards or
see like
downwards.
inferior
It can be
mirages.
upwards or downwards. It's not just upwards.
Not in the
The only
atmosphere. It's only
the
upwards in
only
the atmosphere.
He said, "Oh yeah, I think he has a PhD in this field, and I think this is used by the scientific community." He does not have a
Hold on.
PhD. He has a
Whoa,
master's in
whoa, whoa,
elect.
whoa, whoa,
Let
whoa,
me
whoa.
finish my
Hang on.
point. Let me finish my
No,
point.
you're
Just let me.
strawmanning my
Okay,
position, dude.
bro.
You're
I'm done. I'm
misrepresenting what
done.
I
You're just
said.
interrupting
You're
me. You just want
misrepresenting
to
what I said,
interrupt,
dude.
dude.
You're
You just want to interrupt
misrepresenting what
me.
I said. You're misrepresenting what I said,
I'm
dude.
repeating what
I
you told
assume,
me.
hold on, I'll repeat what I said. Okay. I just assumed ad hoc that this guy had a PhD. I'll grant you that.
Are you serious?
What then
You
I
just
then
assumed.
said was the type of modeling.
No. I specifically
Yes,
asked
dude.
you, hey, does
Yeah.
the scientific community use this model for measuring this? And you said,
The
I
model,
believe so.
yes. The
No, they
model,
don't.
yes.
I'm talking
This
about the
calculator,
calculator.
I couldn't tell you. This
Oh my
specific
god.
calculator. Look, dude, listen to me.
Then what model are
Okay,
you
stop
talking
being
about then?
okay. Okay, shut up. Let me get
Not
this
you,
what I'm
bro.
talking about because you're not fucking listening. Okay,
No, because you keep
you didn't
interrupting
do
me,
it.
bro.
You didn't
You're
do it.
going on these
Listen,
rants.
you
You're not
didn't
letting
do
me
what I.
speak.
Let
You're
me
not
finish,
letting
No,
me
fuck
dude.
speak
you
at
with
all.
him.
Dude, you did
God.
not listen, bro. You did not listen to what I
You're not
said.
letting me finish.
Okay,
You're being
hang on,
disrespectful, bro. Now you're
dude.
being
Stop it.
disrespectful. I haven't
Hold
cursed at
on.
you. I haven't
Hold
said
on.
a single slur
Yeah,
to
but
you, and
dude,
now
you're
you're being
acting like a bitch.
disrespectful.
Shut
Oh,
up.
great. Okay, so
Let me
you can
finish,
say whatever you
bro.
want.
Why
So
are
you
you?
can say
Yeah, I'm a
whatever you want
fucking
to me,
mod.
but
Eat
when I say
shit, dude.
something, oh, you got acting like a
Listen to
bitch.
me. Okay, yeah, because you're
God.
acting like a fucking child right now. Take a
No,
look at
bro,
the side
you
chat.
can't say you need to be
Hang on.
disrespectful and
All
then
right, I'm
insult
done.
somebody.
Shut your fucking face. Look in the side chat right now. Okay? This is the type of modeling that I'm talking about. There's more on the page. Okay? This type of modeling is what's implemented in the calculator. Okay? The calculator itself is just a tool to fiddle around using using the implementation of this type of modeling of refraction and all sorts of shit like that. Okay, with all sorts of knobs and bells and whistles. I'm not saying necessarily that all fucking members of the scientific community are coming and using Walter Bislin's calculator. I didn't say that.
Hold up, 20
What
cups.
I
He says
said
he's
was
muted you.
boot him for the rest of the panel, right? This is what I was getting at, right? This is a standard way of trying to model this stuff out. That's all I was getting at.
Bro, he cooked your ass.
You're retarded. Where did he cook me?
We all heard it, bro.
Okay, outline it for me. Give me one thing he cooked me on.
I didn't hear any of it. I didn't hear him cooking you at
Refraction.
all.
That's what I thought. Fucking straw manning everything I said. You know, like, come on.
He did
The
actually
guy's a
pretty
piece of
good.
shit.
If you
He's been
think
here
about
for a
it.
long time. He was asking good questions, which led us down this rabbit hole. I was trying to fill him in on some of the details, but then, you know, I don't know, he just couldn't handle it or something.
Can I criticize your thing you posted?
Which one?
It's 8 inches per mile squared or whatever it is.
Which one? What timestamp? You got a timestamp?
Your 20 cups, right? In
Sure.
that curvature drop picture.
The 36 minutes past the hour, 1 hour ago.
The refraction one
29
you just posted.
Oh, I don't know if that's 8 inches per mile squared.
No, that's not refraction. That's curvature drop.
Curvature drop, but yeah, but they model the refraction using the second image, using the second equation, right? The r prime is equal to r minus r 1 minus k. That's the refraction slider. This is how they kind of just play around with it and slide it back and forth until they get some sort of an actual representation of what they see, and then just ad hoc say this k value must have been the refraction index or coefficient representing what was going on at that time, right? It's just a data fitting kind of post hoc mechanism.
Yeah, and you see there'd be an inverse relationship to that because you can see further on an early morning, like just before sunrise sort of thing, when there's just twilight. because the air is a consistent temperature along the viewing distance. It's dry and cold, so there's the least amount of refraction. So you'll see furthest, yet that's the time they'll claim there's the most refraction because you actually can see it.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not edifying.
Wait,
this
you
as
can't
being
see it though.
accurate,
What do you mean?
right?
Like if you can't see it, you can't see it.
But the 8 inches per mile squared though for the curvature thing, that's actually incorrect.
You don't think you can? You think you can see farther than 8 miles per mile?
Because what you've got to do is you've got to calculate that you use that same equation, but do it for half the distance. So let's say you're looking across 10 miles, you do it for 5 miles, and that would be the mound in the middle that there should be.
Why is that?
I'm not sure I follow.
If you're let's say you go to a beach, it's like a real long straight or like it's a slightly curved bay, and you walk 10 miles up the beach, or let's say you walk 5 miles up the beach, your friend walks 5 miles in the other direction, and then you both try and look at each other with binoculars. That at the water level there, that mound should be
oh, sure.
You know what I mean? Like if you're calculating how much obscuration there's going to be.
Feet.
Yeah, I follow you. Hold on. So check this out, right?
No, not 60, no, over 10 miles it will be about 6 feet.
No, 66.
No, incorrect. See, that's what I'm saying. So when you're looking over 10 miles, you don't use that equation and say, 66 feet. You use half the distance. So you go 5 miles, and that's about 6 feet.
Yeah, let me point something out to you, right? In the chat at 34 minutes past the hour, when we're talking about modeling out the distance to the horizon, we don't necessarily use the 8 inch per mile squared equation. This is what I was kind of getting at with the other guy before, right? He was conflating the two, and basically asking questions related to one that don't necessarily apply to the other one. But I posted in the chat here. I think it fits more with what you're talking about, where the distance to the horizon from a particular observer would not be calculated using the 8 inch per mile squared drop. It would be using the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's magnitude feet, and this is the full derivation of that.
Okay, so I have a question pertaining to that. Then, do we have like somebody that has the equation pulled up that we?
Yeah, I'm just saying that when you use the 8 inches per mile squared, it's kind of
well, it's a drop over distance.
Oh, what's going on? I'm
it's a standard argument, but I have a question.
Bro, I'm muted. Hey,
Sorry,
hey,
T-Dub,
hey.
I muted you because your mic is freaking out. I texted you in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
Could
Is it good now?
like the perspective calculations on 8 inches per mile square with the observer point height taken into account? Can we do that really quick?
Repeat that?
Okay, it's not just 8 inches per mile squared. Like, yes, it is, but that's also at a sea level, like 0.
Mic check. Yeah, sorry, Doss, I'm going to just interrupt you. Mic check. Good?
Yeah, you're good.
Buzzing. Good now?
Yeah. Great now.
No, I am good. I can have another, but I probably should not.
Shut up. What that other guy was talking about, the other Aussie guy, he's talking about a chord line, right? He's talking about...
Are you a fascist?
Oh, shut the heck up, bro.
Yeah, I'm talking about a chord, like a Sagita sort of thing. That's what I'm talking about.
No, you're not. You're talking about a chord. Like when you halve it is when you would estimate like the height of the hump between two observers on either side.
Right.
Right.
I'm saying the chord height
that's not what's being done here. That's just to clarify for you, that's not what's being discussed.
No, I know, but I'm saying that when you're talking about observations, that's a more honest way to estimate.
Okay, so go look in the side chat. You'll see a list of photos that I posted, most of which I personally took, a couple that I've obtained. But go ahead and click on the one right there in the middle that shows it's a compilation of two photos. One's an oil tanker or a barge, if you would, and the other one is 3 cruise ships off in the distance. You guys see that one?
Buddy, why would I look at that when I can just look at photos from space?
No, listen, I'm asking you, like, these are
Where
literal,
is that
like, what it looks like in
Yeah, but
the
you're just a guy on Discord, and those are like
That's
astronauts.
nice.
So I think
That's nice.
I'm gonna
But
go
That's
with
right.
that.
that's
Fuck
not
off,
what
Mark.
I'm
Just
asking.
get rid of him.
My question
Go ahead,
is,
dude.
okay, you're looking at that photo. How you can obviously tell where the smooth water reflection starts, and it's not actually smooth water. It's just that the literal perception that you have, okay, you can see a human hair when it's a couple feet in front of you, but any further than that, you can't perceive it. You simply cannot see it. It's too small. The same with the size of the waves. You can see them for such a distance until they become so small because of your perception of distance that they blend together. And so, what you can see in this photo specifically when you're looking at the cruise ships, each one of those ships are over 200 feet high from the water line. Okay. How many miles away do you think this photo was taken from? At what height? I'll tell you the first that closest ship near the middle is 33 miles away, and the furthest ship furthest to the right hand side is almost 36 miles away. Taken from a photo taken from an observer view of 12 feet above water level. So, what is the actual math on how much of those ships should be hidden over that distance with that viewpoint? And then we can like move on and talk about the other photos that are there too and how far they are.
You can just plug that into an Earth curvature calculator. Just put the observer height and all that in there, and it'll calculate it for you.
Does
Yeah,
somebody have them
assuming you know
pulled
the
up?
distances. Yeah, assuming you know the distances, and it would also be probably helpful to know the height of these boats.
Height is
Yeah,
12
add that on.
feet. The observer height is 12 feet. The distance to the closest ship is 33 miles.
Do you have the height of the boats?
200 feet from the water line
Okay,
to the very top visible point.
perfect.
DOSman, I
You
linked
plug,
a calculator
yeah,
for you in the side chat.
yeah, you plug you how much would be cut off from your point
How
of view.
much how much should be?
Yeah,
A few of those pictures are superior mirages.
551.52 feet should be covered by the curvature.
very, very good. So you could have two of those boats stacked on top of each other,
Okay, now I'm
theoretically,
gonna
and you wouldn't be able
these
to see
are
them.
now I'm gonna I own a sailboat. I lived on it for almost a year. I traveled over 22,000 nautical miles and learned how to sail. And I have some more photos. Like I have a photo where I'm 20, so almost I'll just say 26 to cut it short, miles away from Santa, which is no more than 80 feet high. The highest peak of Catalina is 2,097 feet off sea level, and you can see the entirety of the isthmus and both sides of either or mountain.
Right on. Should you be
Did
able
you
to see
take
them?
the pictures?
I'm adding it right now. I just sent it in, and I also
Did
took
you?
it at just after sunset because you can see further with ambient light than you can with direct light. You don't have as much refractive interference.
Do you
So
remember
you
the cell claim for fraction, even if that's not the common conditions that we see on the surface?
I don't know. I got some more photos. Here's like
Really
the
nice.
day.
Did you
Here's the
ever do
conditions
one?
during the day. I guess here's what it would look like. I guess on a standard day. Just on a sailboat out in the ocean. There's not a lot
Get
of
the temperature
pollution.
get the temperature gradient next time so you
Look
can't
how
claim
flat that
refraction.
is, bro. Sorry, I lived on it for almost a year.
Yeah, all good, man. I think you jumped in when what's his name, CZ Epa was saying something. CZEPA?
I don't know, what was I saying?
You're critiquing the calculator or the calculation. I'm not too sure why. Right? I posted the yeah. Go ahead.
Well, the reason I criticize this 8 inches per square mile is like, you can say, 10 miles should be hidden by 66 feet of curvature. Well, that's assuming that you all got your head on the ground and the thing that you're observing is also on the ground.
Looking level.
Uh,
Yeah.
and so it's like I find it's a bit dishonest to use it.
Well,
So what
no,
I assume that you equal observer heights. So let's say I'm 6 foot tall, my friend is 6 foot tall.
Function.
But then
yeah,
I think it's much more honest to use the mound equation, like the Sagitta.
Yeah. I got you.
So-
Yeah, that's where I posted at 34 minutes past the hour more or less comes into play. I don't think it necessarily applies the same sort of math that you're talking about, but it's in the same light of what you're describing. It doesn't use the 8-inch per mile squared drop.
I'm
It
curious.
just calculates the distance to the horizon. And then I think maybe there's further math that can be built on this that actually calculates how much is cut off of an object beyond that point. Right.
Yeah, that looks right. What you got there? That's like chord height sort of thing.
Kinda. I guess so. Not necessarily a chord height though. There's an observer height standing on top of the ball. He looks out, right, and then that's just the limit to what he could see if you were on a ball, right? But to calculate how much hidden height of an object beyond that point B, that's an extension to this.
I feel like what you've posted there is a bit too complicated. Like, it's really not. It's really if someone has to read that, they'd switch off because they go, "It's too complicated."
That's fine, dude.
Really,
That's fine.
all you need,
My goal with this was not to be panhandling kindergartners, right? People come in here and critique, where's your math come from, right? And it comes from basic principles. This one here is very basic. Starts with Pythagorean theorem applied to a circle. It's simple shit. And the other one also, right? Where the 8-inch per mile squared comes from in my derivation on the other side. That too is it's very complicated using much calculus principles and stuff like that. But people ask, where does it come from, right? How the hell do you know this? Like, why this number? This is
I've
why.
got
right?
the examples that I've got. I'm not on my computer at the moment, but the examples that I've got on my computer is I've got things that I've drawn. So you're drawing like triangles over the top of circles, basically, and it makes it a lot easier to understand.
Oh yeah. That's why in that one at 34 minutes past the hour, it starts with the illustration of what the math actually ultimately computes for. Same thing in the other one. There are diagrams illustrating the purpose for all the chicken scratch. But yeah, two somewhat related calculations or principles or whatever, but they're not interchangeable, but they can be used in conjunction with each other.
I wonder if anyone in the flat Earth community has done my experiment yet. The moon Eratosthenes.
Not sure I ever heard of it.
You know the Eratosthenes experiment?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to assume globe
So my
first, and
idea
any
was to
flat
get
earthers would not assume globe as
I
a
don't know,
baseline.
like 5 or 10 people to do a synchronous, like simultaneous measurement of the moon, doing like Eratosthenes but with a full moon. and all
Wait,
at the
how are we
same time.
measuring the moon?
Huh?
You just said do a measurement of the moon,
Or
or
you
did
can
you misspeak?
triangulate the moon if you know the distance of certain
No,
objects.
we can't. We can't because we don't even know what the moon is.
Well,
Right?
but
We
here,
don't know
look
its
at
size. We don't know
you
its
can.
distance. We don't know its composition, so we
No,
can't.
we know its distance if you know how. So here, for example,
No,
look
we
at
don't.
these
We know its
photos. Look
apparent
at these
distance,
photos.
but since we don't know what it is or what size it is, we don't actually know the
Okay,
distance.
look at the side chat. Look at those photos I just put in there of the moon that I personally took at my old job. If you know the height from the ground to the direct vertical position of the area that is being refracted
No,
by
no,
the
that's an
halo,
assumption.
no,
That's
by
just
the
an
halo
assumption
of
you're
the.
making. We don't know the actual distance to the moon.
Well, that's
Yeah, but
what
it's an
my
obvious.
experiment
I
was to do.
understand how you would use that for navigation, but that's not the same thing as saying that you know the actual distance to the moon. Do you understand? Because you're pointing at an apparent location. You don't know the size. You don't know the actual distance. You don't even know what the moon is.
So the premise of my experiment was
Your
I know it's
observation, not
I
experiment.
know
But
it's
go
a
ahead.
form of light, and we can
Hold
judge how
on,
far
Das
the
Man.
light.
I interrupted him, so let him finish his observation setup.
so it would be everyone would have their location. They would have a stick, like a star picket in the ground that's aligned properly, that's level, that's plumb, and their ground is level. And then you would measure the distance of the shadow cast by the moon and the star picket, and that distance
And what would this
be.
accomplish?
So what this would do, it would give you an observation angle of the full moon. And if you've got like 10, let's say the moon is like right above, I don't know, Indonesia or something like that, and you have a bunch of people observe it at the same time and all put in their data, you would be able to use that angle and the distance to that point in Indonesia to get like that distance and that angle. So a tan of that angle times the distance to that place in Indonesia, you would then be able to get a calculated moon height. And so you put all that in, and then you'd make a drawing of this, and it would be able to tell, with all those data points, it would either point to a curved surface or a flat surface.
Why would it point to a curved surface?
Well, I don't think it would, but if the angles
you'd have to
were
assume a
very,
curved surface to do that. I mean, but
well,
but like I said, the same issues remain with the moon, right? That I outlined.
So you're saying you don't think you know how far away the sun is?
Yeah, absolutely, we do not.
if the observations that were further away, if the angles got very acute, then that would suggest that it's a curved surface. But I don't think
it
that
wouldn't be. Okay,
Not if
well,
not if what you're
that's
looking
not
at.
true.
Not if the light.
Well, I don't think you ever really see like when the unless it's like just like moonrise or moonset.
You're trying to
you
reproduce
generally,
Eratosthenes using the moon, which I'm not really sure why that would really make a difference, but the same problems remain with that.
no, well, it makes a big difference because when you're taking observation in the daytime, you've got different refractive properties. At night, you've got less refraction to deal with.
Well, that's true, but it still wouldn't prove a curved surface.
Yeah,
So
I don't think it
did
would.
someone else say something about the sun?
Hold on. The
Yeah,
reason
with
it
the
doesn't
sun
work.
and the day and night, it wouldn't make a difference. Like you're just saying, like either way, the light rays are going to be converging or diverging, rather.
Hold on for a second. The reason it doesn't work is because you're not measuring the surface of Earth for one.
Right.
You're measuring angles of shadows. The shadow from an image in the sky that you don't know its exact position. And it's been shown that people have tried to triangulate the sun and the moon, and they get all wonky kind of measurements because it's more like an optical effect. So you also mentioned, the other part is you also mentioned distances from one place on Earth to another. All those distances are linear measurements.
Yep. Good points. Yeah, so it wouldn't do anything for us. I mean, we can just measure the surface of the Earth. We don't need to set up shadow measurements to do that. It's really a lot easier than that. And we're not going to be able to determine the sun or the moon size or distance from observation.
Eratosthenes wasn't even trying to figure out if the Earth was a globe or flat. He was just trying to figure out the circumference. He was already assuming it was a globe.
Well, if he even existed. So that's another
Exactly.
story. Yeah, so Dossman, you seemed incredulous that I said we don't know how far away the sun is. Was that a correct reading of what you said? Well, I'll just outline. We
Oh
don't.
yeah, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah. So do you understand why we don't know the size and distance of the sun?
I can agree we
Do
don't
you
know the
believe it's
exact
93
distance
million
of.
miles away? I should ask that.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I believe
All
I
right.
believe we have a local sun, but I believe
Okay.
that it is direct light. I don't believe it acts as ambient light. Sure, it may have refractive properties due to certain gases and whatever may be within the atmos, but regardless of that, it is direct light. Like that's what we
Okay, cool.
experience.
I misunderstood you, so I apologize for that. But yeah,
Because
I mean, a lot of people don't know that the sun's position is only apparent. So, if you have two people that can both see the sun in the sky and they point to the sun, they're going to be pointing to a different location, each of them. So, we don't even know what the sun is, and we certainly don't know where it is.
I think that at a basis understanding, we can agree that it is a luminary. It's a form of light, right?
Right, but it's composition, to be more
Yeah,
specific. Yeah.
yeah. We don't know what it's made of. We only know that it provides heat and X, Y, and Z. When you hit it with a temperature gun, from no matter where you're at, it reads around 1,000 degrees.
Do
The
you know
temperature
that
changes depend on whether it's rising or not, because it is direct light. So when you're off to the
do you know
side,
from its apex, from the horizon to the apex, it increases in luminosity by 23,000 times?
yeah, but the temperature increase is not that much.
Right. I just think that's a pretty cool
But
fact.
the light providence is because it's direct light. Like that's what it is. As it becomes more direct, you get more light.
Right.
But if it were true that the temperature change were as much as the light change were, then we would just be eviscerated. Like
Yeah,
combusted.
exactly.
I have a temperature gun that reads exactly to 1,097 degrees, and anything over that, it just says error. And no matter what the sun reads at an even 1,000 to 1,001, depending on if the calibration of it.
Open your mic, Dorcas.
I'm not saying we know exactly how far it is, but I am saying that we know that it's not further than a certain amount of miles away. Like we can judge that it's
Well,
less than
we can
4,000
assume
miles.
that,
Like
but we
we
can't
can,
actually prove that since we. So Dorcas,
well,
you're saying a lot of stuff in the side chat. So can you tell me how you know that the sun is a gas ball in a vacuum 93 million miles away?
Because I know.
Oh, that's convincing.
that used to be my excuse. Oh my gosh.
So tell me how you know.
Well, the textbook tells us all the answers there.
Okay, so how was
You
it
read it?
determined before it was put in your textbook? How was it proven?
Hey, I'm just a scrub tech. You should ask the higher ups, not me.
I'll tell you how.
You're
Okay.
posting stuff in the side chat that you can't support.
I'll tell you how it was proven.
Hold on, one person at a time. So I'm crazy but you don't have any evidence to disprove me. You just repeat what you're told. Okay, cool. All right, go on mute.
Thank you.
I can tell you
All
how
right.
it was proven.
Oh, okay, great. Tell me.
What they did is they looked at the sun as Venus was transiting the sun, and
Right.
they assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth, which was already an
Exactly.
assumption itself.
Yep.
And then they said, "Oh, Venus fits this many times across the sun surface. It must be this size, and it must be this far away because of parallax and acute angle geometry."
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Yep. Exactly. It's all based on assumptions, and none of them are proven. And we well know that you can't have a gas ball in a vacuum, so that's just ridiculous.
Earlier you mentioned the apex. What is that of the sun?
The highest point during the day. Solar noon.
Okay, gotcha.
Has anybody here taken physics like all the way through college?
Like
Not me.
majored in physics? I've taken college physics, but I didn't major in it.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. How many years were you in physics?
2.
Just 2? Okay. I took it as a major, but I didn't major in it. I majored in aquatic biology. But
Oh,
I
hey,
fell in love with physics more, if that makes sense.
my last physics course is biophysics.
Yeah, I have a degree in biology, so I had to take physics. How many
Oh,
different
cool.
courses did you take?
Of physics.
How many courses of physics?
Yeah, you say you studied aquatic biology, you took physics. How many physics classes? Since you're asking.
I started in physics 801, and from 801 up until completion. I don't even remember. I could pull out my book and just go through it. I just know
You
that
have
I
a minor?
started in 801 as a major.
You have a major in physics and aquatic biology?
Well, physics was a secondary major that I took. It was a major, but it was I wasn't really taking it to focus on it. I was just interested in it, and then I thought I'd be more interested in aquatic biology because I wanted to take marine biology, but my school didn't specifically provide marine biology, so I had to take aquatic.
What's the difference between aquatic and marine?
Well, marine's specifically dealing with brackish and marine life, whereas aquatic is dealing with just all encompassing, but not as specific detailed when it comes to marine life,
Okay.
you still get the basics of everything and details of a lot, but it's not exactly the specific thing that you're going for.
So what in physics did you learn that proves that it's a globe that we can test and experiment with?
Nothing in physics. I don't believe in the globe. Nothing in physics taught me that it was a globe. It was and nothing proved to me in physics that the earth was flat, but there are definitely contradictive theories that are taught in high school that are directly proven through college physics courses, Coulomb's law, just the certain laws of physics that even if gravity existed and was prevalent in our everyday lives, we on the molecular and atomic scale would be impervious to it and would not know of its existence or be able to sense it or feel it, or it wouldn't affect us even if the size of the earth was being held together by gravitational forces, yada yada, celestial bodies spinning around each other. We all know what the textbooks say that we took in high school, but none of that is actually taught in college. It's literally taught as theory, and you can pick out of however many different theories that you want. But the only thing that we can experience, test, and prove are electrical and nuclear forces, which are testable and provable on the nuclear scale, the atomic scale, and the molecular scale. We can't go playing around with planets and moving planets around and celestial bodies and testing the forces that are applied between those different bodies, because that's the scale that gravity takes effect. Like, we are electrical beings on the molecular scale within a electrical field known as the incoherent accelerating downward vector, where positives are attracted by negatives and negatives are attracted by positives and positives reject positives, so on and so forth. And there's polarized objects or beings, if you would. We are semi-polarized, which means that we always have a positive and a negative on the outer of our bodies, what's connected to us, right? Like our tissues. But it changes depending on the orientation to the negative or the positive, right? Because if we're semi-polarized, a negative charge near us is going to force the positivity of our charge around our body to the side of the negative, because they're attracting each other. The negative being, it's not like a true negative, but it's negative compared to positive, being like the earth. The earth is ground, although its charge fluctuates based on how much is being grounded. There's a testable, provable amount of voltage within the atmos at a consistent rate of 100 volts per 3 feet. So not an exponential rate, but a consistent rate. And you couldn't have that consistent rate unless you had two physical solid bodies, one being of the positive charge and the other being of the negative or zero charge, if you would, being the neutral. So that consistency means that we don't have an openness of atmos into an expansion of outer space that's a vacuum, because that would be impossible. We wouldn't be able to test the electrostatic voltage within the air at a positively increasing consistent rate. If that were the case where it was space, it would be exponential. It would be 100 volts per meter squared instead of consistent. And those are just like things that are really specific in physics that point away from the main doctrine that's taught. The provable, testable things that are not just theories, but that we experience and can actually replicate. I don't know if anybody picked up what I put down.
I think we would all be electrocuting each other. I think we are more stable than being negative. We're not like literally charged.
We're not good conductors, though. We're good resistors.
No,
We're good
we are
We're great at being capacitors, and
We're
resisting.
75% water, so we are very good conductors because we are 75%
within
water.
internally, but externally we're better resistors.
I mean, like we conduct electricity as a organic material. I don't understand what you mean by resistor.
Okay, so we are electric beings. We run on electricity. Like, thinking creates and or uses movement, uses electricity. Our body has to convert certain, So, like every single brain cell in your brain, when being but this is like important details. You can't use every single brain cell in your brain, or if you did, I don't know what would happen or who that person is or whatever, you know. Like
What do you mean you're
that's
not?
also something
Yes,
that's something that's something we can see through brain activity, how active certain parts of the brain is, right? But we know that each brain cell at resting rate emits a constant charge of 0.07 volts or 7 millivolts per brain cell. And on average, a human has 100 billion brain cells. So that translates to 7 billion volts of electricity at resting. If each one of those brain cells is resting, that is being emitted, but it's at such a small amount of resistance internally because of the salinity in the water within our body, the liquid that is inside of us, and the chemicals and things that are within our nervous system that allow the ease. We're sitting at like a 0.0000000. It goes on for I forget how many zeros, like 4 amps. So the resistance is so low within our body that our speed of electricity throughout is like very fast. You know, like we can't even notice it ourselves. We just can't, because it's the process that we use to think and do everything.
So let him respond.
I mean, that's the fight or flight reflex. Like what I learned from organic chemistry is that we have proteins that are negatively charged. Because he says that's the difference between life and death, is in whether or not the proteins in our body go from negative charge to neutral. So I don't know about volts or amps exactly, but that's what I do remember from organic chemistry, is that we have negatively charged proteins. But like that's within the cells of our body, like the cells themselves, like the brain cells and everything. Those are all within, housed within a cell membrane. And so you've got so like the synapses that connect the brain together is transferring electrical signals, yes, through through the synapses. But then there's also the synapses have different ions that they're used to communicate and whatnot.
Also, totaling the
The
voltage.
electrical signal doesn't go through the synapse.
Totaling the voltage is like functionally worthless in this conversation, because you don't emit voltage. Voltage is a difference in potential.
Yeah,
Like you
that's
emit
where you get real,
amps.
it's real wonky, and
Like it
electricity.
doesn't.
That's exactly from a neutral grounded potential. That would be individually what just each brain cell that would be the difference.
But what's the point in totaling the amount of difference in potential? That doesn't make any sense.
Sounds cool.
Because
yeah, I know it sounds cool. It's not an argument. It doesn't mean anything.
Just the average. If you were that's if every cell was just functioning at ease without being used.
Sure, and I can agree with that. But the total number that you gave doesn't tell us anything. It's useless information. Totaling the amount of potential difference.
That is
You also said that volts are emitted. We're not emitting that.
I mean, that's like totaling the amount of potential energy that I can like punch somebody with. Like it's 0. So 0 plus 0 is 0.
Bro, you have the punching strength of an 8-year-old girl.
It's
not when it's amplified.
Damn.
Not when it's amplified by my 17 billion brain cells.
It's more of the electrostatic potential. It's more of the electrostatic potential and the difference in polarity that we carry when conducting literal movement. Like, I'm not talking about like using our muscles moving. I'm talking about like moving from one position to another within the field that you live in. Like there are electrical fields, whether they be electromagnetic, electrostatic.
I just don't understand the point of talking about voltage in this conversation at all, because
the point was that you live on the atomic, you live within the atomic on the molecular level. Like you are built of molecules.
No, we're cellular. We're multicellular organisms. So the molecule thing isn't really it's
yeah,
true
but it
that
doesn't matter.
we live on the
macro.
We live on the cellular,
which is
cellular
magnitude bigger than the macromolecular, which is severely bigger than the macroatomic. It's like we're on a completely different scale than atomic. It's not even close.
Yeah, the human cell is huge.
Everything that is below everything that is below the scale of the universe or within space is on the electrical. Oh, here, let me put it this way.
What's
It is.
quantum? That's quantum mechanics. That's not electric mechanics.
Dossman, I really do want to ask you because you said you have a degree in what would you say you have a degree in aquatic biology? Or that
Yes,
was
in
yeah.
aquatic
Okay.
biology.
I have a biology degree too. And
Mhm.
what this is, I mean,
If we're
brain
about-
chemistry and brain electricity is a very interesting subject. And what I really do want to garner from this conversation is what you think you mean when you say that we are electrical beings and we're interacting with an electrical field. Because when I think of electricity in the brain, I'm thinking of action potentials. I'm thinking of depolarization and repolarization. We don't live on that scale. It's happening trillions of times per second. We do not know when it's happening. We don't know when it's not happening. We are so above it in terms of
We
magnitude.
have the ability to use the potential, though. That's how we move.
No, it's being
the
used.
literal
Okay. You do not have the
manipulation
ability
of
to
the potential.
initiate an action potential. You have the ability to rely on it as a function of physics, but your body does it automatically.
I have a
It is
question, God.
like
So, well, if I could ask you, God, because I would like if you could clarify and maybe elaborate on my question. What's the difference between because when you talk about the repolarization and depolarization, our brains are doing zeros and ones in a like a different way than a regular computer does. But can you explain the difference between like the human brain and a computer in terms of zeros and ones and how they think
Not
about?
like zeros.
Well, if a computer is just seeing zeros and ones, then those are two definites going side by side. But in the human brain, zero is not technically zero. Zero could just be what it is at its base. So for example, the ideology of positive and negative zero is just zero or close enough to zero being approached by either a negative or by a positive. But a zero can be considered a negative because the energy potential is so different. Even though that zero is not truly zero or negative, it's just such a lower energy potential that
I have no idea what any
Yeah.
of that even means,
I don't know.
dude.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like,
My
what
question was for God.
more about?
And if I can add to that, even in a computer, right? We can abstract away a lot of the actual underlying circuitry with zeros and ones, but really at the circuit level, you're still operating with non-discrete values, right? Your voltages, your potentials are actually range bound, right? And the is designed in such a way where, one piece of the circuitry would be built to basically interpret a potential voltage between a certain amount as being a zero, or between another amount as being a one, right? In the abstract, but it's still all continuous, nonetheless. So that there's no real delineation there except in the abstract.
I just wanted an analogy. I was just looking for an analogy as far as zeros and ones.
It's really hard to analogize because with action potential, especially when we're talking about brain chemistry and brain electricity, every cell has to repolarize before it can depolarize again. There is a cooldown period. It's not just a 1 or a 0. There is a brief negative value so there is a third value that we're talking about. There's a 1, there's a 0, which would be zero polarity, which doesn't really happen. So it's more like there's a 1, a 2, and a 0. And the 2 is that there is this very brief required state in between depolar and repolarization where there is actually a negative. There's a negative
cool.
polarity.
So it gets to be. I see.
Cells
So it has
cells
the
have to
benefit of
reset.
one. It has the benefit,
Yeah.
our brains can do 1 and 0 at the same time, whereas a computer is stuck with 0 or 1.
Yeah, every cell has a refractory period, has a reset period where it has to repolarize before it can then depolarize again, and that's a function of the difference in
Well, what is our brain?
that's a difference in the chemical
doing?
gradient. That's a difference in the chemical gradient between sodium and chloride inside and outside the cell.
But if I can answer that,
transmitters.
if I can add to that, I mean, even in a computer circuitry, right? The zeros and ones are really depending on the bias or the direction of the circuit and how we interpret it. But for example, at a transistor level, there's forward bias, there's reverse bias, and arguably there's neutral, right? So there's it's the same basic principles. Again, it's just the abstraction.
Oh, so it's almost like because it's got to process information from that it's taking in, or it's processing
Well, yeah,
information.
I mean,
Period.
you can set up a basic circuit, right, where you're intending to have current flow in a certain way. So you set up the voltage, the differences in voltage in a certain manner, and then you can tweak it, like you add some current into a transistor or something like that. But you manipulate that current such that you can anticipate a certain amount of current to go through, or you can set it up where too much goes through or not enough, and then that kind of it kind of shifts around the current flow in the other direction or redirects it, so depending on the standpoint or your perspective, what you're analyzing in the circuit, there's positive and negative directions all over the place, depending again on what you're actually analyzing and the setup.
So how would that compare to like somebody thinking about like either doing something or not doing something the same way a switch is running a current versus not running a current?
Well, I don't think they're comparable necessarily. I was just jumping in because there's this mention about a third value, right? I mean, it's all in the direction of the current. If you have an instance where current is going one way and it goes through a circuit that way, the current is flowing, so there's your one. But if it's going in the other way, that first circuit is kind of just not even really aware of the current, so it's not even doing anything. But the part of the circuit where the current is flowing, it's starting to calculate or interpret that current as zeros or ones, and then operating
The
at
best
that
way to
level.
understand it is that a functional cell at rest has the ability to depolarize, and then once it's done, once it depolarizes, it then repolarizes by becoming hyperpolarized briefly and resets itself, and then goes back to a resting state of being able to depolarize.
Yeah, and that's process, but because like and then that's being used. The brain is doing that in order to process information.
No, this is how neurons fire.
Or is it to activate parts of the body?
This is actually just really basic chemistry. Like the difference in electrical potential is entirely based on sodium ion and potassium ion.
So it is a zero. So that is okay, because that's what I'm trying to get to as far as understanding it and everybody having an easy way to understand.
Well, it could be negative potential.
I think you guys are definitely understanding my question, and so so you're saying sodium potassium could be like the 0 and 1, which is the.
Well,
that's
no,
what it makes me think of. That makes me think
I mean,
of the 0 1.
no, not really, because there's a relationship. It's
Imagine
the amount of either one is what determines whether or not a cell has the ability at rest to depolarize when it is needed, when it is necessary.
There's a bunch of these gates, and they have these like a time delay.
Yeah. There's gates and there's pumps and there's channels. There's 3 different ways that a cell can in a brain cell, a nerve cell, can manipulate the chemistry inside and outside by using gates, channels, and pumps. So there's
Explain to me how an action potential propagates down an axon. Wait, no, Mr. Know-it-all. Explain how an action potential propagates down an axon. Go.
You want me to talk about saltatory conduction?
It's like
That's what it's called.
No, once the action potential reaches threshold voltage, how does it propagate down an axon? Tell me.
It's like
do you want to talk about myelinated axons or unmyelinated axons?
Let's just do unmyelinated. Come on, bro, do it.
They both transfer like that. It's just
what
like
the fuck I thought. This guy's a fraud.
Spreading on the surface.
I don't understand what you're asking. How does it propagate?
Mage is getting into shenanigans. I don't.
Yeah, he's really upset.
Just to answer the question, like
he's really upset about
do sodium or potassium ions influx into the cell? Do they or do they not? Which one?
Do what? What?
Which
Sodium
type of
plugs
ion
into
flows
the
into
cell,
the cell
brother.
during the
Sodium
conduction of an
plugs
action
into the
potential?
sodium ion.
Sodium.
All right, and which one flows out?
Potassium.
Why'd you ask it like a question?
Because I don't know why he's so upset
Okay,
about this.
sodium
This
channels
yeah,
go
I
into
learned
the
this in
cell,
high school. We didn't even go over this in
open.
college. We took it as given. I learned this in high school.
Potassium leaves the cell, right? And sodium goes into the cell.
The sodium goes into a node, right, which initiates an action potential at one node, and it propagates from node to node, either myelinated or unmyelinated, and the cell becomes depolarized downward, like through the cell. It becomes depolarized. It's not all at once. Yeah, it's the action potential propagates linearly through the cell. I don't understand what he's at, like why he's so upset with me.
He's trolling.
Yeah, I'm a fraud, I guess.
No,
I'm
he's
a fraud,
trolling.
bro.
Mage is a troll.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, yeah, Talon's just a troll because he doesn't want to
You
acknowledge
guys
the
know.
truth.
You guys know me. See, but you guys know me.
No. Like we're on 24/7 flat Earth. Like this guy, I swear to God, I give him every piece of evidence, every explanation I can. Guy just doesn't want to acknowledge any sort of truth.
Give who what? You give Talon stuff?
Yeah, get in line, buddy. Get in line.
Is Mage a flurf?
What's
yeah,
a
Major,
flurf?
Major,
okay.
Major,
Wait,
Major.
What's a
globe
flurf?
denier.
I'm curious.
You're a globe
Flat
denier,
earther.
Flurf.
Flurf, yeah, it's a cute little nickname for flat earthers.
That's cute. Ironically, I have a conspiracy about flat Earth.
That's great.
Don't let him, guys. Don't let him say it.
I think that the
Can
founders.
you tell us about your globe proof, Mage? Did you say you were a flat earther or not?
No, listen. So I think that 24/7 was founded by a bunch of actually super smart people who know that the Earth is not flat, but they know that every conspiracy that's not flat Earth is true.
That's meta talk. That's nonsense. No one. They can't. You usually get muted for that kind of talk here. It's not fair to
No,
accuse
it's
people.
'cause,
You're
like,
accusing them
it's
of
'cause-
being frauds, dude. They genuinely think the Earth's flat.
No. I don't think they're frauds. What I think they're doing is they're trying to awaken people.
Awaken them to what?
To the flat Earth.
Not to the so if you
That the
actually
government's
talk with
lying
a
about
flat
everything?
earther,
That NASA has some
and
agenda to teach us things that are false?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, Operation Paperclip. They were all Nazis at one point. Perfect. Like we can all agree.
No. We're talking
The
about
government's
the
full of
aliens.
liars. Yeah.
No.
I
We're
can
talking
agree
about
to
the
that.
aliens.
That doesn't make the Earth flat.
Well, I know the Earth's not flat. What is true is there are extraterrestrials that are influencing our government, and most people are just like not even close to being able to accept or realize that. So, what I think flat earthers are doing, they're inverting the one thing everybody knows to be true, and they force you to understand everything completely from first principles. And then once you do that, like I did, you realize like everything is bullshit.
I don't know
Like
what
it's
this
all
guy's
bullshit.
talking about, bro.
Anyway, Mage, if you want to talk sometime about, neurochemistry and electrical impulses in the brain, we can do that.
This is basic shit. I mean, dude, what do you actually know that's proprietary? Like that I can't just Google.
What do I know that's proprietary?
Yeah, man.
I don't know. I got a
What do you
biology
want?
degree. I've got a pretty basic bitch education. So
Basic bitch education. Like, yeah, man. I got a degree in computer science, and I know like 90% of those motherfuckers.
I got A's and B's. I have forgotten. I have forgotten a lot of it. I don't even use my degree in my career field, but I enjoyed being in school. So
I also enjoy being in school, and I enjoy learning. What?
I'm not supposed to take it all the way up there.
Oh, what are you doing?
Right. To the guy who said he knows the Earth is not flat, that was a great mistake to make there. You don't know the Earth is not flat. You don't know the Earth is a globe. So you have no knowledge. You cannot make that claim that you know the Earth is not flat. You
Here we
can
go.
never make that claim
Here we go.
and walk with integrity. The integrity of your position is this: you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth because no human being has ever done that. That's something that I can lay my life on. That no human being on the Earth that I live on, this flat Earth, has ever measured the curvature of the Earth. I will bet my life and that my family's life on that quite strongly. Okay, so please don't go around saying you know when you do not know.
And
To
the
know
and
the Earth is not flat is to know you have measured the curvature of the Earth. You
flat
haven't
earthers in
done
here
that.
say all the
So
time that nobody's ever
please
done a
keep
north
those
to
kind
south
of rhetoric
circumnavigation. We
comments
know that's not
to
true.
yourself, because you will be had here. And if I was the owner of this server, you would be gone. That's how serious I am on that point. Okay, we're talking about the integrity of the flat earthers. There's no conspiracy from us. We are telling the truth to the people. If we're given the numbers to the globe, it means we must be able to verify those numbers. We cannot. So until the day you've done that,
Really pissed
keep
this
your
guy
mouth
off.
shut. Thank you.
See, this guy's one of the people that got by the conspiracy. Like the founders know the truth, but you know, like obviously
They
the
rely on him.
people
He's
who
the
fall for
vanguard,
it.
dude. He's the vanguard.
What do you mean, Vanguard? What's
Yeah,
that?
he's
What,
he's the one
I'm
who will
11
jump.
years into this thing, and I'm 64 years of age. I can
Yeah.
tell you strongly, I've never experienced the curvature of the Earth, and I've traveled more than you on this Earth thus far. Okay, and I've done
I
some
agree 100%
extreme things
with
that
you,
you haven't
brother.
even begun to do yet. You don't even know you're alive. Can you put your underpants on properly? Have a wash? You're living a wrong life. You're a wrong. Every day you live and you're on the globe, you're living wrong. You're not living correct. So you wake up in the morning, you think you're on a globe, you're already on the wrong foot, sir. Please keep your mouth shut. Unless you can say, I know the Earth's a globe, here are my measurements, come with me and let me show you how I did that. If you can't use those words, keep your mouth shut. I'm really
Okay, so
annoyed
anyway.
when people do that. Really
Okay,
annoyed.
so anyway. Moving on. Talon, it's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well.
Oh, thank you, Floundering. You're awesome. I appreciate it. But I'd like to talk to Jen about cold welding. I looked up some interesting information on cold welding in the vacuum.
That, you know what? My best friend is a metrologist, and we were at the gym the other day, and we were talking about cold welding. It's very interesting.
In a vacuum?
Yes.
What did you guys
We
talk
were
about?
actually talking about we were talking about precision machining, and how you can take if you rub your finger on your nose and just get a tiny little bit of oil and rub it between two shapes that have been precision welded, you can stick them together and they will not come apart from gravity cannot pull them apart. And you can do that up to about 6 of the same sized object before they start to actually fall off because of how strong the adhesion is, because they're so like precision welding.
What does it make about them? Like, why does the cold vacuum make it so easy for metal to weld to itself?
Because there's nothing telling it to remain separate. It just believes it. Like there's nothing. Yeah,
So when the molecules
there's no
touch each
information.
other,
There's no contradictory information
temperature.
present in the system.
It's so cold that
So
they're just
if we just boil this down to pure information, when you have an atmosphere, there's information that is contradictory to the metal wanting to remain in the same lattice structure, but in a vacuum, that's not true.
So it's a solid temperature. Two solid pieces of metal aren't going to weld to each other because they're 50 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever, right?
Right.
But when a vacuum is so cold, oh, I see. It's like how cold feels like it's burning.
Well, it's not, it doesn't even need to be cold specifically.
Just no, no. Oh, I see. Just no temperature
in a
at all.
In a vacuum, different things will self-adhere.
It's sticky environment.
There is no contradictory information present in the system anymore, and so it just believes it's of the same structure. It just believes it's the same object. I mean, that's a really weird way of putting it, but that's like I don't know how.
I see. When like aluminum and aluminum touch itself, it doesn't realize it's separate. It was separate.
Exactly.
It's solid.
Right, because there's no atmosphere between the atoms.
No atmosphere to between.
Right.
There was no air between the pieces to cause oxidation and prevent them from welding to each other.
Right, and it's not even welding at that point. It just becomes the same object.
I see. We just use the word welding,
Right.
because that's
It's
what
like
happens
it's
when
adhesion.
you
It's
fusion of metal.
what's a good way to put it? Like corrugation. They become corrugated into
Oh,
one
that makes
piece.
so much more sense. Because I understand that, like, and then like the outgassing of metal is from like the contaminants on the surface of it. Because the more closer to the surface of the metal, the more stuff that's on it and absorbed
Yeah, it's
into it.
very interesting
So how does
stuff,
like
especially
metal
now that we have
absorb?
laser precision. We have laser precision.
So like when metal absorbs oil,
machine.
because metal's not necessarily porous, but how is it still absorbing oil even though metal is not porous?
The oils.
There are microfractures in metal. It's very difficult to
Fractures? It's the
yeah.
it's the little cracks.
Not yes, little cracks. So for
Oh, I
example,
see. As it cools, it's got millions of tiny little cracks.
millions of tiny atomic
Slowly,
imperfections. Yeah.
the atoms slowly get colder and they spread out.
Especially in alloys like bronze, there are
Okay.
lots of little imperfections that allow stuff like oils to seep in and get to the copper.
Okay.
And that's what causes a patina on bronze, is because bronze does not have a perfect lattice structure. It has a
So
lot of
it's all
atomic.
craggy.
Yeah,
on
it
a
has a lot
molecular
of
level.
it's very porous.
Okay. And then also like, because I was also reading that like they either use a lubricant like graphite, they use like solid lubricants like graphite to prevent cold welding, and then they don't use they use different metals. So like aluminum won't cold weld to steel. And then they also like paint the damn thing. Like they either do an oxidation coating, or so like there's no, like this only happens to pure metals, but in spacecraft tech they are taking different pieces of metal, and then like if they're going to touch metal, it's going to be steel to aluminum, or like different types of like
right
zinc.
exactly.
They do like
Metals outgas. All metals outgas. They outgas at different rates depending on the temperature, of course, being released from the sun and the duration of time they're in. And it's been tested here because NASA goes to companies that actually, not NASA, sorry, Scott Henderson, that's the guy who wanted the information about mylar. NASA didn't have it. So they went to the company that makes mylar, which they wrap around the legs of the LEM, for example, right? That information wasn't available at NASA. They went to the manufacturers, and the manufacturers gave Scott Henderson, the Apollo detectives, the outgassing rates, because they tested their stuff in the vacuum. Okay, so we know materials outgas. They outgas here on Earth dramatically slowly, but as soon as you remove the air, they begin to outgas fast. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, we don't go to space. Okay, and you can't prove that they've gone because you can't go there to verify. So you're doing a belief, whereas we're looking at the actual environment. And we're saying to you, NASA never had the equipment to contend with that. It was unsurmountable. And we have people from within the industry. Hang on, I'm nearly there. That would be, what's his name? Bill Woods, who is NASA's propulsion engineer at the time of the 60s, stating that NASA could never fabricate the shielding around the capsule to be sufficient to protect them from the radiation. Okay, that's what he said, because the payload would have been too heavy for the Saturn V rocket to lift off. Right, then there's the other one, Bill Casing, who worked for Rocketdyne, that was the company that was commissioned to make the F1 engines, and he said there was no way they could have gone to space due to the combustion instability. And they did a mathematical equation as to the possibilities of sending a man to the moon and back, 0.014%. So in other words, no chance. And these are people in the industry telling us. Then you have NOAA, one last one, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Bold numeral letters, double underlined, 500 rems will kill you. Van Allen radiation belts, 2,500 rems a piece. Then there's another radiation belt above the Earth that no one ever talks about, left behind by Operation Dominic, Operation Fistful of the Lord, and Operation Starfish Prime. And that left behind 250,000 rems of instant debilitating death. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, so that's I mean that's a lot of there's just massive amounts of fallacy there, because you're appealing to authority. One, two, like you're saying, you're trying to preempt what I'm going to respond with, and I mean, it's just so many denials. I don't know how to have a discussion with something that
Points
just.
of fact.
Let
Points
me
of
finish,
fact
please.
is
Let
what
me
I talked
finish.
about. No
I'm
denial.
gonna talk. So like, I can't like have. It's hard to have conversation with people who are just in constant denial about everything because what NASA
No,
really
I'm not
did is
in
when they
constant
went. So
denial.
again,
It's
we're
points
talking.
of fact.
I let you
Points
Also, he
of
talk.
was
fact
flat out wrong
from
about the radiation.
I let
organizations,
you talk.
Flat out wrong.
organizations and sources.
Yeah, it's just like
Organizations, personnel's expertise. These are the names. It's not Gin CBR1. Gin CBR1 is not making this up. I am
I'm really
quoting the
wasn't done.
experts. I am
Can I finish,
quoting
please?
the experts. I am
So Jen,
quoting the experts, the
no, Jen, you're
industry
repeating
itself.
yourself.
Okay,
You're
yeah,
interrupting
of course,
me.
because I want you to understand that what you said
No.
was a lot of verbal diarrhea, is what you've just said. I am quoting the
projection.
experts. Please do not put down or dismiss the experts that I mentioned. Bill
No, but you're
Casey,
saying that experts
Bill
can't do.
Casey,
You're
Bill Woods,
just
Noah,
all you're doing is
NASA,
stating that they
Scott
can't do something.
Henderson. Sorry, mate.
NASA,
You're going to be in trouble. You're in trouble. You are a
you're
nothing.
interrupting me. You didn't let me
You are
finish
a
my point.
zero of no significance on this
When
earth.
is it someone else's
Okay,
turn to
thank you.
speak?
Yeah,
It was
go
my
ahead
turn to
now.
speak.
Go ahead. I do apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, so aside from that, what we're dealing with is how NASA, like we just explained, that NASA dealt with the cold weathering, they dealt with the radioactivity, they dealt with each of these problems beforehand, and they applied what they learned.
No, they did not,
from
ladies
these
and
people
gentlemen. I have to
do the
interrupt. No,
thing
they
of being
didn't.
able to
You are
accomplish all of
lying.
these things.
You are
So, like,
actually lying when you say that. You are not telling the truth. You are
well,
lying.
again, you can't
They
accuse me
didn't
of
deal
lying.
with the
We're
gold
gonna have a
welding.
good faith
They
discussion.
didn't deal with the radiation. They didn't deal with the outgassing phenomena. They couldn't deal with the radiation or the cosmic
just
ray
really boring.
particles. They did. Yeah, you're boring. You're boring because you're a liar.
I won't bring up.
I'm
I'm not going to bring up
challenging
the
you.
cold welding
I
again
am
'cause it's
challenging you.
entirely denial.
I am
Like, I'm not getting
challenging
any
you,
new
sir.
information.
I am challenging you.
I really need new information before we can, like. There's nothing we can talk about. There's nothing more to talk about because NASA either
because
oxidized
you're
the
talking
coating,
crap.
they
That's
put in
why.
lead
You're talking
protections. You
crap.
can protect from radioactivity, like we do it at the dentist. We
I'm
put a lead.
sorry, radiation
We
will
put a
kill you.
lead
I'm telling you,
jacket
the
on.
organization.
Yeah, we don't.
Put a lead
Nobody
jacket
doubts
on
that
the ship.
radiation can kill you. Nobody doubts that.
Like,
Right, the
that's
levels
not in
are in
contention.
space will
That's
kill
not
any
in
human being
contention,
that's
dude.
in there.
That's
Okay,
trivially
that's
true.
the
It's not
point.
in contention.
NASA never
Yeah,
had
but
the
it's so
required
bad when
shielding.
I can't.
You're
Like,
ignoring the expert. Bill Wood said
talked
NASA
over.
never
Dude.
fabricated the shielding.
Flounder,
That
just
is
mute
what
yourself.
Bill,
Just mute yourself. He's never
Bill
going to
Woods.
stop.
Bill Woods. No, it's not going to stop because you're lying. Bill Woods. Deal with what Bill Woods said. You're saying Bill Woods is a liar. Source, what happened on the moons? Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Bill Woods. You're saying he's a liar and he's the rocket propulsion engineer for NASA. You're saying he's a liar. That's what you're saying. You're a liar. Keep your mouth shut. Bring
Yes,
up
I
your
am saying
proofs.
that. I am challenging. I would like I need evidence. I need you to show me what he said.
I need you to show me. You're making
No,
the
you need to
claim.
show me the
Show
specific
me
evidence of
how
what, because
NASA.
I don't think he
Show
actually said
me
that.
how NASA had protection for the capsule with the radiation. Show us.
They use lead. They use lead in the places
No,
where
they
the
didn't.
people
No,
are.
they didn't. It was aluminium. You see what I mean? It was aluminium. I'm going to post an article. I am going to post an article from the Herald. I'm going to post an article from the Herald of the United States, and they're asking NASA for the radiation absorptions from the astronauts, and NASA is not bringing us the information. And in that article, it states aluminium is the worst material to use to go to space because when radiation passes through aluminium, the radiation gets a boost. It intensifies. So that means the astronauts are going to have a very, very bad time, unpleasant time in the actual capsule. I'm going to post this article, and that should shut you
They literally
up forever.
wore. They had like
Shut
dentist
up,
masks
you liar. You're a liar.
made of astrorad technology.
Are you
They
a
had
liar? I'm going to
polyethylene
challenge you every
shielding.
time. You're a
They had
liar.
a storm shelter
You're
using
a
onboard
liar.
supplies. And a high density poly, and then they use the
They had no
This is a well-known
protection.
flat Earth cope that radiation intensifies through aluminum. It's a lie. That's a complete lie.
It is not a lie. It's in the article. I'm going to post.
I don't care what the article says. I'm talking about.
Oh, well, then you don't care because you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. We're giving them sources. We're going to give them the source. I don't care about the source. You're a liar.
Yeah, I don't care about your source. I don't.
Yeah, you're a
Jin is
liar.
out of order
You're a liar.
here.
It's a lie, dude. Radiation
You're
does
a
not
liar.
intensify when it passes through aluminum. That's
It
BS,
passes through
buddy.
aluminum. It
That's
gets intensified.
ridiculous.
It does.
That's
That's what happened. There's a guy
nobody
called
of any
Gerard White. There's a guy
repute would
called
agree with
Gerard
you.
White.
I don't
States
care
that
what
when he
your
did his
article says.
experiments, that's what he found.
Hold on a second, dude.
Yeah, sorry.
BS, buddy. Who cares what your article says? The article can be
You're
wrong.
a liar. If you don't
Can the
want to care
article
about
be wrong?
sources,
Is
then
it
you're a
possible
liar,
for the
sir.
article to be wrong? Is it possible? Is it
He's a
possible for
liar.
the article-
You're a liar.
Hold up.
Hold up, gentlemen. Jin, did you say you had the article available? Where'd you post it? Or did you? Jin?
Give him a second.
Sorry for the delay on my response. Yes, I've got the article. I'm going to post it in the next 60 seconds. Thank you very much.
All right. So all the everyone chastising the article. Give it a look first. Check the sources in the article before you say anything. I mean, it's only fair, right? At least he's coming up with something. Did you come up with anything?
Sure, he's coming up with something. He's just not allowing for the possibility that the article is wrong.
I mean, I think that's very fair if you want to critique it, dude. But you haven't even read it yet. You haven't looked at the sources in it, assuming there are any, right? According to Jin, there are. So do him a solid and check out what he's presenting. Like,
yes, it's in the side chat already. There it is. Go ahead. In the side chat of the politics. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Jin CBR1, who's been studying the Apollo missions, NASA, since 2001. 2001. And I'll tell you now, I've learned so much in the last 25 years. It's been a fantastic learning curve. That is why I shout at these people here. I'm going to shout till they run out of the server. The amount of information I have, they can't hold a candle to me. Impossible. Right? And aluminium, when it's subjected to radiation, it goes into globules on the inside. It starts to melt, and you have this material floating around.
Where does it say that?
Read the article. You're not going to read it in 30 seconds. There's at least a good 5 minutes reading there. You
okay, I'm actually reading the article right now. It says,
yeah, read it.
Did the Apollo...
Read it. All of it.
So...
Such a liar. Such a liar.
Yeah, I mean, the abstract is it shows about the plans to go into...
Such a liar. Read the article.
The
United States.
It says the available biological data indicates that aluminum alloy structures may generate inherently unhealthy internal spacecraft environments. In the thickness range for space applications, aluminum cannot provide effective shielding against gamma and neutron rays.
Yeah, where does that say it intensifies radiation? Where does it say that?
That is what is meant. That is what is meant. Hang on.
That's not what's
that
being
is what
said.
is meant. That
no,
is
it's not what's meant. You don't understand radiation then.
Flounder,
you don't
please
understand radiation.
stop talking,
yes,
Flounder, and let me talk with Jen.
Yeah. Yes, it is. That's what is meant by that statement that was read. Okay, that the radiation. That's the radiation intensifying. Then there's a guy called Gerard White from Australia or New Zealand. One of them two.
Oh, you gotta let me finish reading.
I'm still going to be quoting other experts. So shut up. Right, this guy for his paper dealing with radiation, they did a test where they put subjected some radiation to some aluminium, and on the inside it started melting. It flew everywhere, he said. Okay, so he conducted his own experiments for his own examination test. Gerard White, he's the expert on the radiation in the Apollo detectives. He's the #1 man, and Scott Henderson is the man on the experts for the vacuum. So, and that article just backs me up. Read the whole article. Read the whole article. They're asking NASA. They're asking NASA for the radiation absorption rates
for the love of God,
from the
stop
astronauts.
talking,
You interrupted me, so I can't
set them off.
You can't speak. What is this? They're asking NASA for the absorption rates of the astronauts. How much radiation did they absorb? And NASA is not giving them the correct information, and they're questioning the values that they got because they don't make any sense. And that's in that article. So I'm sorry, man. You know, you're just losing.
All this article is doing is asking NASA to provide scientifically valid explanations about the medical inconsistencies regarding the Apollo flights before future named manned missions into deep space.
Exactly.
So
And NASA
concluding
hasn't given
anything.
The information. That's why they're asking.
That's asking a question. That doesn't say that it proves anything wrong.
It proves because they're asking, and it does go on to say that NASA hasn't given them the information.
Wait, why
I don't know
does
who this is, and this is in 2021.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it was. It's fucking talking about Apollo.
Why is he so mad, dude?
Yes, because this individual is such a liar. He's dismissing the clear, obvious signs and meaning of the article to twist it so it fits his weak position that they went. No, man. I'm sorry. We don't go to space. Remember, none of you have measured the Earth's curvature. So anything you base upon a false premise has to be deemed null and void. That would be Mars
I'm
landing,
sorry, but I'm fact
Moon
checking your
landing,
stuff right now.
Voyages 1, 2, lunar reconnaissance orbiters, Japan, China, Russia, France, Canada, America, all
Can I see
lying
one of
about
your
going to
other?
space.
Can I
Everything
see a
is
different
null
piece of
and
information?
void. All images are fake from NASA. Every single image from the NASA library is fake, and most of them have been proven.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is stated as being an opinion article, right?
Yes.
Where
yes.
like Talon pointed out, right? It's posing a question, outlining some
Yeah.
details and all that stuff. I'm wondering, is there a follow up to this? Like, how do these opinion articles work? Are there like back and forths? Are there
Well,
like?
there should be. Yeah, they should be.
There is an explanation.
I haven't been able to find a follow up for that yet. I've been looking.
Okay.
Haven't been able to find. Okay. But the point
Fair
is,
enough.
it's poignant, isn't it? That the facts are there. NASA hasn't given out the right information. Aluminium is not the material to use to go to space because it doesn't block radiation. Okay. And Bill Woods. Let me just finish this.
Oh my God,
Bill Woods.
he's got to let somebody else
Bill
talk.
Woods stated this: in order for NASA to go to space with the Apollo 11, for example, they would have needed 4 inches thick of aluminium to
There's a
shield the
whiny
whole
little piss
capsule.
baby.
4 inches of
Agreed.
thickness. Okay, right, but they didn't have that. They didn't have that 4 inches in place. Why? Because the rocket couldn't lift off. The payload would have been too heavy. And remember, a rocket's payload, 95% is fuel of that rocket. 95%. And in 2 minutes, seconds, 85% of the fuel is used up in the first 2 minutes. Okay? 2 minutes, seconds. So NASA never had the shielding, didn't have anything in place to protect for that environment. This is why it's been mentioned. That's why the opinion is there, but they're asking questions and the answers are not coming forward. Okay? And then don't forget that the rocket propulsion engineer for himself stated that. Yeah? Bill Woods, I can give you the documentary. You can watch it for yourself.
Stop Islam.
You mean if he's done? If he's done.
I'm done.
So Jen, you're talking so you're again. This opinion article is making assumptions that they should have gotten sick from 1.8 megasieverts. Because again, this like the amounts of total exposure of 1.8 megasieverts. That's only 0.18 megasieverts in 3 hours of travel. That's only 2 heads CT scans.
As far as I'm concerned, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration states that 500 rems will kill you. If you go to the Van Allen radiation belts, you're going to be met with 2,500 rems of radiation through those belts. Then the closer one, which I mentioned from the 3 events that happened back in 1959 to 62, Operation Dominic, Operation Fistful of the Lord, Operation Starfish Prime, the last one, they created a radiation belt across the Earth there, 250,000 rems. It's 100 times the 2,500. This is coming from the British astronomer Sir Bernard Lovell. No, we say, I'm using the correct terminology, REM, REMS, not RADs in this case, REMS. That's what I'm talking about, REMS. Okay, now 70 rems of radiation subjected to the astronauts would leave the astronauts partially blind. Okay, partially blind, nausea, and vomiting. Now I'm going to carry on. And vomiting. When you increase that to just 170 rems exposure, they would have permanent blindness, diarrhea, vomiting, and death within 2 months. 62 days, they've said. Okay, that's 170 rems.
Assuming they will. You're assuming
that's what the experts have said.
No,
That's
only
what the experts have
again,
said.
I'm responding properly. He's making assumptions.
I'm not making any assumptions.
I
I'm
don't need to say
quoting the
anything else.
experts. I'm not making any assumptions. I'm quoting the experts. I'm not assuming
I'll
anything.
explain why if he lets me.
Jen, can if I could butt in for like a second, Talon, bro, like you're so fucking. How do you even believe that the Earth is round, dude? Like, did I
saw
like
pictures and video of the Earth being round while
no,
live as some
it's a
people
fool.
flew across the orbiting the Earth itself.
I have literal proof that the Earth is flat.
Okay, can
Look
I see
at
it, please?
this.
Can you put it in the
Yeah,
chat?
Look at my stream. Look at my stream.
All right.
Is the Earth...
Yo, he's got a Smash Data bookmark.
Let's see what he's got.
Wait. What do you?
What's that?
The
Oh,
Earth,
that. Oh, I see. Yeah.
the Earth isn't.
That's good. That's good.
Wait.
Stepsister.
Wait.
Oh my goodness, bro! Your proof sucks balls.
Wait. No. It's got to be flat, right?
Dude, look at his, look at his bookmarks. Axolotls for sale.
No, what do you mean the Earth's
This
not
guy's
flat?
buying exotic lizards, dude.
What do you
Dude,
mean?
you should use that
not
same.
flat?
You should type in Google if men can get pregnant. Go ahead.
No.
Yo, check if men can get pregnant, quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Safest gold and account buy. Dude, are you buying RuneScape gold? Click that bookmark. Is that RuneScape gold, dude?
RuneScape's a great game.
No,
don't
you
do
can't
it,
look
guys,
up,
guys,
you
get
can't
him
look
off,
up
get him
porn
off.
on Discord.
Get
You
him
can't.
off.
You can't ban that guy. Right.
No, I wanted to see that.
Howdy, boy. That would have been a globes. We would have been seeing real globes then. My boy knows
Dude,
his
why are you
globe.
buying axolotls, dude?
Well, I guess I'm wrong. The Earth is round.
Shut the fuck up, Glober, and I'm proud of you.
Wait, hold on. Islam, what is your proof that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know. History.
Wait,
Yeah,
the
what
guy
history?
the guy said the Earth is round. Do you mean like a round table? Is that what you mean?
Lats, I have a question for you.
What's up, dude?
So, is the 90? I have a class because I've been thinking about
And history determines the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Well,
How
I
does
do, yeah.
how does history do that?
Somebody was the first person to measure the Earth.
Shut the fuck up, Talon.
All right.
What else?
Eratosthenes used elevation angles to a stick.
Shut the fuck up, Talon.
I'm sorry, boss.
Yeah, please. Shut the fuck up.
What that proves is latitude. It doesn't prove.
Yeah, latitudes derived from a flat surface, elevation angles to the sun.
Yeah. Like like on a dartboard, like you ring your bullseyes and then circles outside that.
Oh, that's pretty good, yeah.
Yep. Latitudes are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements. That's right.
Latitude is just a measurement, just elevation of the sun.
Yeah, that you get from using the horizon as your baseline. Let me ask you a question. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface? Can you walk me through that step by step? What's the first step? Anybody?
I guess I'll have to answer for the Globers. It's going to be a tangent to a
Anybody?
ball.
Well,
Bueller?
I assume that it would be done the same way.
Bueller?
Tangent line on a ball, anybody? Anybody like that? Tangent line on a ball.
Wasn't the axolotl guy saying that the Earth is round?
Oh, he left already, dude. Pressed him for like half a second and he left.
The planet is a sphere. Yeah, that's good.
Wait, how do you know floundering?
I presuppose it.
It's because you feel like it. Okay. Anybody else?
So, floundering, do you know the Earth is a globe?
Knowledge is a justified true belief, and I'm not making a knowledge claim.
Yeah. What you do is you establish a home depot first. Establish a home depot, and then you start measuring your local flatness.
The Earth being round is axiomatic to my worldview, so I can presuppose it.
Yeah, he needs it because he feels like it needs to be there. So he bases his worldview off of his feelings.
So it's a presupposition that supports your religious belief. We get it.
Does anybody else have anything empirical we can go off of?
Wait, Lats, you're the Orthodox guy, right?
Orthodox? What do you mean?
Eastern Orthodox. Te pari na Ruski?
No.
Ni pavanati?
I'm Eastern
I
Orthodox.
don't know what you're saying, dude.
I'm an Eastern Orthodox catechumen.
So you're okay.
Yeah, but the Earth is definitely a sphere, 100%.
I
That
can
goes
speak
against the teachings of the church and the Bible. What are you talking about?
It
I can
doesn't.
speak some Spanish, speak a little bit of
Absolutely, it does.
Japanese, you know.
The Bible says that the earth there's a firmament. You know that, right?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you know what a
I
firmament
will.
implies?
Can you find a passage that describes the firmament after the fall?
Doesn't the Bible say that the earth is not
I
moved
challenge you.
or
I
something like
challenge
that?
you. Find me a passage in the Bible that describes the firmament
Doesn't
or
the
the
scripture say
cosmological
that the
state of
earth
the
Are you
is set in foundation?
saying that the physical? Are you saying
Doesn't
the
it says that
physical?
it's set in
Are you
foundation and
saying that
Can
the
you shut the
immovable?
hell
physical?
up while we're talking, please?
Hey,
Yeah,
floundering, stop
please stop.
floundering.
Jemsy,
Jemsy,
shut
Stop
up.
dude.
floundering,
Please,
floundering.
Jemsy, stop, dude. These like Spanish
No,
things we're
you
talking.
stop.
Fucking hell,
You
dude.
stop. You stop.
Fucking nigger
What,
Spaniards.
Mr. Mvich, what do you like? Do you understand the question I'm
Oh,
asking?
dude.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to say. I'm saying, did the physical world change after the fall?
Yes, and that is the Orthodox Church's position.
Well,
Lads.
I know.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, dude?
The fall affects
What was
the
it?
entire cosmos. That's why the word cosmos is used.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Nia.
I don't.
Nia. Hey,
Oh my
Nia.
god, dude.
Nia. Nia, can you hear me? Mic check.
What's up?
Why
What's
you
up?
trying to say? Why you trying to say that the earth, something about the earth by talking about the firmament, dude?
Me? I didn't mention anything. Wasn't really
You
talking
mentioned
about
that
it.
the
bad
Bible
Having a
said something
structured
about the firmament.
conversation with a good topic.
I didn't say
You just
anything
shut up.
about permanence or anything. That was someone else.
Yeah,
You're
it's other
saying
people that are
That's
talking,
true.
Jemsy. Are you drunk? Are you not able
how
to
is
follow?
how is the surface of the earth determined by the firmament?
Like, we're trying to have a good structured conversation, and you're
Nobody
derailing and
asked you.
talking to other
Nobody asked
people.
you, dude.
Yeah, nobody asked you. We were in the middle of a topic.
Nobody asked.
Nobody asked you,
Nobody
dude.
asked you.
Shut
Nobody
up.
asked you.
Are there any mods in here?
If you're
No.
gonna talk about the what it says in the Bible, it says that the earth is set in place, right, and it doesn't move.
Cool.
Be something like that.
Yeah, where in the Bible does it say that?
Doesn't say that.
Why don't you
Set
find
in
me the passage? Find me the passage.
foundations.
Don't quote the Bible super vaguely. Why don't you find me the passage? Don't be vague. You know, if you're going to quote the Bible, it's if it's obviously in there, then point it out to me obviously.
Yeah, I
I'm
got a
fully aware
couple
of
for
the
you. I got a couple for you. Psalms 104:5. He set the earth on its foundations so that it should never be moved. Chronicles 16:30.
Exactly what I said.
Fear before him all the earth, the world also shall be stable, that it not be moved. Psalms 93:1. The world is firmly established, it cannot be moved. Psalms 96:10. Yes, the world is established, firm, and secure. That doesn't mean moving, doesn't mean round. Isaiah 45:18. Who made the earth and fashioned it, and himself fixed it fast. Thank you.
So floundering, how does that translate into a spinning ball?
Are any of these describing the cosmological nature of the universe after the fall?
Oh my
What
gosh.
universe? What
Are
proof
they?
do
The
you
earth.
have? What proof
What-
do you have? Hold on. What proof do you
Yeah.
have of a universe?
Okay, that's what I thought.
No, I'm asking you. You said it, not me. You said the universe. So why don't you tell us what proof you
Yeah,
have?
don't quote the Bible, bro, dude. Don't quote the Bible
evidence.
if you're not willing to
Where's
get into
your
the
evidence
exegesis.
of a? Where's your evidence of a
Nice
universe?
exegesis, bro. Who cares?
Where? Okay, now you're
You're a
you're
clown.
diverting.
You're a
Okay,
clown, dude.
now you're diverting. I'm a clown because you don't have any evidence of your statement.
Do you have
back
any
your
evidence? Do you have any
You don't have
evidence?
any evidence to
any of-
back your statement of a universe?
You're just gonna quote a couple scriptures in the Bible and then not explain how you know that the scriptures are talking about what you believe they're talking about? Are you gonna contextualize what you
It's
said
not
or
a
not?
fucking. It's not a fucking belief. You know what? It's based on knowledge of actual empirical knowledge that the Earth does not measure any curvature anywhere. Period. and we know it's not moving. All these scriptures do are backing up your actual the personal knowledge that you have as a human being, that you're already that you already know yourself within yourself. When you go out into the world, you know you're not moving unless you're moving. Yeah, and you know every single motion that you're making, you know you're in that motion. A slight breeze on your left cheek, you know that. You feel it. Yeah, he's a clown. It's been a long while. Hey, Indio. I see Indio in the background, hiding in the background.
What's up, brother?
Hey.
Hey, man. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. What's up, man?
Hey, not much.
Good to hear
Living
you.
life.
You're around.
Yeah, I haven't been around, man. Probably about 4 or 5 months. I know. I can only watch so many Dogman and Sasquatch documentaries. Called documentaries.
Oh goodness gracious.
No, the Dogman. That's freaking amazing. You know. Don't walk along the Appalachian Trail by yourself, man.
I've already done it, man.
Really? All right.
Oh
right
yeah.
on. Nice.
I'll tell you, dude. I've seen some pretty fucked up shit up there.
Yeah, mostly probably human cause, though, right?
I hiked on the Appalachian Trail for like, I think it was a month. Me and a friend of mine, and but I used to go hiking on a little stretch of it, and like alone, and yeah, man, some weird shit happened. It's hard to describe. I don't even really even know what happened.
Really?
Like
Like
weird noises and just shit like that.
So auditory. I've heard of stuff like that.
Yeah, like it's way into Berkshire County, Massachusetts. So it's like where it is, sound will travel very far, so you can hear things that are like very far away. So because it's like a mountain, like it's called the cobble, so it's like stone, like a stone ridge, and on each side are like two valleys. So any noise just like echoes to the top of there. It's just
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's hard to
Yeah.
even tell where the freaking noise is coming from.
That's my latest thing, man. I've missing persons and things like that. I started looking into that, and I find it fascinating. Now, of course, a lot of those things about missing persons, they've discovered what happened to them, and some of them are murders or whatever, or some kind of psycho out there. But if you boil all of those things that are known out, you still have this percentage of things happening with people where they disappear around other people with no freaking trace of them at all. Like
Alien.
footprints.
It'll be like the
Yeah, footprints that just stop, and dogs can't find a trail. Like people walking in snowfields where they see the trails going through the snowfield, and then they just stop, and there's no trails leading away.
I told you, aliens.
Well, we don't know, man. I don't believe in aliens. But
there'll be a group hiking, right, and the person at the end just disappears. Like
yeah,
right. They'll have even spoken to them like 30 seconds earlier, right?
exactly. Or like a child, like going up ahead or behind, slightly like going up ahead of this mother, and the mother turned around for, she said, not more than 5 seconds. She turned back around, and her son was gone. And now some of these cases, especially like children, which is really weird. And there's a lot of these national parks on the West Coast here, where like Yosemite, were very strange disappearances of people.
Aliens.
And some of them they find, like they found this child. He was missing for like 24 hours or 30 hours or something like that. And they found him like 1,500 feet higher in elevation, and like 10 miles away. And it's like a small child, like a 7 or 8 year old. And there's no explanation for some of that stuff. Anyway, I find that fascinating.
They had a Netflix series about this, of like these weird missing, where people would disappear.
Yeah,
There is
probably
one
missing. Mhm.
yeah, and they were like legit disappearances. These weren't like imaginary, like apocryphal stories that like, that are rumors. These are like there's
Exactly.
police reports and missing person reports. FBI got involved, all that stuff, right?
Yep.
So there was one, it was in upstate New York, and this one was like, I don't even, like, this person, it was like a teenage boy. They were going hunting. He was like Tito was saying, this kid was like at the end of their little, walking line, and they look back and he's gone. And I guess like the road to even get to where they are is like 7 miles long. And there's no other road like to even get out of that location. They would like, on one side of where they were, you would have to hike up like a mountain, like 2,000 feet to get out on that way. And there's no way out the other way because there's like a fucking river. And the only way out
Yeah.
is the road. And this person just disappeared. And they immediately like went down the road. They didn't like waste any time. They like went down the road looking for him, called the police immediately. Like there was like helicopters and like hundreds of people all looking for this teenage boy, and nothing. Just fucking vanished.
Yeah,
Really
there's
weird,
some
dude.
there's some very strange stuff, and like I don't get too like woo woo about it or anything like that, but the more I've looked into it, there's some very strange things happening out in these national parks, man. They're like, there's something really weird going on,
Could
and
it be the underground people?
well,
Chud.
that could be, that's possible.
Think there's a bunch of chud out there, Jemsy?
What was that?
Chud. There's a
Chud.
movie from the 80s, Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dweller.
Right? There probably is.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Don't they
Sorry
call
to
them like?
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Quick, short announcement. Big shout out to Indio and Sunny. Long time no see, and Jemsy and everybody else. I posted some material because we were having a heated discussion about the Apollo missions and the radiation and everything else. So I posted some material in there from the sources I mentioned. And the last one I posted is courtesy of Indio. That's the Olness one. And that goes into how the film was subjected to the radiation, the ectochromic 100 that NASA supposedly took to the lunar surface. They subject it to a vacuum here on Earth, and they show you the results of that. It's all in there. It's a read, beautiful. And the rest, interview with Bill Casing, interview with, what's his name, Bill Woods, rocket propulsion engineer. It's all in there. Look back. About 6 pieces of material. You've got probably, 6 hours of work there. Good luck. Thank you very much. that was for the Globers, those who think they went
Yeah,
to the moon. You
Talon.
see, yeah,
Talon the clown.
yeah,
Those
yeah.
are Gene. Those are not Glovers. Those are pretender clowns.
Okay, well, pretender clowns that are
Yeah.
living that are living wrong every second that they're alive because they think they're on a spinning ball. So when you wake up in the morning and you think you're on a spinning ball, you've already put the wrong foot forward, and you continue to do that to the end of the day. So you wake up in the morning, you're living wrong, you're eating wrong, you're having your lunches wrong, your dinner's wrong, you're going to bed wrong, and then you wake up to repeat that. What a wrong life you're living. You're completely wrong.
From the very first moment, Jen, they set their foot down on the floor and realize they have not moved all night long, let alone
Yeah.
5 trillion miles or something.
Exactly. Right. There you go. So, that material is there, backing up what we are talking about. And it poses poignant questions. And NASA never had that shielding in place. They never had anything. But anyway, yeah, sorry to have interrupted there. I just wanted to get that out because it took me a little while to retrieve all that material, but I've done it now. So it's in there. We back up what we say. That's what we're saying, basically.
No, that was a very good interruption because we can get kind of out into the weeds when Glovers aren't providing any information or proof about their religious beliefs. So
Yeah, they're saying that we're denying, but I'm saying no. You see, it's not me that is denying at the moment here. I'm giving you the words I am quoting the experts. This is what they tell us. When I hear what they have to say, I think twice now. I then scrutinize NASA some more. And you find that they didn't have the shielding in place. So how could they have gone? Question. What radiation doses did they receive? Question. No answers. Ums and ahhing is going on. Yeah? Right? And there's 3 belts, by the way. Never gets mentioned. There are 3 radiation belts in actuality. One was man-made. Okay? And it's 250 miles from the Earth's surface, exactly where the ISS is meant to be operating now, if it's up there. And we know it's not up there because they would have been all killed, and the ISS as well. So there's just silliness going on, right? And when you can see that they've lied about everything else, the shape of the Earth from the outset, how could they be going to space? Okay, and it's people are enabling this to go on are the ones who are believing. If everybody was like me, NASA would be shut down. Well, anyway, it would be exposed for sure, and people would just be demanding their money back. Yeah, there'd be anarchy, there'd be wars, because that's a waste of money to take money from the people. Yeah, go ahead.
Like Talon, he's literally fighting to stay ignorant. He doesn't want any of those details. He doesn't want any experiments where people actually take photographs inside of a vacuum chamber and expose the film and see what happens. He doesn't want any of that. He wants blind belief, and he's going to come in here and defend and say, hey, I have a blind belief. If you don't go along with it, you're just a denialist.
Yeah.
And it's almost like a sickness, man. The way
Well, that's why I ended up shouting at the top of my
sick.
voice. That's why I ended up shouting at the top of my voice. I'm sure my neighbours must have thought I blew me top, because I hate it when somebody comes in and says, I know the Earth's not flat, blah, 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 blah. I said, excuse me, you don't have the right to make that statement, because to say you know the Earth is not flat means that you've gone out and measured the curvature. And as I've stated, I'd lay my life and my family's life. There is no human being that's measured the curvature of the Earth as I speak right now. So no, you don't know. You haven't even measured it.
They got a little confident because there was a group of them in here and there was hardly anybody talking except them, and they got confident.
Yeah, well, yeah, I had to tidy that up very quickly, shut that down, and then they talk about space. We shut them down. We shut them down with the material that I got from India, lots of it, and then my own personal research. They were shut down. That's what you got to do with these people, just shut them down.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Jen. Wait a minute, Jen. About the Earth curvature being measured. Haven't you heard about the triangulation of 100-foot long chains in India?
It's just mad, isn't it?
100-foot
Things they want to
do. People actually say that shit with a straight face, like.
Yeah, well, they're saying it because it's true, as far as they're concerned. Yeah.
So weird, man.
Lunatics, honestly.
We're in the 21st century. We ask these people that are walking around acting like human being adults, and we get answers like that. You know about the
Yeah.
chains. Don't you know about the triangulation in India with the 100-foot chains? They don't say chains. We have to tell them because they won't be forthcoming with that information. And then the other answers are equally hilarious, like the one Floundering gives. Knowledge is a what is it? A back to freaking what is it? A
Pretty justified.
justified belief. So I'm not making a knowledge claim. Then the next thing out of his mouth is, but Earth is definitely a ball.
Literally a self-defeating argument. So, like
Yeah.
you just like defeat. Like, why are you here then? Like, just
Yeah.
leave. If you don't know anything, why would I listen to you? Goodbye.
Exactly.
That's it. Yeah, you have nothing for me today. There you go.
Imagine going into a room and being like, "Hey, I don't know anything, so you should listen to me." Like, yeah, I don't think so. Bye.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying yesterday, when I don't know something, when the flat earthers don't know anything or don't know something, and they're not aware, whatever, they always say they don't know. Okay? When they don't carry the knowledge, they're not trying to replace it with anything. They just say they don't know. And I'm proud to say that. I'm proud to say that I don't know when I don't know. Okay? I'm not going to lead you down the Swanee. I'm not going to do that. Yes. I just got a little bit fed up with the way they were talking and that,
Did you?
These are really weak DNA human beings. You can tell by the way they speak, their voice. These are weak individuals. The vaccines have weakened them completely. You can tell.
Jim,
Yeah.
did you
Yeah.
say lead them down the Swanee, like the Swanee
Yeah.
River? Holy
Yeah.
crap.
That's right.
It's like we're Bugs Bunny, man.
Where'd you get that from? Hilarious. Way down upon the Swanee River.
Yeah, we used to say that. We used to say that back in the day when I was growing up, and that's what used to be said. They're leading you down the Swanee, as if to say you're being misled. Yeah, there you go. Leading you down the Swanee without a paddle. There you go. Bunging you in a boat, no paddle. There you are. An expression from the old days.
Here we go. Google, where is the Swanee River? I was supposed to answer. Google, where is the Swanee River?
The Suwannee River is the name of an entity.
What? It cut me
Oh,
off.
it's got something else.
Anyway, the Swanee River is in between Jacksonville and Gainesville,
Gainesville, Jacksonville. There you go. Right. Yeah.
Florida, Tallahassee.
So in England, if you're being misinformed, right, then they say that he's leading you down the Swanee in a boat without paddles. So you've got no control. You're in trouble, in other words. Okay.
I bet there's some dog men down there in the freaking Swanee River,
Yeah. Lots of remains after the alligators got them. Bones. But yeah.
No, I'm talking about bipedal canine entities.
Oh, right.
That would be pretty freaking scary.
Yeah. Yeah, I even put that one from Gemsy, the American Moon. That's a really good one. I got that from Gemsy a number of years ago now. I still use that because it completed my set. So I use that one as well. It's a very good one. Gemsy was always pushing that out back in the day. So I took it from him and I use it all the time now.
So thank Gen Z as well.
Thank you, Jamsey.
Yeah, well done, Gen Z. You gave me that one called American Moon. Yeah, that was the one that was missing from my collection.
Now shut the fuck up, Jamsey.
I was gonna say something, but yes, sir, yes, sir, sir, yes, sir. Just kidding. I saw American Moon some time ago, yeah, and it's a good one. Gotta rewatch it, maybe.
Yeah, what I like about it is right, is that it's coming at you like a fireman's hose. Just pure empirical questions, evidence. Yeah, it's just good, non-stop, demolishing the Apollo missions.
Hey,
It's that
hey,
good.
hey, keep it clean. This is a family show.
But yeah, it really does do a good job. That's why when they come in, they start talking like that, and they're believing. Just hit them with the hardcore facts, right? And then slam them with well, you haven't measured the curvature either, so no curvature measurements. There is no space travel, and we don't have the technology anyway. It doesn't work in a vacuum. Yeah, we've got so much information. They're drowning. They're drowning in our information. We drown them every single time. They need what's known as a flat Earth life jacket. That's what they're going to need when they deal with us. Without it, you're going to drown. And the life jacket, of course, is the material that we give them for them to research with, and then they are saved, hopefully come to their senses. And the funny thing is here, the Artemis mission that just happened, Artemis 2, the imagery was worse than the Apollo, apparently. People are very disappointed. With today's high definition photography and the possibility of putting so many cameras on the spacecraft, the imagery was a letdown, anticlimax. It was crap. Yeah, absolutely. And then they insult us by having a woman fix the toilet. So the toilet breaks down on the first flight, and it's a woman that repairs. And we all know, really, female plumbers are very rare indeed, as rare as hen's teeth. And it's usually the women that are blocking the toilet anyway. So come on. Insulting me. Repairing the toilet in space. But I digress. I shall now go off and do my afternoon exercise now. So I shall be back later on. Keep it flat, guys, and to keep on trucking. I'm going to be back.
Cheers, Jim.
Mm. 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 Mhm.
Why is everyone muted in this bitch?
Why the fuck is everyone muted in this call? What the hell are you all doing? Fucking weirdos.
Is anybody here, or is it just all mutes?
Oh, they're here.
Oh, they're all actually here?
A lot of time they just hide.
Oh. Boy.
Waiting for some unsuspecting person to say something really stupid. But anyways.
Were you a flat
Tell
earther?
me. The way you said that tells me you're a ball believer. Bro, it's 2026. What are you doing to yourself?
Buddy, it's 2026. The Earth is not flat. Literally every other conspiracy theory has been proven correct besides the flat Earth.
Well, just to add insult to injury, the Earth is measured as flat.
There was like a test that these two guys did, or if the Earth was flat, they were at the same. It should have been they put two cameras up, and if the Earth was flat from a long distance, it should have been the exact same. But the cameras went down.
What test was this? Any that can set a test up, you just got to set them up at the same elevation. So if I set my camera up 3 foot from the ground, you set your camera up 3 foot from the ground, then ta-da!
They did that.
That's it.
They measured elevation.
You've gone quiet, bro. I don't know what you've done to your microphone.
Oh, is this better?
No, you're still super quiet. You started off good, so whatever you were doing at the start, go back to that.
Is this better? Or is this better?
Nope.
What about now?
You're getting quieter every time.
Yeah, why don't you just disconnect and come back in again? That's it, really. Beep.
All right, how's this?
Perfect.
That is awesome.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was,
we've
yeah.
set our cameras up. They're both 3
Yes.
foot from the ground. And how does that prove the shape of the ground underneath it?
So here's they both did 3 foot from the ground, and they measured to make sure the ground was so it wasn't like a hill versus not a hill. I think they put one around like the Siberia region, right? And then they put one around the United States. And if it was a flat Earth, right, that should have been the exact same height. But it dropped, right?
But
So
they
there
are.
was a
They're
big
3
drop off.
foot. They're 3 foot.
Well, it dropped.
So I'll give you an example. Let's say I set a camera up now, or just a stick, in my backyard. It is 3 feet tall. You set one up in your backyard, 3 feet tall. How does setting a stick up in our backyard that's a given height, how does that prove anything to do with the shape of the ground?
So I'll explain it to you. So if the Earth is flat, right? If the Earth is flat, there should be. I'll just put it like a piece of paper, right? If one side of the piece of paper, the far left side of the piece of paper, should be the exact same as the far right side, right? Assuming it's not on a hill or a mountain, right? Because it's flat.
Well, we've set the two sticks up at 3 foot, so it's equal. What's the problem? What
But
I'm
it
trying to
wasn't.
tell
It-
you
hold on,
is that
hold on,
you're
hold on,
telling this is what you're telling me. Stick A, 3 foot. Stick B, 3 foot. Massive arc in between. The stick at each end doesn't prove the arc in the middle, mate. That's the problem. So there must be something else that you've failed to inform me of that's proving this curvature.
Yeah, so you're not hearing what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, right, there's stick A, right? Like you said, stick A, 3 foot above the ground, right? Camera A, 3 foot above the ground. Camera B, 3 foot
Yeah.
above the ground. Two far
Yeah.
regions from the Earth, right? If the Earth is flat, if the paper is flat, there should be, like, if I took a picture, right, and the camera can view anywhere in the world, right, and I took a picture straight, it should be completely equal to the Siberian camera, right? The one in America, right? Completely equal, right? But it wasn't. The camera was above.
So hold on. How far away were the cameras apart?
Well, one is in America, one is in Siberia.
Oh, so you've got this idea in your head that we've got magical infinite vision. It doesn't work like that, mate. And I'll show you how to prove it to yourself. This is a super simple one. Grab your mobile phone, look at your local weather conditions, and it'll give you a like an air what the clearance of clear the air is for the day, what your visibility range is. Like seriously, if your visibility range is 10 miles, it doesn't matter how good your camera is, you're not going to be seeing 2,000 miles. Like, honestly. Did he just leave? What happened to my guy? He run away. Or did someone yeet him?
No, I missed it all. Some dude popped in a minute ago and abused everyone and left because we were muted. I didn't get unmuted in time.
I didn't hear that. That must have happened just before I come in. The one that I was talking to, he questioned why we're all muted. And he was telling us about stick A being a camera, stick B being a camera, and yeah, he was thinking that cameras have infinite vision, and really odd. But anyway.
Yeah, I think he might be having communication problems because when you were talking to him, his volume dropped completely, where he had to leave and come back in. So maybe it's all gone south for him at the moment.
That was right at the start, Jen. He dropped in, and you dropped in about 30 seconds after him.
Right. Yeah. So maybe he's having a little bit of a communication problem there, perhaps, because he was sounding really good when he returned, and now he's gone.
When he first started, he was good too. There was
Yeah.
no issues right at the start. It was super clean. Anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, I just went out for a quick bike ride. I was planning to do 12 miles, but I only did 6 because the weather turned. It's just about to start to thunder down. So yeah, we're moving towards the rainy season now in Japan. Okay. So that'll be next month, but it's looking really ugly out here. And that's, it was really sunny, and then it's just turned dark clouds, angry clouds. That's the sign of a thunderstorm coming. So I popped back in, cut it short. Nothing worse. I've done that before, where I've gone out for a jog, 5 miles, and it was sunny and that, and then the weather just changed, and then I came back like I swam back, basically. It was that much rain, squelchy feet, everything soaked to the skin. But luckily, it was like in the rainy season, so that's warm, humid rain. so it weren't too bad, but it was bad enough though because I got drenched. And the people in the neighborhood, beep beep, Jin Sensei, you know, it's raining. I know. Okay, so now to do the dishes. So I'm going to mute my mic. Unless someone starts saying they know the Earth is a globe, I'll pop in. But I'm going to be on mute. Actually, yeah, I was just going to say, it's a good methodology that you guys apply when you're dealing with these people coming in, right? In that, you know, when you know they're BSing you, you entertain it for a while, chance to digest what we're telling them. I think that's a good method, yeah, because before we just used to shut them down, but yeah, actually giving them the opportunity to get it off their chest and then try to reconnect on a rational one is a good policy. So I'm enjoying that as well because it's making the conversation a little bit longer, but it's giving them a chance to realise their error. Yeah, and that's
Well,
what I like.
it also depends how busy the floor is too, Jen. If there's like 8 or 9 of them lined up, and they all want to have a bite of the apple, then the clowns, you're better off shutting them down. But
Yeah.
if it's super quiet and someone wants to tell us about how they believe they live on a globe, they are more than welcome to get the cope out.
Yeah. And that's a good point as well. Yeah, if you've got them lined up, as you said, yeah, then you know you can't afford too much of that because there are other people who do want to get in on the apple, as you said. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. See, thunder.
Anyways,
Roar. Go ahead.
someone new just dropped in. Passport Bro. Where you off to?
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, he's been in before, Passport Bro. Yeah.
I'm on the
Welcome
other
back.
side of the globe, bro. I'm in Thailand, so I'm on the
Yeah.
opposite side of the globe.
Yeah, well, we're not on a globe actually. You're on the other side of the flat Earth. Yeah, I'm near you. I'm in Japan, so we're almost neighbours. Okay.
How did you work
Yeah.
out you're on a globe?
Yeah.
Well, I took a bit. If you actually take a plane ride from Thailand to America, it's literally on the opposite side of the planet, and you can see
Well,
like the
you're
plane bend, and you can
assuming
see
that's
the
an
actual.
assumption. You were told it's a globe. You can't see any curvature.
I
So
saw
how
it.
did you know it was a globe?
No, I saw it.
You saw it. So let me get this straight. You saw it from an elevation that's mathematically impossible to see it, even if it was there.
No, it's not impossible. You can see the.
Yeah, it is.
You can see the curvature.
You
of the
need to
plane.
be about 5,000 feet higher to see it at a minimum.
Yeah, well, I saw it, bro. Sorry, I don't know what to tell
No,
you.
you didn't. You do
Yes, I
know
did.
that when you look through
Yes,
a
I
curved
did.
lens, you do know when you look through a window that is curved or a piece of perspex that is curved, as was your window out of the plane, it will make your image distorted, appear curved. You know that, don't you? You didn't know that? I'll take it. There was silence as I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's right.
So around if you're like in an airplane, generally it's about I think it's
You're
like
not going to address the
40,000
window
feet or
thing,
something
are
like
you?
that. 45,000 feet. You
No,
can
below
generally
that.
start to see a slight
Try
curvature
at
of the Earth.
35. You're about 10k too high, bro.
Yeah, you can see the curvature, bro.
No, you can't.
I can. I did.
Not
Can
from
you,
that
do you have a
elevation.
defeater for that
Now,
or no?
can you address the window
can't.
thing, or did you miss that completely?
So even if the window produces a slight bend, you can
Correct.
still see like different parts. Like you can see like the emergency door. Emergency door, I believe, doesn't have a curvature window.
No,
So
they all have the same
I
thing.
visibly saw
They
it.
all do.
They all
They
have
all
the
do,
same
mate.
thing. You're lying now. Okay, sorry. Got to use that
No,
word.
it's not that he's lying, Jen. He just might not know. It's not a lie
Okay.
if you don't know something.
Okay, I agree. Okay, maybe that was a bit stronger word there. Okay, I'll curtail that. You're misinforming me. Slightly down in degree there. Yeah, and have you
Well,
measured it?
the reason. So
Have
the
you,
reason
hang on, have you
why.
actually measured it on the surface of the earth? Have you made any measurements on the surface of
No, I
the
don't
earth?
need to make a measure. I don't make measurements. Like if you look at a basketball, we don't need to measure it. We just know it's round.
Yeah, but
It's
you can
irrelevant.
see the curvature on that. See, this is the problem we've got. On one hand, we get clowns saying, can't see the curvature, but yet I believe in it. And on the other hand, they'll turn around, just like you did, and tell us how you can see the basketball's curved. I agree with you. We can see the basketball's curved. We can also measure the drop over distance on a basketball. For some reason, when we try to do that with Earth, we don't get a drop over distance. We get 0. That's the problem. You're
Yeah.
telling us it's curved. Basketballs are curved, therefore the Earth is. So let's go out and measure it. We go out and measure it.
I don't
No
want to measure
curvature
it. I
to
can
be
just see it.
found.
I don't need to
Well, you
measure it.
don't see it.
It's irrelevant.
That's the problem.
Yeah, you don't understand the gravity, pun intended.
No, I just don't want to follow your
Hang
scripts.
on,
It's irrelevant.
you don't
That's it.
understand.
It's not a
the
script.
gravity.
It's a measurement thing. This is the
Yeah.
problem. We're
It's a
measuring
measurement
it,
thing,
and
huh?
we're telling you that there is no curvature, and you're sitting back going, "Nah, I seen it." Where you claimed to
Well,
see
you're
it
saying
from,
so we're both in the same category. I'm
where
saying
you
you're saying
claimed where you claimed to see it from is mathematically impossible. You do comprehend that. So even if I grant you curvature and say yes, we live on a balltard, it is still mathematically impossible from your elevation that you're at.
No, you can see the curvature from mountains. This is not
No, you
impossible.
can't.
You guys,
Excellent.
I think you need to
Show
go to
us
the doctor and get your
show us
eyesight
some
checked. That's
show
the
us some
issue
film.
here.
Back up your claim now, passport, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
What?
Back up your claim.
The claim is I can see that the curve.
You could see it from mountains.
Therefore,
you
it
said
is.
no.
And
Listen
that's my
carefully.
claim.
Your
Can you
claim
disprove my
was
claim?
you. Why does he have to talk through me? I hate these little bastards that talk through you. Your claim was you could see the curvature from mountains. Excellent. Post it in the side chat. Show us your curvature from mountains.
Yeah, that's it.
See, it's one thing to come in here and yap, which is what you're doing. See, what you got to do now is
no,
back
you're
up
just
your claims.
overtalking me. That's all you're doing.
What you're doing is hold up.
performing.
Yeah, you can just hold up, Jim. See, what you're doing is you're all yap at the moment. We want you to put your claims, back it up in the side chat. So you just put it in the side chat there, and you'll be good.
Well, can we start over really quick? Can we hold on? Can we just relax?
I'm quite relaxed. I'd like you to back up your claims of curvature. I'd like you to post it in the side chat. Thank you.
Well, I didn't take a picture. You just gotta take my word for it.
That's not going to happen.
Well,
so
that's what it
basically,
is.
what we've got here is there's one of you and there's one of me. So I'm saying it's flat, it's measured flat. You're saying it's curved, I've seen it. Well, when I go outside, I don't see any curvature. So it's your word versus mine. They cancel each other out. So unless you can produce some kind of evidence, my nuh-ah beats your nuh-ah. They cancel each other out. So we're left with two nuh-ahs and a null and void. Nothing. So you need to provide some kind of evidence. You need to provide some kind of evidence now, which makes your nuh-ah worthy of being.
Okay. So Banhammer, the name of the chat is 24/7 Flat Earth, right? So you're making the claim the Earth is flat already.
No, I've made no. Actually, I do. My claim is it is measured as flat, non-curving.
Okay. So you're making the claim the Earth is flat. Okay, so that's the first premise.
No. Obviously, no. You didn't hear. You're struggling to comprehend. My claim is it is measured as flat, non-curving.
Oh,
So don't forget the measured bit. No, there's no backtracking. I want to make sure that you get it 100% correct. So my claim is the Earth is measured as flat.
Okay,
Okay.
non-curving. Excellent.
Okay, so Banhammer, either the Earth is flat or it's not. Do you agree?
So now you're backtracking. Did you
I'm
want to
I'm
use
trying
my
to get your
claim or
position.
not?
I mean, this is
Well,
like.
my position's easy. You're not listening. The Earth.
I'm
Okay,
listening.
the
You're just
Earth.
not. You're not
Yeah,
being
yeah.
clear.
No,
That's the
no.
problem.
That's you not talking. The Earth is measured as flat. It's so simple. Even you can understand that
Okay.
bit.
So let me ask you again: is the Earth flat?
It is measured as flat. Yes.
Okay, so I'm asking your position. Your position is the Earth is completely flat. Think he got a little busy there, but all right.
No, it's not completely flat. Obviously, there's terrain, there's hills and valleys.
There's topography. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
So
Okay.
how
So
about I
if the Earth
reword
is
this
flat,
so you could feel better? How about I word it? It is planar with topography. Would that be a more apt description?
okay. So if the Earth was flat, right, then premise 2, there would need to be some sort of edge if the Earth was flat,
What's your
right?
first premise? Oh, whoa, go back. You just jumped from if the Earth was flat premise 2. I don't know about you, but number 1 becomes before number 2.
Yeah. So the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Whether it's not completely flat, maybe it's like not level completely flat. Maybe there's terrain that goes up and down, but the whole general argument is that the Earth is flat, right?
So this is your premise, the Earth is flat. I've got no problem with your premise being the Earth is flat because it's measured that way.
Bro, this is why you guys are just being very dishonest at this point.
No,
Just
you're the
take
one
your
that's being
position and stick with
dishonest.
it, bro.
You're the
Come
one that's
on.
coming in with all your fucking yap and your
I'm just saying that I'm just
sophistry.
I'm
No,
just trying to get
you're
your
just
position
saying
and you're not being honest.
You're the one not being honest. You're the one telling us how you saw curvature from an aeroplane. You were informed it is mathematically impossible. When I informed you of the bent windows, you basically just pretended I didn't even speak and started talking about other shit. And I had to drag it back up to get you to even realize that I'd spoken of it. So how about you show some honesty? You proved to us your curvature. You made the claim you could see curvature from plane. How about you present that in the side chat as you were requested earlier? Mr. I'm honest and I'm here in good faith. Put it in the side chat.
Okay, are you done? Are you done? Do you want to just keep monologuing or you want to have a conversation?
Post your evidence in the side chat. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we can get to that, but we first need to understand the very core concept of flat Earth. Okay?
No, we don't. You have to post proof of
We
your
don't.
curved
Okay, so you're not gonna prove your claim.
So this is you being all honest and shit. Mr. I'm here in good faith, calling someone else out for being dishonest. You're basically going to say, fuck you, I'm not going to post any evidence at all. So this is how it's going to work. If you're not going to post your evidence, your words mean nothing. Back up your claim. It's that simple. Side chat's there. When I see your evidence, I'll unmute you. That's where you start typing, bro. Now, did I see someone else pop in? Oh, they did. So at the moment, you're trying to do some reverse burden of proof bullshit on me. Listen, I'm going to make this exceptionally clear that even a fucktard like you can understand. I don't do debate bro tactics. Okay? I try to make a minimalistic approach to everything I do. Less bullshit to deal with. If you're going to come in here as some kind of fucktard debate bro, I'm just going to yeet ya. You're going to get hammered. This is not a debate. It comes down to a measurement. If it is measured as a rectangle with very particular length sides on it, that's what I'm going to call out. At the moment, it's measured as non-curving, flat, if you will. I like to call it planar with topography. Now, you've made the claim you can see curvature from an aeroplane. Yet, you've provided no evidence to match that. Excellent. Now he's posted up an image using either an extreme wide angle or a fisheye lens camera. This is the problem. It is the lens that's generating your curve in that one, not the actual curve itself.
that you're still yet to prove. So please try again.
Okay. I don't even know where you want to start. I mean, you obviously don't have a position, so I mean, it's kind of embarrassing for you. But do you want to go over that picture?
I made my position exceptionally clear. The Earth is measured as
No, you
flat.
didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't.
Well, that's you just going nah, having some kind of cope session. If someone says to me the Earth is measured as flat, that's a pretty straightforward position to understand. So you have to provide now something that disproves it measured as flat. You've provided nothing of note yet.
Yeah, like I said, it's irrelevant.
Well, it is quite relevant in consideration of that's what the subject topic is.
Okay, Banhammer. Can we just move on with this? So you're making the claim the Earth is flat. Okay, if the Earth is flat, there must be edges.
No, measured flat. Put the word
Since
measured
there's
in.
no edges. Hold on.
Go back.
Hold on.
If you're going to straw man me, at least if you are going to straw man me, at least do it properly. The Earth is measured as flat. So say that now.
Okay. Anyways, so
don't sidestep it. You can do it. If you are going to straw man me, do it properly. My claim is the Earth is measured as flat.
This is what they do, folks.
Put the measure in. Yeah, so you can try harder, little man. Maybe you can fuck off to your little YouTube friends or whatever you're doing, because that's probably what you are doing, muting me at the most inconvenient time. But if you are gonna tell me what my claim is, put the fucking word measured in. I have made that abundantly clear. The Earth is measured as flat. Please try again.
But this is like embarrassing for you. Like I'm surprised. Like you guys stream this.
This is embarrassing for you because you can't repeat my
Everyone
claim.
in here knows what you're doing.
I have made it. Yeah, you're not the one being honest, my friend. It is very simple. My claim is it is measured as flat. So try again. You can do this.
You having fun, bro? Just muting me? Just this is a game or what?
Yeah, because you're talking shit. State my claim again, please.
You don't even have a claim.
Yes, I did. The Earth is measured as flat. That's my claim.
So, all right. So, Banhammer.
So steel man it. What did I say?
The Earth is measured as flat, therefore it's flat.
Yay! Good boy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plain
So
old
you're saying the Earth is flat, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. That wasn't hard, right? You can do it.
No, that wasn't hard for you to say it properly. Now you may continue, please.
Okay. So if the Earth was flat, obviously there must be edges, because on a flat surface, like on a table, there's edges where you can typically fall off, right?
Where did you get the edge from? Why did you just instantly jump to if flat must have edge? What's that about?
Okay, well,
I've made no claim to an edge.
Because if the Earth does not have an edge, then it must be everlasting. It must be forever.
Well, that's your claim. That's not my claim.
No, this is common sense. This is not even a claim.
No,
this is like
that's not common sense.
Flat surfaces have
this
edges.
is the problem you've got. Just hold up. Hold up. I have made 0 claims to an edge, so this is a very poor straw man. Please try something else.
Okay. Okay, so on a flat surface, there must be an edge, right?
This is your claim, not mine. I thought you were trying to do some random weird shit. What? I don't know what you're trying to do now. I've made no claim to an edge.
Questions. I'm just surprised. Like
no. This is quite simple. Have I made a claim to an edge? Yes or no?
Indirectly, yes. Indirectly.
No, I have not. Yes. I have not indirectly made a claim to an edge. My claim was the Earth is measured as flat. You even repeated it back to me after 5 minutes of being muted and forced to do it. So, nowhere in that have I indicated that there is an edge. So please, try to steel man me properly.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat and there's no edge, then you're also making an indirect claim that the Earth
what's
is
this
everlasting.
Edge? What's this edge you're talking of? What is this edge you're speaking of? See, this is nothing to do with me. At no stage have I made a claim to an edge. So why are you inserting that? After no, I made it abundantly clear that I didn't even indirectly point to an edge. So why do you have the necessity to insert edge into your premise?
Because flat surfaces must have an edge.
They must have an edge, do they?
The Earth has an edge.
A flat surface must have an edge. So if I go down to the lake, What is the edge? The shore?
I don't get what you're saying.
If I go down to the lake, the edge of the lake is the shore. Yeah?
Right.
Right. So
then you're making so then you're indirectly making the claim that the Earth is forever.
no, I've made no claim of the
Okay,
distance
so if
to
it's
that.
not forever,
Right,
then it must have an
oi,
edge.
how about you be a bit more honest? My claim again, because you're obviously the special kid on the back of the bus here. The Earth is measured as flat. If you want to insert edges, you're going to have to, because listen, you're obviously not listening and you are not here in good faith. So
guys
how
see
about
how
you throw a bit?
dishonest this guy is?
You're
I'm
the one being
surprised.
dishonest. You are being
This is an
dishonest.
embarrassing
You're the
performance from
one.
you.
You're the one inserting edges and all this other bullshit. I've made no claim to an edge. I've never found an edge. I've never tripped over one. I've never bumped into a wall. I haven't even come across a big fat dude with a shotgun that says fuck off the other way. So, you strawmanning me into some edge bullshit is absolutely pointless. So please try again.
Well, you don't need to because you're indirectly making the claim. I mean, we can go in circles about
Why do you keep saying I'm indirectly making a claim? I have abundantly told you. Obviously, listen, no. Obviously, you're having fucking trouble with simple English. I know it's Australian English, and I know you're having trouble with it. I, at no stage, have claimed an edge. So if you wish to strawman me, this is a failure in your logic. Do you understand that? No edge. This is not the edge you're looking for. Okay? Please try again. And now he's going to have a little whinge about, oh, I've been muted and all the other matter that comes with it.
Father, the judge, you wanna go at this? This guy's just like screaming now. This guy doesn't know how to debate. Can I get someone else to debate?
If you haven't noticed, there's a reason why no one else wants to deal with fucktards like you. They leave yous all for me. Because they know how dishonest and they know how slimy yous are. I'd like to know how you're going to debate a measurement. The best you could possibly do is go, oh, look, you used a red tape measure. The yellow ones are much better. That's about the level of debate you're going to have with this.
Yeah, Matrix, I've got a question for him.
Oh, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say to him, things that he keeps trying to strawman you, and at the beginning he made the claim that he saw the curvature from the aeroplane, and we put him correct on that. That the perspex on the fuselage windows can times facilitate curvature. The question is, has he measured the curvature on the surface of the Earth? That's the gold standard, because you've told him clearly you've measured the Earth flat. So has he measured the curvature? That's the question.
Well, he actually claimed earlier that he doesn't need to because he's witnessed it out of an aeroplane.
That's right.
That's why it was.
I didn't respond.
So he's going to sidestep that. He's instantly going to sidestep that because he's witnessed it, so therefore he does not have to measure it. But the problem is he has witnessed it through a false vision, through the glass and also through fisheye lenses. So he is yet to see said curvature with straight eyes.
He's just imagining it because it's just not possible, is it, from that height?
Thank you.
But he's still going to stand his ground and say, I've seen it, therefore I don't have to measure it. So it's just down to his word. Here we have measurements, multiple different laser tests, long-range observations, flash tests, and all sorts of stuff like that. And here he is saying, nah, I've seen it. So how can you debate a nah, I've seen it when we're sitting here with empiricism on our side? What can we do to these sophist clowns? They're just debate bros. All he's doing is having a little sook about how I'm bad faith because I've got a measurement and I'm just going, nah, and every time he tries to strawman me, and he's made a dog's breakfast of it every single time, and he complains that I pull him up. Why would I not pull someone up when they've made a false accusation of what I've said, or what I've claimed?
Yeah, misrepresentation is what he was doing, which is being dishonest, because you're clearly and categorically telling him exactly your position, and he takes the other road. I don't know why you would do that. Why would you misrepresent? He didn't imply or mention the edge, so that was he implied it and he assumed it. That was all he's doing. Nothing to do with you at all. So that was quite annoying. That was more so than anything
Well,
else.
if you'd like, Jen, how about you put forward your question again, and we'll see if he's going to be honest with you.
Oh, yes, to the right impatient young man. I just wanted to know whether or not you've actually measured the surface of the earth to measure that curvature, because, ladies and gentlemen, I can't stress enough the importance of that method. It's the gold standard. When you're measuring something, you're there, right on it, and you're going to photograph your results right there. That's the surface of the earth. Okay, the aeroplane backs up what we are measuring. That's a secondary methodology, but the first one would be measuring. And until then, I'd like to know what he's measured curvature, please.
Oh, you guys unmuted me. You guys done monologuing, or you guys want to debate or no?
We're not debating, we're discussing your problem of the curvature that you haven't measured yet, please.
Okay. So let's just go with your script, right? Because you guys are obviously not gonna go with mine because you guys realize it'll be defeated. But let's just go with yours. So we'll just
Your
say that
script was a
you guys measured the
failure.
Earth. Okay.
He asked you a question. How come you're not
your
answering the
measurements.
question?
And
Have you got me turned
measure
down?
the
Yeah. I'm going to warn you now. If you've got me turned down, you are going to get yeeted quicker than you can blink. Type the letter Q in the side chat, so I know that you've heard me. Excellent. You were asked a question. Have you measured the curvature? That's a close-ended question. You may answer yes, and then proceed to explain how you've done it, or no, because you're too freaking lazy to get out of bed. I don't care what your excuse is.
Okay. So, but he made the claim he measured the Earth. So we're gonna go with that.
Yeah,
right?
the Earth has been measured as flat. So
Okay.
the question, yeah,
Okay.
that was a statement, and there was a
Manhammer, let me
question.
speak,
That
please.
listen
Let me
carefully.
speak.
You're obviously struggling with
Oh
this
my
whole debate
God.
thing. You seem to think this is a debate. It was a question put forward to you. There was a statement. The Earth is measured flat. There was a question assigned with that. Have you measured the Earth curvature? That's close-ended. You probably should answer a yes or no.
Okay, we have to go to his original claim because he said he measured the Earth, right?
No, you answer the question, then you can attack his claim.
No. We can't just go based off random claims and just go with it. We have to understand.
As you can see, Jen, quite an honest interlocutor, this one.
Yeah. He's misrepresenting my statement. I said, which I was quoting yourself, Matrix, that we measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. We measure it flat. Then the question was, has he measured the curvature on the surface of the Earth?
But he doesn't want to go to the question, Jen. He's more interested in attacking your statement as opposed to answering the question that was put forward to him.
Right.
Which is
and the statement
most
I made
honest.
was that, I was quoting your exact statement that the Earth is measured flat. Measured flat.
We'll let him off so he can cope some more. This is good.
Yeah. It's absolutely amazing how he's not able to answer the question without being dishonest.
Okay, so Jin, you said you measured the Earth, right? You said the Earth is flat. So, like, how long is the Earth? Like, how far does it go?
You've misrepresented my position. I'm quoting Matrix.
See, folks, this is what they do. This is it.
To you that he measured the surface of the Earth flat.
Jin,
Measured flat. The question
can
to
you
you
stop?
is,
Can you stop spazzing out, please?
have you measured the curvature? Have you measured the
Jin.
curvature of the Earth? Have you measured the curvature of the Earth? That's the question.
Okay. Are you done?
No, I'm
yes
not
or
done.
no, Passport Pro? Answer the question.
If you
No.
don't answer the question, then I'm not going to be done. So answer the question. Have you measured
Jin, you made the claim you measured the Earth. What was your measurement?
That wasn't my claim. Thank you very much. That was not my claim. Thank you. Now, can you
He's
answer
made it
the question?
abundantly clear, Passport Nancy. That wasn't his claim.
Thank you.
He asked you a question. Have you measured the curvature?
Right.
So you can either answer it and start being an honest interlocutor, or we can just point out and just keep muting you, because seriously, I'm getting some good practice doing this. It's fun. So, oh, you're going to run away because you realise that we don't want to play your bullshit game. Good boy. The honesty levels of these kids is phenomenal.
Well, he's coming in like a salesman, right? That's a salesman's approach.
It's
Trying to
hey,
sell you
Jen,
something, man.
it's typical debate bro tactics. That's all it
Yeah.
is. You have to
Yeah.
remember where we are. At the moment, we're in the politics channel. Most of
Yeah.
these kids sitting there stroking their egos for half the day about how they are Labor voters or Liberal, or depending on what country in, which red and blue team you go for. And it's all about, I'm going to one-up you. Most of them don't even give a shit about the subject matter they're speaking of. It's all
What do you
about
think so?
debate skills and debate tactics.
Yeah.
A lot of these
And
kids
what do
don't
you think?
realise I don't do debate tactics. I fucking hate it. So,
Yeah.
just shut down the debate bro bullshit and let's just get it on.
Yeah, because you're trying to score points. Point scoring. That's not what we're doing.
That's it. And that's what it is. It is just, I'm going to one-up you with my debate bro skills, as opposed to putting forward any knowledge or wisdom of the subject matter. Like every now and then, you may snag one that's somewhat versed in the subject, but 9 times out of 10, seriously, the average goldfish is better than most of these idiots that come in.
Yeah, that's true. I like that one. But yeah, that's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously he hasn't measured the surface of the earth, and then that puts a hole in his position, because now he's in the realms of not knowing at all, because he hasn't measured. And the idea that he saw curvature from the aeroplane, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson has buried that one, because he said that the Red Bull jump, which was 24 miles off the Earth's surface, you would not be able to see curvature. And if you saw through his lens, that was a GoPro fisheye lens, which facilitates curvature wherever you point that lens. Okay, so no chance.
Oh, he's back.
Wow, welcome
Okay,
back.
let's try again. You claimed you saw the curvature from an aeroplane. I've got no problem with that claim. I'm quite happy to let you go with it. Now, question. Have you measured the curvature on the ground to confirm what you saw in the plane? Oh, there it is.
Sorry
Yes,
about that. My
no?
phone died.
That's great. Have you measured the curvature to confirm what you witnessed from the plane?
Well, we can get to that. Jin said he measured the flat
No,
Earth. So I would like to know his
I said it
measurements.
too. So why are you always one conversation delayed? What's the
Okay.
deal with that? So
Because,
we're
okay,
going to
Ben,
start
you know
afresh.
why?
No,
Is
no,
because
no,
you
no.
guys are
You're going to
hold
do
on.
this. Stop being a
Oh my
debate
God.
fuckwit. You're going to get hammered.
Banhammer,
Why are you
you're
laughing?
making empty
You're
claims.
an
If you're
arrogant
going to provide a
fuckwit.
claim, you need to back up your claim. You can't just
discontinue.
This is coming from the person who made the claim that he witnessed the curvature from an aeroplane prior to anyone else's making claims. So, how about we be fair and honest about this, and we go back to the start, to the very first claim made. Your claim of aeroplane. Curviness. So, I'm going to ask you a question now. I've accepted your claim of you've witnessed curvature from an aeroplane. That's excellent. Now, have you measured the curvature at ground level to confirm what you saw from the plane? Let's see if he's going to be honest.
I'm still waiting for an answer from Jin.
Debate bro clowns.
Yeah.
There you go, Jin.
How it
See?
is,
Exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be waiting till the cows come home, because the statement I made was from your original position that you measured the Earth flat. It is measured flat, and you made that clear several times, abundantly clear. I was just regurgitating exactly what you said, which is what we've all done. Okay, that's not a problem here. I can tell him how I can do that, but I'm not going to do that, because he's a dishonest individual. He's not misrepresenting what we say, and he hasn't answered our question. So he doesn't deserve an answer from me, actually. So you better just answer that question that you were given. The fact that you can't answer it means that you haven't measured it. It's as simple as that. There we are. Okay.
Because yeah, if someone had measured it, they would have been, oh shit, yeah, I did X, Y, Z.
Exactly. X, Y, Z. Exactly. 1, 2, 3. Here it is. Thank
Now,
you.
tell me something, Jen. You might have noticed this over the last week. Why is it when these little debate tarts get asked a question, and a close-ended question at that, they all have to speak of every other subject matter as opposed to answering yes or no? Has anyone else noticed that?
Oh,
Like
I've noticed
normally,
that as well. Yeah, yeah, because it shows the flaw in their position. You see, it's a weakness they haven't measured, and that's the gold standard. When you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, you cannot make the claim you know the Earth is a globe. And this is what we've been saying along, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say it again: no human being knows the Earth is a globe because no human being has ever measured the curvature of the Earth. Okay, it's as simple as that. That's it. That is the statement. You can build a house on that.
I've noticed a lot of, you ask them a close-ended question and you're expecting a yes or no answer, and they'll tell you about what their favourite packet of Cheezels is and all this other shit. And they won't just answer the question. Like, if you're asked a question, answer yes or no, and then you can talk about it. Oh, yes, I've measured the Earth. Normally, the following question would be, how have you done so? And then you can rattle on with it. Or if you've preempted this, yes, I've measured it by XYZ. A lot of these kids are just, they want to tell you what their mum's favourite underwear colour is and everything else, and it's just all shit. Like,
yeah. And what dog food they feed their dog. Yeah, exactly.
Instead of getting on with it. Now, not answering the question is a very solid indicator. Oh, he's gone. No, he's still there. Is a very solid indication, Passport Bro, that you have not measured it. So we can tell that straight away. So here you are debating a non-measurement versus a measurement. So you're not really going to be on much of a front foot there. You're you're well backwards and stepping backwards. So go get yourself a measurement and come back and we'll go from there. Because then you can take photos and come back and tell us all about it. I think that's a good idea. At least you won't look like a complete clown.
Yeah, it won't be less embarrassing for you. Yes, exactly. See, we worry about your dignity. Okay, there we are.
Okay.
Good. Still waiting for the answer.
So this, like, your tactic is just dogpiling and over talking. I mean, you guys don't want to debate me intellectually, just want to mute me and shit. That's cool.
I'm happy to. I'm just finishing off some rosters.
Say when, AJ?
Oh, you can let him go if you want. I'll have a chat with him, see where we go.
Floor's yours.
Wait, so after these guys get defeated, you guys bring me to the final boss, or what? What is this?
No, I've just been sitting here working and listening to the conversation, and I haven't had an opportunity to jump in because I've been busy. Otherwise, my guys are going to get some fucked up rosters and end up turning up to work at the wrong times.
Yeah, I'm driving to work now. I know how it is.
Yeah, cool. So you were saying, I'll pick up where you left off. Yeah. So the first thing I heard you say was that you had seen curvature from an aeroplane. Yeah.
The first original claim was trying to get Banhammer's position on if the Earth is flat or not. If the Earth is flat, there must be an edge. If there is no edge, the Earth is infinite.
The aeroplane claim was first. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, that's all right. We can talk about the edge anyway, if you like. That's cool. So look, at the end of the day, we believe there must be an edge because we have gas pressure, yeah, and gas pressure needs a volume to fill. So as to where that edge is or what it is, I don't know. I've never been there. And even if I was to state something to you, there's no way that you would be able to confirm that for yourself, yeah? So what we do know, like I think they were trying to talk to you about earlier, is that, we see that there's always a shoreline or an edge to the lake. The Earth's 74% water. So I'm assuming that there's shorelines out there, but anything beyond that, I would just be, I'd just be guessing, yeah. But I
Okay.
would say that where the edge is and what the edge is, etc., really isn't relevant to the argument, yeah, because we're just talking, we're giving a description of the surface properties of the Earth, not an overall shape, not like what the globe does, just a description of the surface properties that can be measured or tested.
Okay, so if it can't be measured, earlier Jin says that you guys can measure the Earth, though, right? You guys can measure the flat Earth.
Well, I myself personally haven't measured it as such as a direct measurement, but I've done a lot of long distance observations, long distance photography, etc., that where I'm seeing things well beyond where the geometric horizon limit should be. Yeah, but I do know that the Earth is measured and utilized flat every day in things such as navigation, surveying, etc. So an example would be planar surveying. Yeah, so I can drop a citation for you. All planar
Not
surveying
the whole
is
thing, bro. Like that's what he's saying. Like he's asking like is it measured the Earth like in its entirety? No, bro, that's not what we're saying.
yeah, no, definitely haven't. No one's really measured the Earth as a single measurement in its entirety. Yeah, even surveyors, when they survey, they measure short distances and they transfer the line. So,
Okay.
however, surveying utilizes flat Earth angle measurements. Yeah. They're all horizontal and linear measurements, and the Earth is assumed and measured to be flat.
Okay. So you're basically saying that you guys haven't measured the Earth, and you're assuming that there may be an edge somewhere. We just don't know where it is. Is that right?
We've
No.
measured its flatness.
Okay. But we're
So
talking about
my
the Earth,
statement
like
was
so the entire
my
Earth. Did you
statement,
guys measure it, or just like bits and parts
Are
of
you
it?
thinking of the Earth as an
dude.
object? Stop thinking of it like that. We're not thinking of it like that. We're not talking about that.
Right, but you're indirectly making the claim it's like that.
No.
No, we're not.
Okay, so then is the Earth flat or not?
Yes.
Okay, so if the
That's
Earth
an
is flat,
adjective, bro. That's an adjective, not a noun.
okay, so if the Earth is flat, then you acknowledge there must be an edge.
No. He just
discovered that.
addressed that fucking shit.
I just addressed that with you. Yeah. I just said that we would assume there's an edge because it's not going to be infinite. We don't see anything that's infinite except for the claims of space, and that the Earth has gas pressure, therefore requires a volume. Yeah, a container to contain a volume. I also said that I would just be speculating if I was to tell you where or what, etc., the edge was, because I've personally never been there myself. And even if I did give you a description, you wouldn't be able to verify it. I said that we measure the Earth as flat, surveyors measure the Earth as flat, we utilize the Earth as flat every day, yeah, and it appears to be flat. I spoke about long distance observations beyond the geometric limits of a globe.
Okay. Yeah, so I fly a lot. I fly a lot worldwide, from Asia back to America. I visibly seen like on the screen where I can actually see, me traveling from Thailand back to America. And I've actually gone in an entire circle. And in that circle, I never saw an edge. There's no edge on the map, and I ended up right back to where I was. So in your hypothetical, there would need to be an edge. There must be an
That's so
edge. And if you've never
silly.
seen it,
I just spoke
then
to you about an
obviously
edge, but the edge is not
the
relevant.
burden of
To
the burden of
He's misrepresenting
edge,
the
us
burden of
again.
proof
the
the
edge,
burden of
Yeah,
proof
he's
lies
straw
on you
manning
because you're making
AJ's
the claim that the
argument.
Earth is flat.
the
You're straw
edge is
manning
not
John.
relevant to what we're presenting, which is direct measurements of the Earth measuring flat. Yeah. So the edge can be wherever it is. We're giving you a description of the surface properties.
Yeah, I would argue that the measurements are relevant because if the Earth is flat, there would be an edge. You don't need to measure it. You can just see it. You
No,
can just
again,
fall
it's a
off.
bad straw man. Look, that's all he's doing. He's misrepresenting everything. You're not really being in good faith here now at the moment. Okay.
I mean,
Because
I'm being very good faith. I mean, you
No,
cannot
I,
like so
correct.
let's
Oh,
just
you know
say
what?
the Earth is like
Measurements
a
are correct, Passport
let's just
Bro.
say
You
like the
can't
Earth was
refute
like a
measurements.
basketball,
If
right?
you're going to refute the measurements, then act on refute the method maybe that was conducted to measure it. Because
Well, earlier the guy
measurements
said,
are final say.
okay,
You
so
dumbass.
T-Dub, earlier, Jin said that he can measure the Earth. So I would say, okay,
you
what was
can
your
you can
measurement?
again, he's
move you
misrepresenting
can
me because I was quoting Matrix. So he's
you can
lying all
measure
the time.
small.
All right.
I covered this in mine, Jin, too. You can
Yeah.
measure small sections of the Earth, yeah, and in
Exactly.
those sections we can see whether there is any drop over distance and how those measurements are taken. What was the methodology? Yeah, then that is extended out over further distances by transferring that line. So we don't need, and no one has ever taken one measurement of Earth in its entirety. Can I ask you, who ever measured the curvature of the Earth to begin with, showing a drop over distance from horizontal, and how was it done? Otherwise, how do we know we live on this spinning ball?
Well, you guys are making the first claim the Earth is flat. You need to bring evidence. You have no
Yeah,
evidence, then
no
we can't even
worries. I will
continue.
drop it right now
Wait,
in
hold
the
on.
chat
Can I
for
can I
you.
can I ask a question? I'm curious, and this is an honest
I'm a
question.
flat earther and I'm retarded.
My question
Dude.
is, if you're on a ball and you're traveling like in an airplane at 300 miles an hour, would the time it would take to arrive at a location would it be longer or shorter than it would be on a flat surface? Because it would be different times, right?
Yeah, it would be longer. It would be longer if you
Yeah.
were flying over a curved surface.
Is is there any way? Has anyone ever done that experiment to like prove that it's flat by doing that?
Well, the in-flight telemetry data from airplanes are giving us the information we need there, and it's proving that we're flying horizontally. Okay, I mean, in order to prove that, you would have to fly in a curved trajectory. What aeroplane and pilot is going to be doing that? Because that's what you would have to do physically: take a point A to point B and do a
Well,
curved
yeah,
trajectory.
you'd be at
You
a
see what I mean?
you'd be in a constant negative g, and that would rip the wings off at a certain point.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Torsional stresses would be applied. And that's why aeroplanes fly horizontal, the most safest way they fly. They're designed to fly like that. They're designed to fly horizontally is the safest position. Your jet fighters are more acrobatic, yeah, because they can take more G's because they're smaller. Okay, they can take more torsional stresses. But
But
your ordinary
you can
jets
still only
flying.
handle like so many negative g's for so long, you know.
No, yeah, no, it's not. It's been said that if an aircraft traveling from England, London to Narita, Japan, right, that's a 10-hour flight, okay? After that flight, that's 10 hours of curved trajectory all the way. You would have to inspect the plane, the wings where they articulate with the fuselage, okay, and the tail section as well. Then where the engines articulate with the wings, and then you have to check all the undercarriage doors and everything else. So there's a lot of inspection. That's going to be 2 hours, 3 hours inspecting there, right? Before you could turn around and have passengers fly again. Okay? But they don't do that because they're flying horizontal all the way. That's it. It's just simple. And meanwhile, back at the ranch, Passport Bro hasn't answered that golden question. Have you measured the surface of the Earth to measure curvature? It's as simple as that. He doesn't want to answer that. He wants to put the burden of proof on us when we're responding to the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. We went to check. We found that it's not so. We bring back the findings to all those who believe they're on a globe. So now you've got to say to yourself, well, how do I know then? Because if you're saying it's not and these are your findings, let me go and check. That's the integrity of the situation. So it's not upon us now to prove again. We're waiting for you to say, how do you know? Have you measured? No, go measure it,
Okay,
please.
so Jin, if there was no edge of the Earth, then by default it must be a globe. That's it.
Where did you come
Unless
up
you
with
can
that
provide
conclusion?
evidence. Unless you
Okay,
can
can I
provide
address
evidence that
that,
there's
That's
please?
no.
ridiculous.
Can I address that stupid straw man,
Well,
ladies
I'm
and
just going to
gents?
servo mute him for a second, Jin, because I've addressed
Jin,
that
hold
3 or
on.
4 times now. So he looks like he's making himself look like an absolute peanut to the
Thanks
audience
very
here.
much.
Yeah.
This has
Yeah,
been
thank you.
addressed. He's completely ignored it. And
Yeah,
if this is the way that he wants to debate as a dishonest interlocutor, he said that no one wanted to debate him fairly,
yeah.
intellectually. This is what I've done. So if this is what he wants to do, Well, I'm not interested, and the audience can hear for
Thank
themselves.
you. Yeah. On behalf of the audience, I'm saying thank you for that. So you see,
It's like
ladies and
saying you
gentlemen,
haven't seen or touched the edge of the universe, therefore nothing exists.
I mean, people are listening to this right now. Like, I'm surprised you guys are streaming this, but
oh no, we have to stream it because we are always here with integrity.
Because
and
of
the
people
integrity
like
of the
you.
situation, you're interrupting me as I speak. The integrity
Yeah.
of the situation is we want to be sure that the listeners fully understand our position and why we're saying the earth is flat. And then once we've done that, we then put it across to those who are believing they're on a globe. What have you done to confirm that the earth is a globe? It's that simple.
Christian, you're making the claim the Earth is flat, and you said you measured it, and you can't even.
Recorded is for peanuts like him.
Yeah.
So we can play this back, and they can wave to their mum or whatever they got to do, and they can
There we
show how truly dishonest they are.
If you're a pilot in an airplane and you're flying, and if the Earth was around when you're flying, wouldn't the gyro constantly be recorrecting itself, and you would never have correctly level flight, and you would never be able to actually like fly safely, like without instruments? And that would
Interesting
mean
how
that
it works, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean that would, because the gyro uses the apparent magnetic force of the center of the core, I believe, and also it uses a rotating axle to. It's kind of like
No, it doesn't do that. The gyroscope doesn't do that. Doesn't do anything you've said
what does it
like
do?
that.
I'm asking.
It's a mechanical instrument, first and foremost, the gyroscope. It's mechanical. It is configured at ground level, right? Where the plane is parked up. You configure all your instruments and calibrate them, and then you fly off. And they're there, for example, the artificial horizon. That's there to help you, especially at night where you have no land cues, no visual cues. The instrument is going to be your safety belt. So it's a smaller scale of what you see through your windscreen when you're flying, okay? And it's there to orientate you on the Earth so you're there horizontally. And it has increments of how high you are from the Earth's surface as well. An altitude reader is on that artificial horizon, and the yaw angles of your plane as well all comes up. So it's all there. It's a safety mechanism.
While claims have been made, I think it's funny that this guy insists that flat Earth is a claim. The observation of a horizontal horizon is not a claim, and the null hypothesis to a claim is not in itself a claim. Get it right.
Yeah.
I didn't make a claim. I was just asking a question.
Not you, Passport Bro.
Yeah, Passport Bro. Yeah. And
I should have been clear.
Passport Bro, he has totally not answered that question that Matrix and I put to him now 30, 40 minutes ago. Have you measured the curvature of the Earth to back up the claim of what you saw in the aeroplane? Hasn't answered the question at all. There's your good faith for you. Right. Yeah.
Not that science has anything to do with this, but if you were to take a scientific approach, flat Earth would be the null hypothesis. The globe is the claim, and there's nothing you can do to change that.
Right. Yeah. Again, they have the burden of proof because they're bringing in something that goes against your experiences, our experiences. So please proceed to show us. That's it. So I do feel Passport Bro is just here to be quite honest, ladies and gentlemen, undermine our position any way he can. That's what he was doing, and trying to put us in deficit, but we're not, because we've actually gone out to check. And the fact that he won't answer the question proves that he hasn't checked. Okay, so he's actually in deficit, not us. And if you're listening to us as well, you're thinking to yourself, I must be in deficit as well because I haven't measured the curvature of the Earth.
Even if he had like some logic to to his argument. I mean, if his premises were true, whereas he's saying, right, if the Earth is flat, it must have an edge. There is no edge, therefore it's not flat, right? So that's modus tollens. Fine, right? But he's saying that, look, not knowing where an edge is isn't the equivalent to there not being one. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're not reliant on that for our argument. We're saying, here, look at these measurements over water. There's no curvature. It's flat, right? He's saying, well, then if this big object we're on is flat, it must have an edge, and because you can't tell me where the edge is, there mustn't be an edge. He's an idiot.
Yeah, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Earth did have an edge, believe you me, you wouldn't be able to get anywhere near it. Why? Because you're in a container. So if you go to the edge of the container where the container is, and you look through, and you can see through that container, you may be able to see the edge, but you won't be able to get to it because the Creator hasn't created an Earth whereby we can go to an edge and fall off. Let's say, come on, we've got air pressure.
The issue is that any analysis of the geographic boundaries of legal or otherwise that we've somehow been towards but not past would conclude that a Earth is not flat and it is round. That is the issue
Bullshit.
here.
Your ability to go somewhere does not prove the shape of the ground.
No, an analysis of the geography would
An analysis
yeah,
of the sky map
would
that
lead.
you use.
That's the issue.
Congratulations.
Like the
You're
like, that's what
analysing
he's
a
trying to
sky
get
map,
at.
dumbass. Oi,
No.
hang on a minute. Hold it. Don't know me. You owe me something. Now, what was it? That's right. A fucking laser bending downwards in the open air. Go fetch, boy. And we'll continue
See?
talking about flat Earth, globetards.
Yeah, you see what I mean? They've been given homework, and just like the dog ate the homework now. Look at that. My dog ate it. See? They're not coming
You
in
think
good
I was
faith.
going to forget? Yeah, tweet up something too, if I remember rightly.
Lights cannot bend downwards. That's and he doesn't realize that.
Yeah.
Well, you better explain that to him in a clear, concise manner that it's going to stick into his feeble little mind. Because I'll tell you something now, mate. We have told him for months and months on end, multiple times. This kid is an absolute tard. So if you can explain it to him, that would be freaking awesome.
I don't know the scientific sense behind it, but I know you can literally just look it up. Can light bend downwards in water, or can light bend downwards in air? Sorry, in air. And the answer to that will be no. And that itself kind of is honestly the most compelling argument I've heard for flat Earth. I'm not a flat earther, and that to me is the most compelling argument I've heard so
Yeah,
far.
but you should
Because
be. If that's a compelling one, you should be a flat earther because
no,
it's measured flat first. First, it is measured flat, you see. That's the thing. So
I'm not
you
even trying to
should.
convince him of anything. I'm just saying, like, that is
No, well, no,
very,
I'm
very
talking
compelling
about your
evidence.
position. Your position is strange.
Okay,
That
well, I googled it, and Google says yes, light can bend downwards in air due to refraction, particularly when traveling from an optically denser or to a rare medium through different atmospheric layers, or
Can
entering
someone
Earth's
explain
atmosphere from
refraction to
space.
him, please? Because I'm
Like
very
it is
unknowledgeable
explain
on this.
traveling through different denser parts of air.
yeah, it would depend on the kind of refraction we're talking about.
Now,
If we're talking
Jen, hold up. Jen, now
Yep.
ask JJ, which way does the light bend? Towards the denser medium or towards the less dense medium?
Would be traveling towards the denser medium.
And which bit's denser? Above the laser or below the laser?
Below.
No, it's above.
Wrong.
Yes, because there's more
You're
air.
upside down.
There's more air.
It's not to do with air pressure. It is to do with air temperature. Hot versus cold. The sun heats up the ground. The hot air rises. Okay?
Yeah.
This is something you fail to comprehend. It is denser above the laser. The laser should be bending upwards.
Yeah.
We've
We haven't
witnessed
got any
this.
image of it
We've
bending
filmed
down.
this. We've got photographs of this. This is not an issue. This is a claim that is verifiably backable. Okay? So there's no issue with the lasers bending up. You still haven't provided us lasers bending down unto your claim of such. You telling us it happens means jack all until you can provide some kind of evidence.
Earth's air pressure gradient is literally the more air. There's more air the lower
It's
you
not
go.
the pressure gradient that's the problem.
It's towards
And can the
denser air.
person that
There's
just
more air.
hold up,
There's
JJ,
more
shut up. Shut up for a second. Can the person that
density.
just turned their video listen, I'm gonna have to help you. You're struggling with basics. Can the person that just turned their video on please turn it off? It limits our channel. The guy with the video on, X triple C.
Yeah.
Turn off your video, thank you.
Fuck you.
Fuck me. Okay, not a problem.
What an idiot for him to say
I
that.
was just gonna send him on his way then. What a child.
Enjoy your day, idiot. Clown shoes. Right, JJ. When you're asked to be quiet, please do so. There's probably a reason for it. Now, your pressure gradient is not the cause of this cause and effect relationship. Air temperature is. Okay? Stop telling us your stupid ideas because you've got them out of the back of the bottom of a Wheaties box. This is fail. This is wrong. This is incorrect.
Again, if it bends towards denser mediums and there's more air particles or more particles,
And
gas
the
particles,
denser
the lower
medium
area.
is up.
No, it's
The
lower.
denser, JJ, the denser
lower.
medium is above the laser. You
No,
can keep speaking this shit, saying about density mediums. The problem is, it is the temperature that is the cause and effect.
There is differential
Temperature,
between
cause.
and it's literally part
Temperature.
of the. It's literally part.
It is literally you speaking bullshit. You fail to understand. Go and look this shit up. You've got temperature, you've got pressure, and you've got humidity. Temperature does about 99% of it. Humidity and fucking pressure does the last tiny little bit. You are incorrect, my friend. Please stop making yourself look like a clown. Lasers bend upwards, if at all.
I mean, if you're talking about a laser beam that's like
denying, I looked it up. This is what I showed you the results.
and we're talking something, but yeah, within the range that we're talking.
Yeah, look,
like
this is what he's got, T-Dub. Check it out. He's put a quote in the side chat there from WebGuide. We are not denying the ability of light to bend in any direction. Refraction, if you put a crystal or something in front of it, you can cause the light to bend wherever the fuck you like. Just because it can do that doesn't mean it is doing that. You have to provide evidence of the is doing. You fail to comprehend that. We agree with you. Light can bend up, light can bend down, light can bend to the left, light can bend to the right, or a combination of all of the above. The issue is backing up your claim of it bending downwards. You have not done that. Are you with us so far?
It's not going to bend at all if it doesn't suffer a change in refractive index. So he's got to prove that that happens, period.
Well, I just think it's amazing that of all the videos and bullshit that are available on the internet, there's only lasers bending upwards. They're either dead flat or bending upwards. No show of them bending down. Why is that? If these lasers are bending down and it's a regular thing, there'd be video of it, photo of it. The globetards would be here every second day showing it. But yet there's none.
Yeah. Yeah, he's acting like within a millimeter, that there's enough of a difference to overcome the temperature gradient and force the laser to go downwards. But if the temperature gradient is significant enough, then it will override that change in pressure, the density due to pressure, and the density will actually be greater above the laser, not below it, and it will tend towards that medium. I mean, the temperature is what's controlling it, the density of the air. It's not anything else.
You can look this up, and it's going to tell you that like the denser it is, the lower you go, there's more air.
And
it
he's
bends
just going to
more down.
repeat he's fucking
No,
stupid.
I mean, but
JJ,
this is what
JJ, shut
look it
up.
up. Look it up.
Silence. JJ, you can look it up till the cows come home. We've got practical demonstration. Can you compete with that? Here's you reading books saying it can happen. Okay, you can win the lotto too. I can win the lotto. I can have purple hair, but I fucking don't. You can win the lotto, but you haven't. Lasers can bend, but you haven't proven it. All you've got is it can be done. So where has it been done?
Yeah, just show it. But in your world,
your
Donald,
own videos and observations are proof. And look at the chat. Look at that. Lights bending.
Post one of our videos right now showing the laser bending downwards. Please.
in your world, Donald, there's no such thing as sinking refraction. It's impossible, right? Absolutely impossible.
Sinking refraction. Again, no, it's not impossible. No, refraction is refraction. It's not impossible. It can go either way. Look at the image.
Right. Why would it go up, Donald? Why would the light bend up?
It could be because of a temperature gradient issue or because of a pressure gradient issue.
Which is causing what?
It is a factor of both temperature and pressure.
Which is causing what?
The
Wrong.
light to move. The light to move.
It is not to do with pressure.
Why? Why is it going towards the colder?
Because when it goes towards denser mediums.
Right.
And it can also
Why would it be going towards the denser medium upwards?
Because there'd be more denser medium upwards.
Right.
But sometimes there's denser medium downward. So that's why it can go either way.
Then show a laser bending down.
Literally, the oil rigs go.
Yo, what is up with your mic, bro?
Yeah, T-Dub, you're a bit crackly off the start there.
Dude, sounds like he's like underwater.
No, it just does that. His microphone just plays up every now and then.
Is it like an aux? It must be like an aux thing.
Don't know. Just when he starts talking, it does it, and then it comes clear. I don't know what the deal is.
No, he works for NASA. He's on the space station. Sounds like he's underwater. He's not really.
Nah, you're good now, T-Dub.
Yeah, he's on the space station, and there's like bubbles floating around him and stuff. And he's like wearing a harness.
Did our little
his mic sounds like he's on.
There's like mice up there too, you know.
Yeah, the rat's on the running around the hot bit. That's funny.
Yeah, and nuts and bolts are rolling around on on the floor.
Yeah, I noticed your little friend there, T-Dub, keeps having to insert the pressure gradient. For some reason, he's got it in his head that the pressure gradient is what's causing this issue. Our little friend keeps failing to understand that in these laser tests, we're not pointing the lasers up 3,000 feet in the air. We're shooting them at most probably 10 foot high.
Exactly, or we don't have a laser beam that's hundreds of feet wide, right? Like this is the thing, because like yeah, sure, like if you start at ground level, right, for the first few meters, and then like shoot up to 100 meters, yeah, you're going to find a significant change in density due to pressure. But down at the surface, within the range that we're shooting lasers through, it's negligible. The change is not significant enough for it to overcome the temperature change. The temperature change wins. It causes the air above it to be a denser medium, which it will tend towards. Or it just will remain within the same refractive index it started out in if it's level. Like it's not really going to suffer that much. It has to. This is the thing. Like that. This is why we can't just give them refraction, because they're claiming that the air, the density gradient, the gradient itself, like right. So the distribution of it is curving around the ball. What ball? You tell me what ball?
That's what I was saying yesterday. I reckon we're better off just removing it from them altogether.
They want us to account for curvy air. That's what they're saying when they say, "Did you account for refraction?" It's just starting off the bat that the Earth's a globe, like straight off the bat. Like, no.
Well, what they're
You don't
doing
get
is
that.
making their claim unfalsifiable. Poor science, kids.
Well, I would say in the first
Yeah,
instance, they
exactly.
don't even know what refraction is or terrestrial refraction. It's just a parrot, but it's definitely not refraction. And yeah,
Yeah,
terrestrial
100%.
refraction gives them a ball right off the bat.
I just find it amazing the amount of times that idiot has been in here squawking refraction and the amount of times he's being yeeted for not providing any evidence, and yet the stupid kid keeps coming back saying the same things. It'd be a different story if he was learning, but he just comes back in saying the exact same shit and not providing any evidence. So I'm going to get to the point soon where it's just going to be a case of just mute, post your evidence in the side chat. When you do, we'll unmute you.
Well, even if you gave it to him, like, right, okay, so the laser starts off, right, straight, right, as a tangent plane to his globe, right? And if his pressure gradient, right, which is causing the lower part to be denser, right, is uniform, then it's going to end up hitting the ground way before it ever reaches a target over 20 miles.
Correct.
It's just going to keep going towards. He basically has to claim that it started off in this. It ended in the same refractive index that it started off in. How? Because both those things are at the same elevation above the water. That means they're both within the same refractive index. So you tell me how the laser ends up in the same refractive index that it started in if it's bending down towards the denser medium continuously. Riddle me that, fucking Batman.
It actually does my head in the amount of times DJ has spent walking that idiot through all this shit, and then it's just rinse and repeat. I don't know if he's just stupid and he's just doesn't get it, or if he's just going out of his way to be a tard. I've lost track of it now.
I think a lot of them are just obstinate bigots who enjoy fighting. They're argumentative people who need a punching bag.
I was just thinking, T-Dub, you see my photos where I got that mad shot from on top of the look up at the lookout? What I need is a couple of more deviant people that are willing to turn a laser on and shoot it from one portion of the countryside right the shit across, so I can get an epic laser shot from up there. I need to borrow some crazies. You stand at one end, shoot laser this way. I'll be up here filming it, and we'll see where we go from there. Did you hear that thing that Yoda was talking about? Was it yesterday? Last night? Yeah, last night. About the laser test that was done off the Hawaiian Islands, like 140 kilometers, where they shot different bands and some real high end IR ones, like 1,500, another one just over 1,000, and something else down lower green, I think it said, and how they all hit their target. Like there's a 4 meter target, and they all hit over 100. I think it was 140 kilometers. That's crazy. Here's this kid telling us about bloody refraction and how lasers bend down, and here's these other mateys doing these kick-ass laser tests. Crazy stuff. Actually, where is that clown? Reply. Worst part about it, I post that shit up for him. He's going to scroll down and he's going to get to page 5, I think it is. Oh, they're claiming it's Earth curve. Look at the picture. Anyone want to put bets on?
Which one?
The two that I've posted up in the site, I'll just modify it.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah, that's better.
I had to change the oil, didn't I?
Didn't you?
I can't remember if I did.
Well, you would if you know that if there's a new bottle there still.
Kind of hot. Yeah, yeah, I was about to mention that.
Alrighty, I'm going to go to squash. He can unhot mic himself. Alright, we'll be back later. Catches.
Oopsie.
Yo, what's up, gents? Dude, there's no way there's like fucking 9 people in this VC and none of you motherfuckers wanna talk.
Talk.
What's up? I'm trying to learn about the flat earth community.
So, is that what brought you here? You just want to learn more? What do you currently know?
Well, I'm of the belief the earth is a globe, and I know that the flat earth community is very ostracized. Are you guys actually flat earthers, or is this like a meme?
Ah, a flat earther. So, what gives you the belief that you live on a globe? What have you witnessed in reality that would make you believe that?
I went on a plane and I saw like the curvature when I was on that plane.
Okay, so that's pretty impossible, dude. Mathematically, you wouldn't see curvature from the height of a plane.
I mean, it wasn't a lot, but I saw some curvature enough to make me realize, yeah, they weren't talking about bullshit when they said that the Earth is a globe.
Well, again, mathematically, it's not possible to see curvature of the Earth from that height, even on a globe. So that would be incorrect. There must have been some other effect that you were seeing causing what you've seen, because at that
Maybe,
height,
but I mean,
curvature.
like, what does someone gain from faking the shape of the Earth?
Well, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. Yeah, I mean, I would only be speculating as to why or what would they gain or etc. Doesn't
So
make
you're
any.
just like,
It doesn't make any difference though, because regardless of whether someone's lying, whether we don't know their motive, we know that the Earth is flat. So it doesn't negate the fact
what about
of
that
our
like flat Earth?
observations.
Did like that experiment where you like shone 2 lasers, and like the hypothesis was that like he would see the lasers bounce off the mirror or whatever if the Earth was flat. And if it was a globe, he wouldn't see the lasers. And he did this whole experiment, and it like proved to him that like the Earth was a globe.
Well, first, it's not an experiment; it's an observation. And secondly, I don't know the exact laser test that you're talking about. Yeah, you would have to elaborate a lot more, because I can give
I'll
you many,
probably
many
have
laser
to
tests
find out.
over
I mean,
many kilometers showing that there is no curvature.
let me go like this. Why do you believe the Earth is flat? Is it just because it looks flat to you?
No, I don't say I believe it. I say I know it.
Okay, well, how do you know it then?
Well, I know it because I've spent a lot of time doing long distance observations and photography well beyond the geometric limits of the globe. I also have done further research into the claims of the globe and found that them to be false, yeah, and not proven or science, etc. I've also seen many tests, such as laser tests, um, how we survey, how we navigate the Earth. So in reality, we view the Earth as flat, we utilize it as flat, we navigate it as flat, we build upon it as if it's flat. And there's nobody that's ever directly measured any curvature or drop from horizontal. Whoever thought that was funny, maybe they can elaborate. Or was it him and he's run away? Ah, Oh, thanks.
I always love it when they ask, what's the motive for giving us the globe? Well, stupidity is one of them.
Yeah, I was a bit janky on that answer, but I'm still working. I'm doing two things at once. I'm doing people's schedules and talking at the same time.
And like I said, the dumbest question is, why would the sociopaths lie to us? Because, buddy, that's what they do.
Yep.
They're not interested in telling you the truth. If they have some information they can use as power against us, they will. It's like when during the Manhattan Project, the top people knew exactly what they were doing. Everybody else was just a little drone in their game. They don't think NASA operates the exact same way. Somehow NASA's immune from having to have a hierarchy. They think all 400,000 people are in on it. Most of them are there just to collect a paycheck and a pension. Nothing else. They don't care about anything else.
Yep. I will be back.
We think the Earth is flat because the globe says that there should be this much drop over distance, and when it's not there, your only conclusion is that it's flat. So your average globe believer is just someone that believes exactly what they were taught, never investigated it themselves.
Yo, what do you guys think about that moon mission they just did? I noticed
Some
that there was a distinct
wonderful scam going on
reinforcement of
there.
flat Earth. You're such a retard. I hate you guys so much. You guys are the escape. You guys are the escape the Matrix redditors. I hate you so much. Well, it's fake. That thing they just did, that was you. It's fake because I said so. Okay. I'm escaping the Matrix. I know the truth. I'm a free thinker. You're gay. You're gay. Why do you believe in Agartha? Why do you believe in flat Earth? That's such a fucking stupid thing to believe in. You're a retard. You're really just proving you're not a retard by sounding like a fucking moron. Okay, what if it is? So what? Okay, great. It's the Earth is flat. Wow. Okay, is only the Earth flat? Is everything in the? Is there no space? What do you think about space? What do you mean I'll see? What are you, Chris Chan? What am I waiting for the fucking merge, bro? What are you talking about? There is no C, dude, because the Earth isn't flat. But if the Earth is flat, what does that even mean based on anything? What does that mean? It doesn't mean shit.
So I think you're saying that if pancakes are flat, that means muffins must be flat as well.
So do you just think everything in space is flat, or do you just not think there's space?
What is space?
So you don't
Space is
believe in
everywhere.
space. You don't believe in space.
Space is everywhere. I got space in my room
I
right
want
now.
whatever drugs you're taking. Because whatever drugs you took that fucked your brain up to make you think that you're onto something is fucking crazy. I need some of that. I need some of that shit.
Yeah, crazy is believing you're seeing stars from billions of miles away.
Dude, you're such a retard. You sound so fucking stupid. But you think you're smart. That's the funny thing, is you think you sound really smart, but you sound like a fucking moron.
Yeah, because we reject the propaganda. Is that why?
Yeah, you're a free thinker, dude. You're a free thinker, bro. You've escaped the Matrix. You're a free think. I know you're a free thinker, and you've escaped the Matrix, bro.
It's not very hard, actually.
No, what's your job?
Yeah,
What
my
do you
job
do?
is to
Yeah,
escape the
what's your
Matrix.
job? Yeah, you don't have a job. You're unemployed. And you collect disability or unemployment because you're a fucking loser. It's not funny. It's quite sad.
Well, I could be
Where's your,
like a NASA worker, you know.
where's your British ringmaster? Every time he's not the one leading, you guys sound like fucking idiots.
You must spend a lot of time in here then, huh?
I pop in here every now and then because I'm convinced you guys are
Yeah, that
joking,
says
but
a lot about your life.
now I know you're just severely mentally ill.
That says a lot about your life, bud.
Okay, what does it say about my life? That I think you're a bunch of idiots.
That's what you spend your time doing.
I spend my time doing lots of things.
But you're always in here, huh?
What are you? You're in here? Yeah. You're not as much as you are, you fucking fat fucking pig. You fat,
Yeah,
obese
good,
fucking
good one.
hog. Go hit the fucking gym, dude. How about you figure out how you can get some fucking gains? How you can escape being a fat fucking neat? How about you figure that one out?
Well, the internet really gave you a pass to
How about you
fucking
figure out how to get your
be
fucking
reckless,
parents
huh?
to respect you?
Oh boy. It's sad that you're gonna breed one day, if you haven't already. Fucking sad.
That was a good one, boy. That was a good one, boy. You really showed him, boy. you're gay. And you like penis in your asshole and your mouth. Because you're gay and retarded at the same time. But, however, they are equal parts. Being more gay or more retarded is not a factor in this equation. You are equal parts gay and retard. What are you guys even doing? You're just sitting here doing nothing. Doing nothing, dude. Say something. Talk to me. Why aren't you talking? Why don't you want to talk to me? I was only calling you gay retards. Like, what? You want to have a conversation? Huh. Thought you guys were free thinkers. Bro. You guys are just like low key. You guys are of the synagogue of Satan. You guys are the deceivers. You
The
guys
fact
think
that it's
that you're like,
recorded is perfect. Just having you talk the way you're doing to yourself, it's beautiful. It's gold.
I hope it is recorded so I can watch it back later. I don't give a fuck, dude. Are we gonna call the fucking hall monitor? I am pretty funny. Thank you. I know. I noticed a suspicious absence of this chat during the launch, the Artemis launch, dude. What happened? What were you guys doing? Were you guys just sticking your fucking heads in the sand like ostriches?
Didn't feel like watching movies that day.
What?
It didn't feel like watching a movie that day.
There's so many things like there's so like are you just like a generalist conspiracy theory? Like are you into like Zionism? Like what do you like? Is it just flat Earth? Like where do like I don't get it. Like why are you like so retardedly autistic about flat Earth?
It would be
Not like
pointless trying to fucking get any point across to you clearly.
is it okay? All I want to know is flat Earth your major conspiracy, or is there an even bigger conspiracy that you have? Because like if flat Earth is the biggest thing on your mind, you're fucked. You're cooked. You're not gonna make it.
It's the biggest one on your mind, dude.
Well, I mean, this is why you do it. You want me to come here. You like set this little bait. You bait me. You bait me to come in here. And here I am. Here I am.
That's how you're spending your life. Fucking sad.
Why do you keep saying that? You guys keep saying that. I don't care. I can do
I
other
know you
things
don't.
later.
That's the thing. Is it's sad. You don't care.
I can do more things later. What are you doing? You're doing the
You
same
come in
thing.
here to say,
You're
"Oh,
doing the
you guys
same thing
spend
that
your
I'm
time
doing.
in here," and you're the fucking one in here.
No, I came in here to say you're gay retard.
Shut the fuck up.
I came in here to say you're a gay retard.
Damn, you got me, dude.
You're just a nerd. You're just a fucking nerd, dude. You're a dweeb and a dork and a nerd, and you got bullied in school, and now you think you're escaping the Matrix.
Yep, you got that.
Why are you even in this chat? Like, why are you in this chat?
Why are you in this fucking chat, dude?
To call you a gay retard, why are you in this chat?
Remember when you were younger and you saw
Oh
like
my god,
adults
bro,
was
just
like a
deflect,
thing?
just deflect, just deflect. Don't answer. Just deflect and don't answer. Thanks.
God, dude. Clearly.
No, I'm a free thinker just like you, though. But my free thoughts are directed to things that matter, not gay, flat earth theory. I've never been able to figure out, like, I don't even think you guys have one, but
Anything? That's a shocker.
the end all be all to why you guys think everyone is lying to you about the world being flat. No, you didn't figure shit out. You're never gonna fucking figure anything out because you're an idiot.
Dude, you're such a fucking badass.
Yep. Yep. I'm badass. Yep. What's up, pussy? I'm gonna bench press you. I'm gonna fucking bench press you, nerd.
That's what you and your girlfriend Tommy do on the weekends? Oh no, you're in here, right? That's what it is.
Yeah. I like how you're like trying to clown me for spending free time in a place where you spend all your free time.
Because you're pathetic, dude. That's how you spend your time, is trying to
Pathetic?
fucking
What's that?
project onto other people your fucking pathetic
Pathetic mean?
existence.
What's pathetic mean? I've never heard that one.
Look in
Is
the
that
mirror,
flat
that's
Earth?
what pathetic means.
No, but I know what pathetic. I know what pathetic means. But you said pathetic. What's pathetic? I've never heard that. Is that flat Earth?
Clean your fucking ears out, dude.
Said pathetic. You said pathetic later, but you also said pathetic. So I don't know what's pathetic. What's that mean? That flat Earth?
Sad. Sad, sad, sad.
You suck at this, dude. You fucking suck ass at banter. That's how I know you're a
I'm not
fucking
here to
prick.
argue with fucking 12-year-olds, dude, like you are.
Yes, you
Trying
are. Yes,
to.
you are. That's why you're in this chat. What are you talking about? So you're just in here to be in the chat and mute yourself and not talk ever, unless it's to fucking bitch at me. Like, what are you talking about? You sound like a fucking moron. What are you talking about? What are you waiting for? I'm here. Dude, what do you think I'm here for? I told you like 5 times that I'm here for. Call you gay retards. And I'm doing that. What are you guys here for? You sinners. You sinners constructing your synagogue of Satan. You guys hate Christ. That's why you guys do this, because you hate Christ. And the devil speaks to you and tempts you and twists your mind with falsehoods. And you guys think
Shut
that
the
you're
fuck
righteous.
up, dude. You
Yeah,
sound so fucking dumb.
you think you're righteous. You think you're righteous because you think the earth is flat. You think you're like you've seen the Dr. Pepper commercial where it's like everyone's like the doctor wearing the Dr. Pepper shirt, and then there's the Diet Dr.
No, I
Pepper
don't watch
going
fucking
against the
TV and
crowd.
shit.
You're like the Dr. Diet Pepper.
I don't watch
You think
TV,
you're a
dude.
Dr. Diet Pepper.
Not fucking programmed like you.
Dude, you're just a dumb fuck because you think saying that,
Wow,
thinking
you
the earth
said that
flat,
10 times. That's a fucking good one, dude. You got
think
me again.
you think saying that the earth is flat and that I'm stupid because I don't think the earth is flat makes you a free thinker. Fuck you, Jesus. Fuck you, Jesus.
No.
In terms of like, if you believe, I don't know, apparently there's like different branches of where flat earth theory goes. But why do you think that there's a global cover up of flat earth? Like, why do you think these powers that
Who
be
said
are
that?
covering up the reality of the earth? Let's
Who
say the
said
earth is
that?
flat. Let's say I don't know. Do you not think that? You
Who
don't think
said
there's a
that?
cover up?
Who said that?
Who said what?
What
What
you
the
talking
fuck are you
about?
objecting to? What are you objecting to? What are you
You
talking
just
about?
said you think this, you think that. What? Who said that?
I said if you think, I don't know what you guys exactly think, but if you think that there's like a major cover up, why do
That's a
you think
perfect
there's a
way to
big
start it.
global
I
cover
don't
up?
know what you guys exactly think, but why do you think fucking redundant, dude?
Okay, are you gonna answer my question or are you just gonna be a fucking faggot?
I can't answer a fucking question that doesn't
And why are you
fucking
even talk? Why even
form
talk?
properly.
Why even talk? Why even talk then? Just shut the fuck up, you faggoty redneck prick.
Damn, dude, you got him coming tonight, dude, huh?
You have nothing to say, you're just busting my balls. You're just busting my
I'm
balls as
clearly
I do my
busting your
set.
balls.
Yeah,
Clearly.
I'm up here trying to do my fucking comedy set and you're here fucking busting my fucking chops.
You fucking suck, dude. Find another lane.
Well, if I suck so bad, why was Jesus laughing so much earlier?
Nobody's laughing. Why do you think everybody left, dude? The fuck?
Well, they're all muted, first of all, so if they
Dude,
are
dude,
laughing,
dude,
I
dude,
can't
dude,
hear
dude.
them.
Fucking 7 people in the chat, dude.
Dude, how old are you? I could probably beat your father up.
The loudest. Oh my god. The loudest one. Empty barrel makes the most noise, brother.
I'm the only one talking. It's you and me.
Empty barrel makes the most noise.
Dude, you're making a nothing burger. You're making a word salad with a side with a. You're
Nothing
making a
burger? You
nothing
watch too
burger with
many
a
fucking
side of word
YouTube
salad,
videos,
dude.
dude. You watch too many videos online, bro. Try to copy other people's little fucking quips. Not good at this, dude. Comedy's not your thing.
Yeah, these are just trolls who like to disrupt channels for whatever reason.
They like to come in when there's like 5 people in the chat and then just fucking feel like they're the funniest, most logical person ever. Pathetic, dude. So pathetic, bro. Like that guy's gonna have a kid one day, dude. That's fucking terrifying.
Hopefully they're sterile. But yeah, they're just rage baiters. Come in here, try to disrupt, cause issues, cause problems.
Hello, fellow flaggers.
Hiya.
Hello. What's up?
Nothing much. And you?
Oh, you know.
Okay. Where are you from?
USA, what about you?
Ethiopia. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What time
Can
is
you
it
answer?
in Ethiopia?
Where? What?
What time for you?
My time.
Yeah.
It's almost 12.
Okay.
And for you?
It's about the same, but opposite.
Oh, okay.
It's like 1 in the morning.
That would come off to be a nice place to live in.
And it depends where. Some parts of
Mm,
America are garbage. Some are okay.
Okay. What state do you live in?
California.
Dope. Dope. Are you Catholic?
No.
Okay. Me neither.
Sorry, what's your question?
Oh no, I just asked you if you were Catholic. You said no. So I replied with me, neither.
Okay. Why the question? Did you meet a lot of Catholics today or something?
No, I think wait. No.
And
No,
Catholics are
I
kind of
think
crazy.
no. I thought that I was in this Catholic voice chat. That's why I was asking you. But I'm in the 24/7 flat Earth.
The Catholics are mentally ill.
Hmm. The religion is mentally ill. The people are just victims, of conditioning.
It's voluntary. They chose.
Oh, that is so true. No, I'll digress. The people are retarded. What the fuck? What did I just
Yeah.
say? They are the ones practicing it. What the fuck? They might
Right.
have been
And they're the
conditioned,
ones
like what?
they're
The
the
fuck
ones
is that?
teaching their children and all this,
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not a big fan of religion. Although I must say that I like the stories within like religious topics, like the stories of all these like ancient legends. I do find them interesting, but they're not more than legends to me.
A lot of religion is mental illness.
True. I'm.
I mean, if I tell you that I have a voice in my head that tells me what to do, isn't that mental illness?
Well, it does depend. Whose voice is it?
It doesn't matter. It's a voice in my head.
But it's not your voice. It's like you can't control the voice.
It's just
And
mental
then
illness.
you might just have a symbiote in you.
And as far
You
as I'm
just need some
concerned,
high frequency.
all the religion is just crazy people.
That's true. But if you are having voices, you just need a high frequency. That's all you need. Like go to your watchtower, go to a church and hit the bell.
You smoke
And
weed?
me,
Yeah.
occasionally.
How is the weed in Ethiopia?
I mean, we do have a large Rasta community in here. They inherited the name of our last emperor, the Rastafari, and made it a new religion, which is cool. Oh yeah, we have a bunch of them here.
Oh,
I live,
sweet.
in a small area called Adama, Nazareth, and in my close proximity there are like some Rastafarian stoners. And the older gent is pure Jamaican. The young lads are half Ethiopian, half Jamaican.
Haile
And they
Selassie.
have like their own weed plant.
Jah Rastafari.
You Jah means, I think, God. Jah means God, like Yahweh. And Rastafari means Prince Teferi. It was his name. Ras means prince, and Teferi is his name.
Rastafarians are interesting.
I agree.
That's an odd religion.
It's a desperate religion. It's desperate, probably.
It's a logical religion, though, too, in its own sense.
Explain.
Well, for example, one of the core beliefs of Rastafarianism is that organized government and corporations are bad, which generally they are. One of the
Mm.
other things in Rastafarian religion is to eat ital food from the earth, vegetables, which is
Yeah,
also very logical. Vegetables are good for you.
you know, but like I said, I think the best thing would be logic. Logic is like I've read this
Well,
like
that's why
someone.
I say Rastafarianism is an odd one because there are elements of logic to it.
You know, mm, please excuse myself. I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. All right, Bubba. Can you move a little? Come on, Duke. Hey, can you move? Oh, let's move. Oh. Come on, man. You gotta move a little more. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Just a little more. There you go. Good boy. Good boy.
Hello. You were reading what? Really? You like it?
God, I fucking hate flat earthers.
Let your cope out. Feel the hatred.
I was just in the fucking flat earth channel. I was just arguing with these retards and then they kicked me out.
Which flat earth channel were you in?
I don't know. There's only one on this server, isn't there?
Well, you're in here. You haven't been kicked out. If you'd been yeeted, you wouldn't be here. Come on,
Wait,
you
this
can
is
do
the
better than
Flat Earth
that.
channel? I thought this was Ask Catholics. Oh shit.
Another coping session. My dinner tastes so much better already.
Yeah, I only hate two things: people who are intolerant of other cultures and the Dutch.
Ooh, another cobologist. What's the what? Sorry? What's the move? Well, you can bust a move if you like. Hey, Bill, let's go, mate.
Hey, Matrix, going good? How are you?
Oh, fantastic. This poor clown came in and just had a little cope session right at the start of my dinner, and it just made it taste like 1,000 times better.
Nice. Rabble rousers. I noticed it was pretty lively in here for quite a while.
Why is it so dead now?
Yeah, good question. As far as my end, it's because it's 10 to 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know about everybody else.
It's almost
Almost what?
almost 3.
Oh, West Coast, huh?
West Coast, Best Coast.
What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
It is a polyhedron.
Oh, okay. It's a donut. It's a cube. Gotcha.
I don't think it's a donut, and it's probably not a cube.
And my dinner is getting better.
But you claim tetrahedron?
Yeah, like a polyhedron. So maybe closer to something like a D20 dice, or more or less faces. I don't know, but a cube seems unlikely.
Okay,
Yeah, definitely not a donut.
gotcha.
Yep. What do we saw?
Well, I believe that the Earth possesses a horizontal nature that we describe as flat, and measures flat and horizontal. And yeah, that's about all we can claim right there. What we observe, measure.
That's it. So you don't think there's like a space and all that?
Space?
Yeah, you don't think there's a space?
No, no, no. I think that the pressure variances that are accredited to quote unquote space are completely incomprehensible and fairy tale imaginary level. We certainly haven't sustained life in a pressure variance of, well, anywhere they'll claim from anywhere from -7 to 9 in cislunar space to -17 torr, 10 to the -17, excuse me, 10 to the -7 or 9 to 10 to the -17, and kept a capsule pressurized to keep human life viable. It's just
Your
completely.
your mic is getting really staticky. I can still hear what you're saying, but it's just to let you know, it's getting more and more staticky.
Internet connection, Bill.
Yeah, sorry. It's hard to hear you guys too.
So good. But so I don't think you need a stronger pressure vessel for something that's like super high purity vacuum versus something that's less. As long as it's still like very low. I think it has more to do with like creating such a vacuum, like it gets contaminated from things like off gassing and stuff. But I don't think you need a more robust pressure vessel because there's a very minimal pressure difference between something that's like 10 to the power of negative a lot versus 10 to the power like
Well,
a high vacuum.
well, I hope you're able to hear me. Sorry about my signal. I'm
It's still kind
friends
of
with.
but I can hear you. Yeah,
I'm
it's
friends
okay.
with. I'm friends with a retired physics lab engineer. He built the vacuum chambers for physics labs,
That's cool.
and what he described to me was there's a massive difference between 10 to the -6 and 10 to the -11, and
Yeah.
the quality control that they had to put into those vacuum labs. Of course, this is reverse vacuum; it's holding pressure out, and the vacuum's internal. But yeah, they couldn't build the higher pressure ones the same way. They had to take many more precautions, use heavier steel. They could only use stainless steel because aluminum alloys would outgas um, uh, dramatically more. The types of plexiglass, the types of gaskets for the windows to observe the physics lab. Yeah, there's a massive difference, and it's exponential. So going from 10 to the -11 to 10 to the -17 would be almost as dramatic a jump as 6 to 11. So yeah, you certainly have to scale up.
So I think most of what he was doing would have been to do with things off gassing and like keeping the vacuum pure rather than kind of like the physical crushing force of the vacuum.
The physical crushing force has got a lot to do with actual inputted power. It's energy. So to go from 14 to 13 psi and then to go the next level, you double it. It's to do with the energy input. A lot of you guys just seem to think going from 2 to 1 and going from 1 to 0 is exactly the same. It's not. It's the amount of energy input required to get to that. So when you go from 1 to -0.5, you need X amount of energy. To double that again, so to go down to -1, you double your energy again. And it is a massive, massive energy input to get down to that 10 to, just even 10 to -6 is a massive, massive energy input. That's where a lot of you guys keep coming unstuck. You just think, oh yeah, it's only going down 1. We haven't hit a full 0.1 yet. Well, that's because of the amount of energy required to do so.
Yeah, so that's probably true for when you're trying to create the vacuum, but that's not that's not to do with like how like the forces the chamber needs to withstand. I think that doesn't change that much there.
Yes, it
Actually,
does.
it should barely
The
change at
forces
all.
required are off scales, man. Like seriously, the amount of energy levels, it's just off tap. Yoda will probably clarify this, and if you hang around long enough, he'll give you a good rundown on it, man.
Sure. But to the other guy, if you haven't asked your friend this, if you could ask him, I feel like he'll
Ask him
probably
what?
say that it's like if the chamber needs to be much more robust to handle I forgot, like you said 10 to the power of negative how much, so like let's say 10 to the power of negative like 9 versus 10 to the power of negative like 15 or something. So I feel
Yeah.
like there
Well,
shouldn't be that big of a difference in the structural integrity needed for the chamber if you don't like,
Yeah.
and also like don't include things like off gassing and like keeping the vacuum pure. It like purely just on the structural integrity of the chamber.
Yeah, there's a big difference. And he told me once you got up towards 10 to the negative 11, which is the highest vacuum he ever achieved, it's spooky. He said that, stuff starts blowing, it starts creaking and making sounds. He thought at any time this thing's just going to snap and implode. They didn't, I mean, they were x-raying their welds. They were, taking every precaution because it was dangerous. And, yeah, they certainly they had to change the way they structured them into more of a cylinder as you get toward the higher pressures because square edges were not strong enough. Yeah, it was a big deal to go from
Go from
Hold on, he's just doing a reset. His internet's dropped out.
oh okay.
You back with us, Bill? No, he'll drop out now. He's in.
Yeah, I'm back. I got kicked out for a little bit.
Yeah, you're good.
No worries.
But yeah, it's controlling these kind of pressures is really really difficult, and it's not something you're gonna treat like you're going for a Sunday drive in the family suburban or whatever.
Right, but I just feel like he was probably talking about just like any like high vacuum kind of in general, rather than there being still this like exponentially more difficult like structure needed to hold in the vacuum, including things like off gassing and contamination. I don't know. I don't see
Outgassing?
why it would need to be stronger. I don't see why the vessel would need to be stronger because like the forces on
Well,
it is proportional to the pressure difference, and so if it's some like say outside is 1 atmosphere and inside this pressure chamber is like 0 point or like 10 to the power of like minus 5, and that's like 0.00001, right? And if you have more zeros there, that the pressure difference doesn't change very much. It changes.
Yes, it
Like
does. It changes by magnitude, bro. That's the problem.
everything.
It doesn't sound like much because it's only a couple of zeros in there. But that every time you add an extra zero, that's by magnitude. That's massive amounts of energy, dude.
that would be true if it was you're adding pressure. So if it was like
No.
like
Crush
100
power when it comes to vacuums is
atmospheres.
off tap, man. Have you ever seen like rail cars? The video
Yeah.
footage of rail cars collapsing? That is
Well,
that's stuff
I've
all.
seen it like implode. Yeah. So it's because of the pressure differential of the inside and the outside. So if you subtract
All right,
those
so
two
a
factors,
greater
that
pressure
difference-
differential would mean greater crush power. Yes.
right, but it would be barely a difference in that pressure differential.
Wrong. It's a massive difference. The greater that number, the greater that crush power by magnitude. I don't think you understand by how much. You ever seen what happens when you put a can of soda in a vacuum chamber and start it up? You've seen the videos of that?
I'm not sure for a soda can specifically, but I've seen a lot of like high pressure YouTube videos. You know the hydraulic
Look in
pressure
the
hammer?
side chat.
I think he's
Look in
also
the
done.
side chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, hydraulic is positive.
Right, but
Look
he
there.
also
So
did
all they're doing, they've put the can
Mhm.
of soda in the vacuum chamber and they've started it up. So the pressure difference now is getting greater. So those shitty little vacuum chambers go down to what?
But I don't know how much it goes down to. But this maybe I need to write down some numbers.
Because that's what had happened to one of your alleged spaceships. It'd just pop like that soda can.
Oh yeah, yeah, especially with the materials they're using, and it's just madness. What vacuum chambers were you talking about, Matrix?
In the side chat, man. Yoda posted one up
Oh.
for us.
Okay.
And apparently that's just some crappy shed job.
Oh yeah, yeah, 10 to the negative. I got a story for you, Matrix, Yoder, and Nissa, if you're interested. So that guy I know that built physics labs, vacuum chambers, he was telling me about the outgassing and how it worked, and they would have to wear white cloth gloves to handle any component while it was under vacuum because the molecules of air were trying to be sucked through the stainless steel and plexiglass. And he said if your bare skin touched it, the oils of your skin would be trying to be sucked through the material, and you could like just touch it and leave a fingerprint. And so if you did that a whole bunch of times, it would just look, really messy, have fingerprints all over the thing. But it was the oils from your finger trying to be sucked through the stainless steel and the plexiglass. That's how dramatic the vacuum is.
Isn't that thing like 7 meters or 10 meters thick concrete with a steel lining, lead lining, or something like that?
Now the Sandusky lab,
The one that
space.
Yoda's just loaded up. I remember reading about one of
Oh.
those once before. One of them was an old silo tube, like rocket nuke tube.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's some crazy levels of thick concrete. and yeah, and they reckon it even still bleeds.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the pictures to load up. If it's the space lab, I forget what they call it, but the one in Sandusky, Ohio. Yeah, I think it's like 6 or more feet thick with a 6-inch steel case liner. I mean, what they're having to do to control that kind of vacuum, if they're even doing it. I don't even believe that they're doing what they're saying.
Just having a quick laugh here, scrolling through Facebook, and one of the memes that's popped up: 6 of the hardest things to say. Number 1, I was wrong. Number 2, I'm sorry. Number 3, please forgive me. Number 4, I need help. Number 5, my friend the conspiracy theorist was right. And number 6, Worcestershire sauce. Oh, I love it. All right, get back to it. 100%. There's quite a few of them that have struggled with that.
What's 100%?
Number 7 in the side chat.
Oh, right. I see that. Wow, that's crazy. They say dust on the outside of the chamber gets pulled to the exterior walls through the steel and concrete. And yeah, talk about uncontrollable pressures.
Good morning, y'all.
What?
Good
Hey,
morning.
good morning,
Here,
Heath
Morning.
here
Agrest.
in the side chat, I explained it better with numbers.
It's good to see you, Heath Agrest.
Yeah, man, same to you. I hope all is well with everybody.
Just doing my best to stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Yeah, man.
Amen.
I'll leave that one for you, Yoda.
Wait, is everyone here a flat earther?
You too, my friend. You just don't know it yet.
What? What?
Well, if it's
Like
flat,
it or not,
it doesn't
you're
matter.
already a flat earther.
There you go. Morgan
No,
Freeman
no.
knows.
I was asking if
Yep.
everyone here was. I wasn't saying that I wasn't. I was just asking, and then
Well,
you went
this
on
is
a tangent.
this.
I don't
No,
know
I
if
haven't
you
even got to a
Thorin.
tangent yet.
No offense, I don't know if you're talking through a speakerphone or something. It's just difficult to hear you. Kind of has that
Okay,
tin
but that's
canny.
not really like on topic for the conversation. Like I'm just
It's
asking why he would make a remark like that and go on a
okay.
tangent. I just asked a simple question,
Yeah, I
and
was
I don't
just
think
letting
I
you
was
know your
actually
mic
talking to
sounds
you
tinny,
either.
man.
I wasn't really talking. I was having a conversation with him until you interrupted.
I'm sorry, I'm not having a conversation with you. I'm having a conversation with Banham.
Well, they're asking you politely, can you fix up your microphone, please?
No, but you heard what I asked you before, though. So I'd like you to
You
finish
sound like you're underwater,
what you
bro. We're
said.
trying to help you
That
out.
doesn't matter.
We're not.
That's not on topic
Yep.
of the conversation.
How
I know
about
that you.
look? We're not interested in the meta. We're trying to get your microphone nice and clear so we can have a conversation with you. 3 people have told you now your microphone sucks. Please fix it. Then we can continue. This is not a big deal.
I said no offense. I'm not. Like, don't take it personally, man. I'm not attacking you.
We tell many people that their microphone sucks. They fix it if they can, and we get on with our day. That's it. Nothing to cry about.
Yeah. Sometimes
No,
my
you know
mic
what? You need to
sucks.
fucking pipe down is what you need to do, eh?
Are you drunk? You sound like you're drunk.
Wow. That sounds like a lot of coke. Everyone got your
Yeah.
popcorn ready?
Yeah, I'll digress and let y'all get to it.
I'm just confused as to why you can't answer the question. Like you're going off.
We're just confused why you can't understand your microphone's shit, bro. Get
Exactly,
it
that's
fixed.
off topic. This is something I can't.
It's
fix.
not about the
I
topic.
can't
It's
fix
about
this.
about getting you understandable. You
Yeah, it's
clown
not
show.
off topic. In fact, it's actually directly on topic. We can't understand you. If we can't understand you, we can't hear what you're saying about the topic. How hard is that for you to understand? Jesus fucking Christ.
You ain't too sharp, this one. Seriously, bro, fix your microphone up. I don't know if you're running a filter. I don't know if you've swallowed your microphone. Just fix it, dude. Like, seriously. Once you've done that, we can get on with it.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Anyway, good morning to everybody. I'm going to go get a coffee.
Morning.
Morning.
I wonder if he's fixed it now. There you go. Have you fixed your microphone yet?
I can't fucking fix it. What do you want from me?
Well,
Fuck, man.
Stop yelling at it
So
because
you
that's not
can't
going to help the
understand me.
situation.
You've been bullshitting.
Stop
Okay.
yelling at your microphone. That is most definitely not helping. Bro, please.
It's not that big of a deal
No,
anyway.
get
If you
fucked,
can
eh?
understand
Wait,
it,
go
it's okay.
fuck yourself. You fucking dog.
Oh, go and cry elsewhere then. We're not stopping you.
Is he honestly
Like,
angry
seriously.
because his mic sucks?
Yes.
And we're trolls because his mic sucks.
Well, he called us dogs.
Oh,
Because
dogs.
his mic
See, I
sucks.
can't even hear what
Yeah.
the fuck he's saying.
The only reason I knew that, after working in the jail, I know the word dog from people that mumble.
Dogs are more trustworthy than most people anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, that, isn't it? So I still don't know what his even question was. Let's find out. Hey, what was your question?
Yeah, my question was, why are you such a fucktard?
Oh, well, that's not on topic, is it? I wonder if he's cooled off yet. Oh, wait, what was your question?
Eat shit and die.
No, you can't wish bad things on people in here. That's no.
I've heard worse from better people than you.
Where I used to work when I was an apprentice, long time ago, before my time there, they reckon there was this real old school army dude who was just like a complete nutter, and every time he'd crack the shits with someone, he'd turn around and go, "I've shot better men than you." And absolutely, I reckon he was an absolute spinner. But that was his like call cry every time he'd snap out. Oh, I think that'd be funny. But they reckon they were telling me one day that he used to be an absolute wizard on the oxy cutter. Like the old bugger used to sit there, his hands would shake, and like whether he had Parkinson's or rickets or whatever, no one knew. And he could barely operate his hand to light a smoke. But you give him an oxy cutter, and all of a sudden he turns into a human laser. They reckon he could cut pretty good freehand.
The muscle memory kicks in, and all of a sudden he becomes a machine.
Yeah.
I hope that other guy comes back. Well, gets a new mic and then comes back.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I've noticed though that people who aren't here for a good reason will get offended over whatever reason they deem fit. They'll grab onto the first thing. And they can't handle critical thinking because they can't handle criticism. If somebody can't handle being criticized, they're not a critical thinker.
I think that's why a lot of us like being in here too, is because others will call out bullshit.
I'd rather somebody call me out on my shit when I'm wrong so that I can be right than to let me continue being wrong.
Yep, so you can fix it. Yep, 100%. And call it early. Don't sit there and let it go on for hour, 2 hours, whatever.
Yep.
Call it out early so you can fix it early.
Yeah. Friends don't let friends make fools of themselves. I mean, the world tries to portray that they do, but that's not how things should be. Going around busting everybody's balls every single day over arbitrary things and letting somebody slip up on purpose, that's effed up. But I like that we hold each other accountable here. We call each other out. This ain't no damn echo chamber. Don't make a claim unless you got some receipts.
Yoda, look at the image you sent. The answer is talking about atmospheric pressure decreasing exponentially, increasing altitude. That's not the question we're talking about. Maybe that's not what you
Giving
asked.
examples, maybe you need to learn how to read what I wrote.
Maybe that's not what you asked, but that's what the AI
Yeah, that
interpreted.
is what I asked. I asked nothing about height, dude.
Right, but so the AI interpreted it as that, and that's how it answered.
It's giving an example.
Here, I'll just ask it for you and I'll post it. Give me a second. Here you go. I asked it. So it's like that.
So Nissa or Naya, are you not wanting to believe the tremendous force
Yeah,
that those
Naya
kind of pressure?
switched units.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, typically use torr for vacuum pressure measurements. It has to do with the
I
distribution
didn't
of mass and force over area.
I didn't write units, but I can put units in it if you want. Do you want torr?
So Naya, are you not wanting to recognize the tremendous forces involved at those kind of pressure variances? Because it's not meager.
Hold up. Let me just do this first.
I had an interesting response from that friend of mine. I asked him, you remember the hole that got the micrometeor that punched a hole in the ISS? And so I asked that friend of mine, how long would it take that air to evacuate, that capsule
Oh, it probably does
through?
take exponentially longer, and it takes a lot more energy for it to pump out. I agree, but I'm just saying the force felt on the pressure walls. So like how strongly you got to make the pressure, the pressure vessel. That part won't be very different. But obviously, you have to expend more and more energy, and it takes more and more time, and you have to be more and more meticulous, and it's much more difficult. But it's just when it doesn't mean that there is a greater force on the
There is. If you've got to
pressure
expend
vessel
more
walls.
energy, where do you think that energy goes?
Well, it's part of the energy is stored in the vacuum. Is when you release the vacuum, you can put like a generator
And
for the
that gets
airflow.
imparted onto the chamber. Well done.
Well, I mean, it's stored energy. It doesn't mean it has to be a force. But also, like, there's a lot of mechanical losses and stuff when you're trying to pump out nothing and trying to pump more of this nothing out.
I don't think we understand energies as much as we think we do.
Well, pressure is a lot more simple than energy to understand. It's just force per unit area. So like whatever area
Like a
on
density.
no, density is well, weight is force per volume.
That's what
Isn't it?
density is as well. So if you've got air pressure,
So
it means
yeah,
it's more dense, right? If you've got metal, for example, that's more dense than the other one, the pressure will be downwards. Let's say you put a lighter metal and a heavier one on top. It's going to be pressing down because it's heavier, which means it's more, dense, and it's trying to go down. But because they're solids, it cannot penetrate. In the case of liquids, they actually do sink to the bottom.
So yeah, density is force per volume, but this is force per area. This is about pressure.
Area, well, volume does have area. I mean, you can't have volume without area. It's just that area,
No.
you're talking about cubed, right? When you say area, you mean cubed, sorry, squared, and volume being cubed, right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same thing. I mean, you need to have a 2 before you get a 3. Area,
Well,
and you add one more side
so
of another
it's
area,
because
and you get volume.
it's because pressure acts on like the surfaces that the pressure
All the
is in contact
surfaces.
with. Yeah, so that's why it's area, because it's like all the surfaces that it's pushing up against. And so if you have something inside like a high pressure chamber, then that thing like on both sides of it is the same pressure because it's both like high pressure inside, and so there is no pressure differential. It doesn't get crushed. But if the thing internally has like a lower pressure and outside is higher pressure, then there's a pressure differential on those on like this like area, and that makes it get crushed. But so if you take like a standard area, then you can cancel out the area, and you're just left with two forces. And so you can just subtract them, and then that will tell you how much force that wall needs to be
What's
able
the
to withstand.
differential?
So you just subtract. It's like, have you ever heard of something called like delta P? It's like the difference in
Yeah.
pressure. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. And the area component, because it's on both sides, it's the same amount of area. It's not always the same area. Like if you have like pistons
So
and
the
stuff.
area is supposed to be the constant, right?
Yeah. So it's just so you can ignore that. So it's two forces on both sides,
Opposing
and
sides. Yeah.
you can just subtract it. It's like a really simple calculation. Just subtract it. And so if you have something that's very low pressure,
But
so
where
it's like
does the membrane part come in?
the
The
membrane.
wall rather. Yeah, the one you're talking about, like it's supposed to have its own ability, because having, let's say, wood to contain pressure that gas cylinders have, for example, is not sufficient. I think it's probably going to blow, but a metal can hold it, and the metals have their own capacities as well, right?
Well, yeah,
Aluminium is softer than, let's say, iron.
Yeah, because it can hold, it can withstand more force. So, and also like wood's kind of leaky, so obviously you wouldn't use a pressure vessel for wood, or make a pressure vessel
It's
out of
kind
wood.
of true. Yeah, I mean, depends on the kind of wood, but then the porosity is definitely a factor as well.
Yeah, and there's also
It's
like
very dense.
because of the grain of the wood, it can split. So I don't think it really.
Yes.
Maybe if you make like plywood out of it, you spend a lot of time like kind of laminating it together, like those carbon fiber pressure chambers. Then you might be able to do something like that.
Yeah, if you alter the shape of the particles, then you could achieve some kind of it would increase buoyancy as well, so it's cylinders would float. But yeah, it would be like a ply. It would need a lot of. There's the woods that are heavy. They can be carved, and they're really dense. I think that's why they're heavy. So those would
Yeah,
probably
a
withstand
lot of
more.
those are like the African woods are very dense.
Yeah,
We have some
there's
in North
a
America as well, but I think Africa has a lot of them.
yeah. There's one that's called mokwa. It's like a stone. Even the termites don't eat it. They can't. They just can't even bite it. But it's fucking heavy. It's like a metal. It's hard to carve as well. To to work with it.
I see.
Even the steel nail to hammer it in doesn't really go through. You probably need to just drill it in some way.
Oh, is it that hard? Okay.
Yeah, it's very hard. I've got a desk made of that one, and yeah, I mean, I've had it for I think for maybe 30 years or something. And the guy who sold it to us had it for 2 years. He was given by the government, and it was probably made 10 or 15 years before that. It's gonna last another 200 years if nothing happens.
That's pretty cool.
Despite the fact that the others don't last at all. In weeks, they're done for by the insects. If it's not the termites, it's the borers.
Oh, is this like a outside table?
No, it's a study table. It has
Oh,
drawers on the side, and then there's this space for the chair where you can like insert it.
insects still get to it when it's inside
Then
the
on
table.
top it's flat. Yeah, it's just flat. In the drawers you keep your stuff, and then you it's just flat. Keep your books there. We used to have these huge calendars, you know, the kind you put on the office desk.
Yeah, the one that
They're really
stands up.
big. Yeah, where you can put your schedules and everything, like even 5 to 10 tasks in a day, like a diary.
That's cool. That's cool.
My first computer was mounted on that one. The CRTs, the heavy stuff. The monitors that could kill people by falling on them.
I went to a like a wood shop. They're selling a bunch of they get really expensive, the different hardwoods.
Yes,
For
absolutely.
like
There's another one the Chinese are
thousands of
crazy
dollars
about.
for a piece of wood.
That
Oh,
stuff has been illegalized now to, like, if you're found with it, you could face up to 20 years in prison. That's as good as heroin, you know, like the possession of that one.
of
And I had
wood?
friends who were illegally like logging that stuff to send to China. Fucking crazy. It's quite
You guys,
beautiful. It's not as hard and heavy as this one. It's a type of hardwood, quite alright. But when you polish it, it's much more beautiful. It's like reddish, I think. This one is black, so it doesn't look very good. It's chocolate colored, like cocoa.
okay. Let's
And
see.
that one was like, the Chinese went crazy about it. So it was selling for like $3,000 or something per, I don't know, whatever. And they're making these like curtain, what are these called? Curtain, it's like, what was it called? Damn. There's this like wooden, it's like a box that you construct on top of the window. In the past, we used to have these rail systems, right? The rollers. So you'd put this strip where the rollers like slide, and then they're covered by this very decorated like wooden box. You can have it carved and stuff like that. So nowadays the fashion is just to put the pipe, you know, these metal pipes, and then the curtains are these bigger rings. They just slide over it. But I guess in Asia they're still using those.
I think only some people. I think most people would use these
The
more
pipe.
mass produced things. Yeah, because it's a lot
Yeah, it's the common culture
a
now.
lot less expensive. And also, like if you're buying it, you gotta like transport it, you gotta install it. If you're moving houses, if it's like a very expensive thing, then that's like something you have to, like that desk
No, you
is gonna
can't
be
move
very expensive
houses.
to
That
move.
one is going to be part of the building. You don't take it off.
Yeah,
It's
a lot of people do move it though.
usually hammered into the wall. It's just that fancy stuff, you know, maybe castles or something.
Oh, I see.
You know how we used to have windowsills in the past? They used to be bigger because you could put potted plants on it and that kind of stuff. It used to serve as a small table.
We built
Nowadays we
houses.
don't do that anymore. So the windowsills are really small, and you have these aluminium windows. It's just the size of the wall, no sill at all. You can't even put a phone.
Well, that just depends on like how you want to build the house. Like I'm building two houses right now. They both have pretty large windowsills.
Sills? On the outside or
Yeah,
on the inside?
on the
Or both?
inside. On the inside. No, it's on the inside.
Ooh,
On the outside, like
nice.
it would get dirty, man. You don't want it on the outside.
Well, you can put some material that doesn't hold dust, depending on like the kind of dust
True,
you're
but
looking at.
like eventually it will get kind of dirty, and it's you're like 1 or 2 stories up, and it's
Yeah,
like
hard to.
you won't
Well,
be
you
able.
could
Yeah,
clean
you
it
won't be
from
able
the
to clean it.
inside.
Yeah.
We use these pan bricks and they look nice. You know, the ones that are from clay and then you like it's reddish or maybe orange. It's quite smooth, so it won't get like algae. It won't get any dust. You just blow it off, kind of thing, and you varnish it. There's a varnish for bricks, so it keeps it some kind of waterproof. But you have to keep redoing it every few years.
Okay,
Depends on the material.
we have like aluminum flashing and stuff for it.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, something smooth. I would slope it
But
a bit so no water or anything sort of, just stays there. When there's even a slight
yeah,
breeze, if
it
there's
has
any
to.
dust, it's just gonna be like blown off.
It does have to be sloped. But yeah, no,
Nice.
the windowsills are usually on the inside. I mean, on the outside, it makes it kind of weird, right? Because then your walls would need to be extra thick, or else why would your windowsill be on the outside? Or you
Are you
have
using wood or cement
larger
for
windows.
building?
No, we use dimensional lumber. So the windows that have windowsills are usually like box out windows. So do you know what I mean by box out window?
Yes, I think I know. The one that looks like a wardrobe.
Yeah, like the window, like it has like a box that sticks out of the house.
Yeah. I've seen those in
Yeah,
the
I
Middle
mean,
East, the older
right. So
ones.
if you have that windowsill from the box out, on the outside, that means you're doing some kind of weird like box in window, which that'll just be awkward. Or you can make your
Yeah,
walls
makes
super
sense.
thick, but that you lose
Obviously,
the building
construction with
space.
wood is different. Our walls are thick because we use 6-inch blocks, and the plastering is 1 inch as well. So you get an 8-inch wall. That's the thickness of the
That's
wall. It used to be way thicker in the past. The blocks were 8-inch, and you get plaster of 1 inch on both sides. So it used to come to
Oh.
about 10 inches.
Yeah, like at least over here, no one likes the walls being thicker. Yeah, well,
Yeah, it
also I guess
matters. I mean, here it's just for durability.
it depends on
Keep
where you're building.
keep. It does matter on the weather. We don't have extreme weather, so it's not like
So
getting very cold or hot.
yeah, like out in the country, I guess people wouldn't really care. But if you are in like a
If you're in
suburb
the city, you
or
don't
kind of in
want to
the
waste
city,
space.
exactly, because you have a setback distance from
Yeah,
the property
obviously.
line, and that yeah, you just lose space. So just be part of the wall. You
Yeah,
get
makes
nothing.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the luxury. It's according to the necessity.
Yeah.
If you're going upwards, you probably want to use more metal just to save the space and have much more durability as well.
I hear metal stud buildings are like steel stud buildings are pretty good. I've never built one steel stud though.
Yeah, I need to use a lot of that because my area has a lot of termites, so we can't use wood. Not for the beams, nothing.
You know, in New Zealand, they build with pink wood. All their wood is pink, and it's not naturally pink, but they spray something that
Yeah,
makes it so termites don't
insecticide.
reach the wood.
Yeah, ours
Yeah,
is ugly.
and
It's like oilish. We get the used ore from the cars, like when you service it, that black one, and treat the wood with it. It
like
gets
use
mixed with
motor
some
oil.
chemical as well, but it only helps for a few years. I've got wood that has been sitting for I think 3-4 years, and if it's on the ground, the termites will eat it in a few months.
Oh, I see.
It doesn't matter if it's got the oil. These termites are just fucking resistant and big. They eat everything. They've even eaten tires. Imagine, like a parked car for like you travel, you leave it for 3 months. They're gonna eat the rubber off the tire.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. They
I
eat
think the
tires.
poverty in Africa is not for humans only. Even the termites are impoverished,
Let's see.
despite all the wood and the straw, the grass, everything. Fucking crazy. Munchers. What do you think about the cube model of
The
our environment, our world?
cube Earth. So
Yeah,
like I think it's I don't believe in the cube, but like maybe one that has like more faces. So like maybe
maybe
like
that. Yeah, I would
dodecahedron or
think that as
something.
well. Not
Yeah,
necessarily straight, right? It might be like bendy and stuff.
it could be. It could be.
Yeah, it could be bigger in one direction, maybe obviously the features are different. You know, there is this like power. I would say a power center, not a source, but more like a center, almost like a portal, somewhere in Indonesia. This Pacific, what do they call it? The Ring of Fire, right? Like this is where you get all these like volcanic eruptions and all that stuff. It's called the Ring of Fire. And
Yeah.
somewhere there's some weird energy, I think, in those jungles,
Hmm.
on some of those islands, or maybe one of them. And the energy there is definitely different from the one, let's say, in Bermuda.
I think the Ring of Fire thing, it's because of it's like a fault line, the like
Yeah, but
tectonic.
that's on the ground, like horizontally. I'm talking of vertical. You know how there's like this portal, I think it was for time travel or something in Peru, I think even in Greece, in some parts of the world, they've got this eye. It looks like a circle, a huge thing that supposedly people like went through and stuff like that. They're like portals. They're very ancient, so you can't really like use them or even figure out exactly what purpose they served, but they do exist. Like usually in the arc is remaining, the top part has like broken off and everything. There's one in
Oh,
Peru, I think in Cusco, if I'm not mistaken.
I see.
So they were used for something in the past. I mean, you could like do something with it. These are, you know how the obelisk thing as well is like supposedly, I don't know if it's transmitting or receiving or both, some kind of energy as well. So they have these like in 5 parts of the world, the big ones. One is in Dubai, one is in Washington DC. I think one's in Egypt. Others are sometimes they're closer, and they've got this like weird energy connection. And these distances were calculated, right? So it's like the energies are different in these parts. Like the balance is not necessarily a distance-based thing. The calculation is based on that whatever energy it is. So the stronger it is, the further away it could be. That kind of stuff, like radio waves. The frequency is, I think, lower, right, when you're closer to the radio station. And it keeps getting further and further away.
I don't think the
The
frequency
frequency
changes.
keeps getting, I think, higher, like on FM.
No, I don't think the frequency changes from distance. The amplitude decreases though.
Yeah, but like on the tuning, right? Like we have a radio station that's 92.5, I think, in the city. And the further away you go, it starts increasing. So it becomes 95, it becomes 98. And in the far places, it's like 102 in
No,
those towns
really?
that are far
Okay.
from
I didn't know
the
that.
station.
I see.
You tune into the same radio station, but you need to tune in higher if you're further away.
I wonder why. Yeah, no, that's
I
pretty
don't know
cool.
if it's a fixed thing to do with the distance in FM, because shortwave is supposedly the one. I think medium wave is the one that can go around mountains and stuff. So they strategize on these things as well. It's not to do with the distance, but then if you're behind the mountain, if it's the kind of wave that just sort of goes back, it bounces back, then you're isolated. But then there's those that sort of either go through or maybe around it, and then you need to tune in into a different kind of wave.
Yeah,
The
if the
military,
wave,
I think,
if
only use FM,
if
right?
it,
Like the
if
radios,
it's a low
mostly in the
frequency,
lower frequencies.
yeah, if it's low frequency, then the wave is really big, and if it's really big,
Yeah.
it can go around things, like through things
Yeah, but you
even.
can switch. I think the modern military radios, like these common ones, probably have 2 types. There's a shortwave and then there's the FM, I think. So you have to switch it. There's a button for it. If one isn't
No, no,
doing well, or like there's interference or something, then they just switch it.
no, those it's just like a frequency. It's not like FM, AM thing.
It's their own.
It's just no, it just uses like the actual frequency. So it's like a number is like how much like millihertz, or is it millihertz? No, like how much megahertz.
Oh, so it's like a broad spectrum.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Makes sense, yeah. Because I've heard them sometimes switching, hey, this frequency is not okay, switch to this frequency and this number or whatever, and then everybody has to tune in and then they can just like tap. When we were younger, I've never made one, but they used to arrest people making a simple radio. You can make it using, you know how they do it in the war with a pencil and a razor blade and stuff. So kids used to be like, we'll make a simple radio. Every time I tried to do that kind of a thing, they were like, the police are going to come and catch you. The military knows where you are, that kind of a thing. Because you can listen to what they're saying, and if you put a microphone, you can even speak in. And some guys were that naughty. They were hooking up a microphone and starting to like play around with these guys.
Are you not allowed to listen? Because at least over here
No.
you can listen to whatever, but you can't transmit on a bunch of frequencies. So there's a very limited amount of frequencies you're allowed to transmit on, but you can receive on
Obviously.
any frequency.
You can, but if they know that you're listening in, they're going to come and catch you. It's like
No, there's
those
no
military
law saying
radios.
you can't listen on any radio frequency. There's actually
I don't think it's
books
in
released
America.
in Australia that'll tell you what frequencies are used by different personnel, like police, fire, ambulance,
Yeah.
and anyone who's got a purchase frequency. You can listen only if you get caught using that frequency and not paying for it. You will then get in trouble, whatever the applicable laws or
That's where
fines
the
are.
theory is.
You cannot
Exactly.
transmit, but you can listen. How would they know if you're receiving information? They would only know if you ping back. If you transfer
Yes.
information, yeah, they'll come after your butt for sure. But
Makes
you can
sense.
listen all you want.
Yeah, it does make sense. The thing is, with the simple radio, it was hard to calibrate these things because it was too simple. So the frequency was just, you know, you're moving the pencil around, you like going across the spectrum. They sort of hear that interference, especially if you have a microphone you're transmitting as well.
Yeah,
At some
they'll
point,
get
they do
pissed
know.
if you mess with their stuff, though. They'll definitely come after you.
Yeah, they would know, like, okay, somebody, like, we're supposed to be 5 users on this like group, and then you get a 6th one out of nowhere, so they know that
Well,
somebody is there.
it's
It's
not
like a radar.
it's not because someone's listening. It's because you're causing interference. It's because
Yes,
you're
Yep.
because
you're
of the
sending you're
interference.
sending weird signals, and it's like messing
Yep.
with their equipment.
Yeah, the thing with the simple radio is you can't really control it, right? So if
Yeah.
you're only listening, you need to be very careful to just make sure you don't cause any interference whatsoever.
Yeah.
There's one I was very interested in making, but then I gave up because of the dangers. It's called I don't know if it's a ham radio or some kind of a radio, but it requires putting a very long bar into the ground, a metal bar. I forgot how many meters, maybe 6, and a bit of it sticks out. This one collects energy from the earth, and if you touch it, it's very dangerous. You get electrocuted. But then it provides energy for the radio as well. So you don't actually need a battery or anything, and you can like listen and maybe even transmit. But then I was really worried about people touching the bar, and
Wait, so
just
the
dangerous.
bars, you're not connected to like the power grid or anything. It's just a bar.
Yeah, the bar has to be that long, and it harnesses energy from the earth, maybe whatever energy it is, and there's a way to construct that radio, and you can just catch all these channels as well. Basically, the radio part will be different. Then there's, I think, a cable coming from this bar to the radio, or you connect some form of a transmitter, not for radio frequency, but for the energy, whatever energy it's harvesting, and basically those vibrations from this frequency are generating the energy required to to sustain this like radio that you're going to build, and then it in turn uses the frequency, the same vibrations that are coming in, to power it, and you just have a speaker connected which is being powered by these 2 or maybe 1 together, and then you can hear.
Okay.
So basically it's
But
a
then you shouldn't
self-powered
be like
radio.
electrocuted or shocked by the ground rod if it's just a ground rod.
I think it had some other things. I don't remember. I was very young when I had this. I think I even lost the document. It had something connected to the rod, some kind of device I would say a component of I forgot what. I didn't know much about electronics then. It might be capacitors and stuff like that. You know how they like collect it and
Yeah.
amplify it and that kind of stuff. Yeah, there was some kind of a simple circuit that you needed to do to like construct and connect it to this rod. So there was, it becomes like a machine that like harnesses it and amplifies it. So it's not just earthing, it's acting, think of it as negative earthing. So instead of absorbing energy like AC into the ground, it's doing the opposite. It's giving you the AC from the ground. I think it was AC, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's kind of both. Right? Like the regular so you can use a ground, but you're technically supposed to use a neutral, but you can also use the ground. So like the hot is kind of like it's like a back and forth pump with
In
like
AC.
electricity. So it's like pushing electricity and then sucking it and then pushing it and sucking it, and then you need kind of like you could have something else that is also pushing and sucking at the same time, and then so that could power your thing. But
A motor.
if you have like if it's like pushing and then your thing's like a dead end, then there's nowhere for the electrons to flow. So there's
Yeah,
no
makes sense.
there's
It
no
has to
power
be
transfer.
completed, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
so it
devices
goes
that
to the
can do it
ground.
for you. It creates the pulse. What you need is
Right.
a pulse, right? So if you can
Yeah,
create
yeah.
that
So
pulse, you're
but
literally,
when it's connected
it's
to the
like
ground,
the motor, right?
the
Magnet and electricity. So there's a pulse going on, and this sort of generates, you know, the AC. That's literally what a turbine
it is.
does, right? Like you got something moving and then
Yeah.
it's
So
creating that.
the ground rod, in like normal application, if you're not using neutral, using ground, it would also be like sending in electrons and like pulling electrons from whatever device you're using, and so it will be the same. So there isn't really like a like an opposite unless the ground is like the driving force, but it wouldn't be the driving force. But
But remember, the ground is an active force in this sense. It's active in energy. It's not just passive. The reason why the ground pulls AC, why we use it as a ground, you know, in regular installations, is the AC, the 220 that we use, the regular one or the 110, is stronger than what the ground has got. So it sort of goes towards the ground.
well, the reason why you use ground is just because it's like an infinite sink. So there's room for you to push and pull. And I don't see how the ground could be the generator of the energy that's going to your
Oh, there is
device.
definitely energies that are being generated in the ground. It's just that we've not learned how to maybe harness all of them in this sense, but they're definitely there. If you think of the lava movements, the molten rock has metal in it, iron and stuff like that. So it has in electrical sense some effects when the like
What's
whatever
the
it
Curie
generates.
point?
Regular ground has a lot of metals actually, like all the metals we do get
Sure,
them from
but
the ground.
you're not gonna do any of that with like a ground rod, right?
Well, this is the reason why it had to be very long. Like I could look it up again. I forgot what kind of energy it was, but something was very low. I remember it used to give 3 volts, I think, or 5 or 3.7 or some weird stuff like that, like very low, right? I'm thinking it might be the amperage or something else that was very, very high. But all they said was you cannot touch it directly, and
Okay. How long
yeah,
was the rod?
it used to have high energy. I'm thinking it's amperage because amperage is what kills the human, right? Like 7 amps across the pacemaker kills you.
Volts, joules,
Amperage.
current kills.
You're just
Volts
talking
is like
about the.
volts is like pressure, and amperage is like the flow. So like how much is going across, and then the volts is like the amount of pressure it's going across as. But in terms
Yeah, I
of
mean, they do work together. But I know that if you touch these 10,000 volts lines, the power lines, if the amperage is very low, you don't get killed. But if, let's say you're being electrocuted, usually it's the hands that touch somewhere, right? So
seen the vid?
the amperage starts dropping as it goes up because it kind of gets you stuck to it, and then you can feel the electricity coming towards your heart because the pacemaker
Have
is
you
sort of pulling it in a way.
have you
So
seen the
if you
video
get
where somebody?
I just read that 7
Sorry.
volts, 7 amps, sorry, across the pacemaker kills a human.
Have you seen the
Yeah,
video
but
where
you,
That's a
somebody
you would
fact.
also need
transmits radio
voltage.
signal through a hot dog, and it's like sitting there sizzling and cooking while he's doing it?
Using
I might
electricity.
have seen that. Not sure. Yeah, see
I'll
some.
see. It was just a funny thing that's kind of related to radio stuff. I digress. I'll see if I can find it.
I feel like I've seen that before.
Then it burns and cooks it basically. Don't you think some parts get cooked more than the others? You know, the fat and meat ratio would matter when it comes to conductivity. Of course, there's a lot of
Got
other
it.
stuff like how much conductive stuff you've got in your plasma at that time. Urine is more conducting than water, for example, because of the dissolved, stuff in it. Urea, I think. We made a hot dog talk. Hot dog talk.
My point's just that
Okay.
radio is weird, but people are weirder.
This is why you don't want to touch an AM tower and ground yourself.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. These things can be dangerous. Don't go grabbing it.
Like it's before. Probably not good for the paint, but we can hear it. That's why you don't touch a tower. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's the hot dog has disappeared. Part of it. Here's another hot dog. Don't
Yeah.
stab your fingers. Ready? Now we're gonna try to cook it.
Yeah, to cook it, you need it to be constant, not get eaten away. Wow. So that's the same electricity from the earth, or is it being supplied by AC? With AM radio.
Well, this is obviously applied from the
From the
AM
grid.
radio.
Pretty sure that's wired
But
into the grid and all
is this
that.
the standard transmitter for AM?
It's the tower, man.
Yeah.
They run a ton of energy through those things.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, imagine we used to catch stations from other continents, right? It's being transmitted in another continent. So for the wave to reach you, it means that the point of transmission gotta be fucking high. This is why we get interference a lot, because two frequencies match. One of them is closer, the other one is further away. And you tune into, we have a lot of this problem with the modulators we use in the vehicles now. When we try to receive FM in the radio from the transmission, you get even 2 or 3 channels on the same frequency, like 88.5, and there's 2 stations fighting for the same frequency. And the cars are usually on the move, so you have to keep readjusting. Just irritating. Even when traveling, every, I think, 10 minutes roughly, you have to like do the point something, you have to increase it if you're listening to a radio station. Isn't the standard belief that the waves are parallel to each other?
Whales are parallel to each other? What do you mean?
They're parallel. When, let's say you've got 5 waves going in a certain direction, don't they have the same, aren't they equidistant between themselves?
Oh, you mean they're swimming like parallel and I mean that's normal. Yeah, that's to be expected, isn't it?
Yeah, kind of, but on a globe, wouldn't these waves be curving over distance?
Sorry, I thought you said whales. You're talking about waves.
No, the waves, yeah,
Um,
like any wave, maybe radio waves or something.
I don't think the Earth being flat or spherical would change like the local
It would,
shape of waves.
not the shape in itself, but compared to, relative to each other. Let's say I've got a transmitter like this one, yeah, the one in the pic. Let's just
Okay.
assume that it's 2 meters high or 5 meters high. Let's just call it 2. And then these waves are they're being shot sideways, right, across the Earth. On a
Oh,
globe, they would have to curve with the globe to reach another continent, right?
okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah, like you would imagine it doesn't go as far if it was
Exactly. Yeah,
spherical.
it wouldn't go as far. They wouldn't be received in the other continent unless they were curving. Now,
I think
assuming, there's always that magical gravity that exists that sort of curves things and everything. The issue is
gravity
that
wouldn't curve
the
this.
claim is the oceans are stuck to the globe because gravity is pulling them down. We would need curvy water for that.
Yeah, so it wouldn't gravity wouldn't pull the like radio waves down because it's radio waves are electromagnetic waves. It's kind of like light.
No, it would have to. For the radios to function, it would have to, because if
Well, the
the
global
radio station is in
explanation is
America,
that it
right?
bounces off the
They receive the
atmosphere.
waves in Africa. Listen, if they're going straight, they're going to go out into supposed space, and they would miss going to
Right.
the other
So
continent.
right. So the globe earther explanation for that is that it bounces off the atmosphere.
Ooh, so it's like alternating currents. There's just waves bouncing off back and forth. I don't think that makes sense. They would get lost. They wouldn't actually go
It's like
to their destination.
it's like sonar. You know how like sonar
Yeah,
can
yeah, I
have it
get the
where
point.
it
Yeah,
bounces.
like fiber
Yeah.
optic.
Yeah, or like fiber optic. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes just back and forth. The thing is, bouncing off the whatever, the stratosphere or something, can also make it come backwards, not necessarily go forwards. It will just come back to where it's being transmitted from, because it's curved.
No, I don't think it would go back. I mean, you'd still.
It would. Look at it this way: the
Oh,
stratosphere has to be, unless you're claiming the stratosphere is like a ceiling, it's straight, it's not curved, which doesn't make sense either. So the assumption is that if the Earth is curved, the stratosphere is curved as well, right? So you're transmitting in a straight line because our towers are not curved, they're straight. So when you transmit, it's going to bounce off a curve. When you play like these games which have curves in them, like golf, and then there's like it's inside a circle. When you try to bounce the ball, it doesn't behave the same way as bouncing it off a straight side like in a square.
Right. I mean, but the globe earthers don't think it's so curved that it's perpendicular to you, right? Like it's still gonna be relatively flat, but with like a bit of curve. Like obviously, if it's like curved all the way around, so it's like you can see like perpendicular to you, then yeah, it's gonna bounce back. Obviously, it's not gonna be like that.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. The thing is, the distances would have to be very, very big, and we don't have that much of a distance. They claim, diameter, or like even the radius of the Earth is not so big. So if you give it, the stratosphere is supposed to be how many kilometers up? 100?
No idea. No, I don't think it's 100. Oh, it's
Do you
100.
think it's less or do you think it's more?
It's way less.
Yeah, so that distance is not that much, and the continents are further away. There's going to be a lot of noise, in that sense, because all the waves are bouncing off, right? And they're just concentrated in like one part. And yeah, it would have cost way much more energy to get it to the other side. Yeah, I'd have to talk to some radio specialist, because now I have a question in my mind, right? When you're transmitting, at the point that you're transmitting, and if you can transmit all over the world, right, everywhere, there's a wave that, let's say, starts off in one direction and comes all the way back. At a certain point, midway or at a certain point, your radio is supposed to be going crazy because it doesn't know whether to receive from the left or from the right.
Your
How
radio
does the
doesn't
radio manage that?
your radio doesn't receive directionality. It doesn't really have a
Receives the
dark
waves.
unless you like on your antenna you put like a shroud in it to make it receive in a direction. I don't think it like
Yes.
natively has a direction.
Yeah. It's not that it has a direction, but think of it this way: your input is coming from both sides. How do you select which one to take?
Just on the frequency, like the frequency band.
True, but we're looking at the same frequency, not all of them, just the same one. It's like your cell phone, for example. When you're moving, you're
And all
traveling
different
throughout the city,
currents.
right? You've got a transmitter. So at some point, there's another transmitter, the tower, that is stronger than the one that you're leaving when you're walking, right? So suddenly your cell phone switches to the other one. It registered itself. So the network has to register you. You cannot be registered in both towers at the same time. So it lets go of this user, and then the stronger one sends a signal to the network, to wherever the control is, that this
Yeah.
person,
So
the cell phone, the device has been registered to this tower now. So you're still in network.
radio doesn't
If
do
that
that.
didn't happen, if someone is trying to phone you, they would find it offline, like the user is not in network.
Right. So radio isn't like that because with cell phone towers and stuff, that's all digital, whereas radio is entirely analog.
But I think they have digital radios now.
Sure, but those wouldn't be using like the radio frequencies, and that's like an entirely different. That'll be more like a phone, and I don't know how that one would work, but using like the regular kind of like old school radio, it'll just receive all of it, and it'll be like interference.
Yes, exactly. That's the interference I'm talking about, you see. I think that we have way more interference due to these things, like waves fighting each other kind of stuff. This is why you get like just one spot where it's not very clear, and then you move a meter away, it's better. Or you touch it. For example, I have this energy. When I used to touch TVs those days to get better transmission, like the antenna. But other people touch it, it gets worse, or it doesn't have any effect on it. But I could like touch the antenna and receive much more clarity. Instead of those showers on the transmission, we would actually watch clearer. Or if I just sit close to it, kind of thing. So the body is whatever static or energy is like affecting it. There's people like that. They used to just come close to the TV or like walk across. You need to retune it.
It's because their dick is so big.
Yeah, there's people who try to even drink more. I don't know. Is it alkaline stuff? What do they call them? Electrolytes and all that stuff. Higher
Alkaline
energy.
storage.
There's some people that attract lightning, for example. There's people that have been struck by lightning maybe 4 or 5 times during their lifetime. And they're
Yeah.
very high risk people. So you don't want to be around them when, when it's raining or like stormy. I've always questioned this, but then I do think it's okay because they're the ones that are going to attract the lightning, so it's not going to hit you. It's actually safer.
Maybe.
Imagine you want to
Yeah.
attract some golf baddies, but instead of this you attract some fucking lightning, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, men attract lightning more than women. So when it starts raining and everything, we're actually the ones that are supposed to take cover. Because we protect the women by attracting the Latin into ourselves. I've always been conscious about this, like when I'm in public. Obviously, if it's your family, it's a different thing. But then generally, when it's raining, I just take cover. When it's convection or rainfall, which is the common kind nowadays.
I think
Yeah,
men are generally taller.
Maybe, but even the the brain frequency, like what we use when thinking, it has a lot to do with the earthing and stuff like that as well.
I stopped using this 4 years ago. So
What, the brain?
yeah,
Oh.
Are you a glober?
sorry.
Are you a glober for you to stop using your brain?
No, I just want an easier life, without sorrow.
No, it's always on. You can't switch it off. I mean, you don't use it for conscious thinking, but the subconscious is bigger. The cerebellum is bigger than the cerebrum.
Okay.
So those activities are just
balance.
ongoing. The ones that control your breathing and all that background stuff.
So is it
You just won't be good at
That's when your
calculations.
brainstem. That's not the cerebellum. Cerebellum is for balance.
Oh. Oh, I don't like to be very specific in that sense, but in psychology we have the subconscious and the conscious. And the conscious is like 15, I think, up to 20% of like your brain, resource-wise, and the subconscious is like the bigger one. You have all these, it's controlled more by the instincts, right? So when you look at somebody, you've got this body language going on and everything. You're not conscious about these things, but then you can understand communication through the gestures and everything. Even if somebody says let's say some neutral phrase, right? But the expressions are all frowny, grumpy. You get the vibe or the energy that, yeah, this person's not
okay? So
feeling nice.
if I tell you I have bitten a dog once, what vibe and energy are you getting out of this?
Do you mean bitten or beaten?
Bitten, rough, like
You've bitten a dog once.
yes.
What kind of energy I get is the aggression kind. Like, yeah, you're probably someone who's gonna eat a dog before you eat a pig.
You wanted to exact revenge. Did he bite you first?
Yeah.
He was.
Like
Yeah,
biting insects or biting a mosquito or something, like
and what
just
if
get
it's
it back.
in a sexual way, like those little bites on the cheeks and thighs,
Biting
and
a dog.
Also, no, the dog is a separate subject. Not. Please do not
Oh,
combine.
you mean a person?
What you do in your spare time, bro, is not really our business. Yeah.
Yeah, that's getting really freaky now. Bitten a dog sexually.
No,
I'm thinking it's
no.
highly
I
probable,
I
unless you
didn't
give
mean
the
that.
dog drugs.
I didn't mean that. No, it's
Good
completely
lord.
different. Oh, come on. No, okay, I'll stop.
How did y'all get caught up in the weeds this far away from the path?
Yeah, it's just a form of distraction. What you distract your mind with is really interesting because everybody has all these interesting fetishes, and most of them go unmentioned during the lifetime.
Well, I met this kinky girl once. She was like into that, beat me up stuff, and well, it's kind of not my cup of tea, but I have to admit it was funny.
Yeah, it depends on to what extent you get to. I mean, I've seen piercings where people are supposedly turned on by pain and everything, and there was, I think, 70 or 80 needles.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a chick who is like has tattoos all over the body and
It's very
10,000.
likely, yeah.
Yes, you can
Very likely.
dish it
Absolutely.
out of
Sounds
her,
like a globe worshipper.
I don't think.
and
I don't like
and if
that
and
stuff.
if the magnets on your fridge is her final boss, so then you know what's up.
I don't think those are that popular anymore, at least not here. Maybe for kids, we usually put up these fruits when they're still learning, like the babies, so they can tell a banana from a strawberry and stuff.
What?
But beyond that, the magnet thing. You said there were magnets of what?
No, if the magnets on your fridge are her final boss because of all the piercings and metal in the face, then you know what's up.
Her final boss?
Yes. Okay, I translated this joke from German. Maybe it sounds not that funny in English.
I'm
Sorry
not
for that.
catching it. Does anybody else catch it?
Fuck.
No?
Okay. Just
Okay, you
bad
might want to
translation.
explain the concept.
Sorry?
What's the concept? We're talking of fruits, right? The magnets that are fruits,
No, just
or not?
magnets, regular magnets when you travel that you buy and put them on your fridge,
Okay.
Don't you
They're
don't
plain
you do that?
magnets. You can see the blackness.
Yes,
The
yes,
black
yes,
ones,
yes,
right?
yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And if she has so many piercings in her face, so that's metal. I know it's
Makes sense.
I
Oh, I
know
thought
it's
we were
not
talking about
attractive
tattoos.
magnet.
Okay. Yeah, with the metals, yeah.
Mhm.
So basically, the attraction is more to the fridge than to humans. Because they're
Yes,
pulling you
yes.
more when you get closer.
Kinda. And then imagine
When you get very
you,
close, you can feel the energy like pulling, and the orientation is towards the fridge.
imagine you wake up in the middle of the night, want a snack, and then bam.
Yeah, it pulls you. And the other thing is that it would depend. If you're really obese, like you're just eating and everything, you explain your attraction to the fridge not towards the food, but rather the magnets that keep pulling you.
Also, I mean, when I've been to America last year, it was crazy how the obesity, how high the
Yeah,
rate is. Also, I
yeah.
was like
The
scared,
foods,
like what?
people, right now, the people don't even care so much anymore. They're just like, fuck it, I don't care, because it's hard
Where
to
you
get
from?
rid of these fats. Well, I'm from Africa, but I mean, we have more organic
Oh,
food, but of late in the cities, we have the same thing. Like people are much more obese because the bodies were generally the kind that if they're fed well, they just grow. And then they don't exercise, caution, most especially. I don't like these white chickens that, these broilers that we've got. I don't eat them. I mean, I do maybe just for barbecue, but I don't buy it for like other stews and all that stuff. I
or
prefer meat.
daily stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the daily thing. So I once had a pot belly, my fats were hanging and stuff, and it took me, I think, 5 years at least to get rid of it. So the fats that come from this chicken are non-convertible fats. They're the ones that deposit in your arms at the bottom, on your triceps, they deposit on your boobs, and they deposit on your belly, and maybe
For
even
real.
your thighs. Yeah, just on these parts.
So is it when I have a skinny girlfriend, I can give her chicken so she gets like a little bigger thighs,
A
or is
little
it?
more. Yes, yes, a little more. The
Oh,
thing is, once you get used to the chicken, it's hard to get off as an addiction because it's very easy, it's very easily, available. It doesn't take long to
yeah,
cook, so you
man,
get used to that type of, the style of food.
sure.
And then
I've been
fast foods are made of
to
that as well.
here. Look, I've been to what was the supermarket chain called? I think it was Market Basket, yeah. And so I don't know the inflation rates nowadays, but last year in February you could get like a rotisserie chicken for like $4 something, yeah. Also
Yeah,
under
Mr.
$5.
Mr. Jackson,
Yeah.
we don't nobody puts their cameras on here because it could live in our room. If you could please just turn that off,
Sure,
it ends
sure.
up limiting the amount of people who can join in.
Sure.
Thank you, dude.
Um, and yeah. So if you pay like less than $5 for a whole chicken, what is inside of it,
Yeah, there's a general principle when it comes to these new modern products and everything. The principle is that if everything seems free or cheap, you're the product. So it means you're not buying something of a lot of value or benefit. In terms of food, it's nutrition. So it's volume. When you eat these kind of foods, it's a must that your stomach become bigger because the nutrition is less. So you need a higher volume of food coming in to get the same amount of nutrition than with organic
Yeah,
stuff.
I see.
Yeah, so you actually
Is it
need to
because
take in
of
2 kg of food to get the same nutrition.
is it because of the stretching itself or because of the amount of
It does
like
stretch. It does stretch because you need a high amount so your body adapts. You need a higher volume rather. So I remember I used to eat more. Rice and chicken are not very nutritious in that sense. Maybe they have high carbohydrate, but they definitely have a lot of other stuff as well. So my stomach was big. It was maybe a 5 kg kind of stomach. I could eat 2.5 kg in one sitting of food.
For real.
Yeah, like weight wise, right? But the nutrition wasn't that much. So when I got back, we've got more nutritious food, more organic stuff. The stomach went back in because I can eat 1 kg of food, which is probably a lot. Generally, I think 700 to 800 grams is enough for a meal, which
I
is
mean, yeah.
nutritious.
I mean, look. Take a average dude in like early 20s. Yeah, you are broke or need some cash, and I know some blokes who've been like, okay, I will buy those frozen chicken wings or chicken nuggets. Yeah, put them in my freezer, and then just air fry them every day. Like, yeah, of
Yeah,
course, after
yeah, we call
3
it
years,
monk sauce over
you're
here.
going to
The
look like
term
a
for
chicken
that,
nugget yourself.
yes, it's the common stuff that that a bachelor would eat. It's called monk sauce, right? And in the past, it used to be small dry fish. Nowadays, it's eggs. Most guys would like down a tray or two in a very short time. I've got friends that were buying 2 trays in a week. They
But
basically were
egg
having half a tray.
is there
We have
anything
a
wrong
tray
with
of 30
eggs?
eggs over here. Yeah, 30 eggs.
Is there anything wrong with
That's
that?
one
Or
tray. Well, the cholesterol level is very high, and the protein is kind of high. If you're not gymming, it is kind of a problem.
so for
I
here,
know a guy who took 12 eggs a day for I think a few months, maybe 6 or 7 months, and his hair became white, like half of his hair, the head and the beard. He was
oh,
young then,
I
like
kind of
that
need
wasn't the
that.
age. That wasn't the age in which it was supposed to turn white. So we asked him, "What are you eating?" Because we just saw him after a while, and the guy looked, a lot of white hair suddenly. So we tried to look into what he was doing, and he was like, "I'm eating eggs." How many eggs do you take in a day? And it came to like 12, which is a lot. I'm conscious about that too. I don't like taking a lot of eggs, at least not the commercial ones.
I mean, when working at the factory, I could eat like 6 eggs in my lunch break, in addition to real food.
It might be
Yeah,
okay for a while. You don't want to prolong that, like it's okay to get by for like a year or two where you're still struggling to fix other things in like other areas of your life, but you
not
don't
on a
want to
regular
do that
basis.
over your lifetime,
Yeah.
Even if you get used to the eggs, you probably want to go for the organic ones. The organic one is 3 times or 4 times stronger, even 5 times stronger, depending on the country, than these commercial ones that we buy. The energy speaks for itself. It's a good idea to just try to buy eggs that are not non-chicken, Go for
And
duck
non-chicken.
eggs, turkey, yeah, just other stuff.
Oh, why so?
Ostrich, if you've got. I don't think you have ostriches in Europe.
No, we don't have ostrich in Germany. I mean, in the zoo a
One,
few, but that's it.
yeah, my friend gave me an ostrich egg once, and a family of 7 ate it for like 5 days because it's big. It's about 2.5 kg, just one, and you could have an omelette every morning. I wanted to make a
Yeah,
pudding, but my mother just tried to fry it. It's not got a, it doesn't have a very good consistency. It's not very thick, and I don't like that kind of fried egg, which is slimy.
I see. Yeah. I do actually. What does slimy mean? Yeah, but a little almost undercooked, like
Yeah.
really
It's like
on the edge,
liquidish, yeah,
like
liquidy.
French omelet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah, but the ostrich one is the consistency is different, right? So I
I never
usually
seen
beat
one
my
though.
eggs. I don't like the unbeaten one. You know the whitish part, the albumin, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So this part, if you leave it uncooked, it's got that slime to it. And generally, you want the white part to be cooked. It's more nutritious when it's cooked,
Mm.
and the yolks are more nutritious when they're raw. So you wanna undercook the yolk and cook the white part rather than the
So it's
opposite.
actually better to fry them, right? Correctly.
It's better to fry the white part and leave the yolk
Yeah,
further
yeah.
from the frying. Yeah, so the less cooked the yolk is, the more nutritious it is.
I see.
Because these
But
white
how
things,
is
they,
the
they just make
taste?
the feathers of the chicken.
How is the taste the same, like egg white and egg yolk, or is it different?
No, they're very different.
Oh,
The yolk is much more delicious. So generally, when you beat it, it tastes better
interesting.
because you mix the white and the yellow. Then you can put some butter, make it fluffy. Use cheese if you want. I usually put in veggies, so I put onion, I put garlic, and something green. You can even put potato if you want.
Yeah.
People even put tomato.
You know, a little milestone slash dream of mine is to visit South Africa. Maybe I don't know if this is this a thing there or available or
Yeah, of course. You're
yeah.
talking about the onion, right? The milestone.
Sorry,
You're talking about the onion, the
no,
black
about
onion.
the ostrich egg.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
maybe in
Yeah,
some
the ostriches
fancy.
are usually found in the desert areas. So it's in the Cape, in Botswana, coming up north. They're less common, but I mean, they're starting to get common. I want to get one. They're expensive in my area, so I want to go south to get them. Have an ostrich farm.
Where you from?
I'm from the north, closer to
North.
the equator.
Oh, okay.
I have a friend who sells the ostriches, but they're fucking expensive. I mean, at least for us. The adult ostrich is selling it for $1,000. And the demand is so high, he only keeps them for 2 or 3 weeks. I thought
So
of
how many
getting the chick.
ostriches does it take to prove the shape of the ground?
Well, as tall as they are, if they were running on a globe, I think they'd probably fall over or something, or they'd be running bent. The ostrich is really weird. It's heavy in the middle. Has long legs and a long neck.
Hey,
Not like an
Jackson.
emu that's balanced.
Yes.
Are you a globe believer?
A what believer?
Globe.
Do you believe in truth?
Sphere.
Do you believe that we live on a ball, or like a turtle, or a donut?
Nowadays I question fucking everything, so I kind of opened my mind for multiple possible outcomes.
What's your general
Because
belief, though? Like right now?
I mean, I fly a lot, and so for me it makes sense why the planet, also why the Earth is a globe.
So why does, I'm just trying to link the two together. Why is your ability to fly from point A to point B proof in your eyes that you're on some kind of spherical item?
Because if you take a sphere and you take a wait, give me 30 seconds to think.
You're right. Take your time, bro.
Just a language barrier.
No, that's all right, mate. We're used to it being over at the English club.
Yeah, sure. Okay, if you have a point A and point B, and on a globe, if you let's take the plane trajectories, flight trajectories. Can I say it like that? You see, sometimes they are like strange shaped, but actually, if you put that strange shaped line on a sphere, it becomes like straight.
Ah, so that's just a
No.
mapping issue.
It's still not straight on a sphere. Like what?
Uh, Yes, of course. If you look
Well,
like perpendicular on the surface, then it is.
A ruler on top of a basketball is straight.
Let's say you have a flexible ruler that is.
Yeah, well then it's not straight when it
Not
flexes when you bend
straight.
it.
Yeah, it's flexible. It's curving at the point at which it's curved, right? So it doesn't have to be straight at that point.
You know, and furthermore, like you're comparing two coordinate reference systems.
Okay, now I have a question for you. Actually, let's do this the way
Actually,
around.
it's the same coordinate reference system, 2 projections. I had to correct myself.
So okay, if the Earth is flat and we have like this big conspiracy going on, like
Nope.
um,
Nope,
how,
not straw manning me with that crap. Sorry. No conspiracy
Yeah,
needed.
don't go there. Stick to the physical aspects. Let's
I don't
not.
think there's I don't think this is a
no,
conspiracy theory
like,
at all.
yeah, I don't know a better word for this. Sorry, man, I'm not the native
How
speaker.
about a delusion?
Okay, call it
You
delusion.
said it's a grand delusion, right? Because people actually
yeah,
believe it and
yes.
it's not true, then I'll agree to that.
Let's call it the great delusion.
That's fair.
By whom? Is also who has the
Don't
motivation?
don't people lie to
Guess what? I
themselves,
already
man?
answered that. I already answered that. It's a self-delusion.
Yeah, see, people lie to themselves all the time, man.
No, you didn't. You didn't even have to heard the question.
Yeah, you wanted to put an external agent on the source of the delusion. I'm saying there is none.
The delusion in your case would be that the Earth is round, right?
Yeah, you're
Um,
self-deluded.
Confirmation bias exists. People want to believe something; they'll find reasons to believe it.
Okay, but is it like if the Earth was flat and it would be confirmed flat with research? What would be the problem? Yeah.
You know,
If
overcoming the
if
objections of one's own delusion, dude.
if you're getting told the Earth is round, then obviously somebody is telling a lie, right?
No, not if they believe it's true and they're wrong because they're deluded.
We're not here blaming teachers for doing their job. If it's in the book, and they believe what's in the book, they're just teaching it because the book said so. People stay in their own lane.
But if it came out the Earth is flat, do you think the information would be changed or would it stay the same?
I don't know. It
As the
depends
teaching.
on the strength of the delusion. You know, and that's determined individually. You know, listen, how do you experience the world? Do you watch the sun rise and the sun set?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. The difference is when I see the sun rise and the sun set, I process this as the sun rising and the sun setting. You process a sunset as the earth rotating backwards. You don't experience that. So the way I'm processing the world is in line perfectly with how it is objectively experienced. So I have a greater power here to understand and discern truth from fiction.
But if the Earth was flat, yeah,
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it?
sure. Um,
Okay,
do
we
you
can
want?
start
Do you
there.
want? Do you say the sun goes around the Earth or or what?
Yeah, I already answered that, right? I said when I see the sun rise and set, it's moving, man. You see it move in the sky.
Hmm. And if I drive a car and I see all those trees moving past me,
Yeah, you know that you're pressing on the gas pedal. You know how much it
mm,
costs you when you fill up the car.
mm,
You know
Jump
you're
out the
moving.
car and see what happens.
Yeah.
No, please don't do that. We don't want anyone to hurt themselves.
yes, stop the
But you get the
irritation.
point.
You know what's gonna happen.
Right? I mean, thought experiments aren't going to prove anything.
But it kind of doesn't make a point for your favor because it works both ways. That's what I want to say. Your point
Well,
is
I'd say
valid.
it doesn't work either way. Thought experiments don't prove anything either way.
Mhm.
Thought experiments are alright, but at some stage you got to put boots to the ground and get it on.
Yeah. Sorry guys, I'm highly depressed right now. I'm not in a mood for intense debate. Maybe some other day.
Dude,
Don't
this
worry.
topic.
We're
You may
used
want to
to
come
it.
back to this when you're in a better state of mind. Yeah, you're gonna need your
Yes,
strength for it.
yes, a week or two should do. Then I'll be happy to come back. And
Yeah, or just listen and see what happens.
yeah, my brain just shuts down for any process. So it's very
Okay,
very difficult, unbelievably difficult.
sorry to hear that.
No worries, it's not your fault.
You know, there are many conversations we have in life that we're not ready for, and if we have the luxury to choose when to have those conversations, then choose to use that luxury.
Mhm.
Because there will be many more instances where you don't have that luxury to make that choice, and you have to have the difficult conversation in a moment that you're not ready.
I know
This does not have
I've
to
been
be one of
here.
those.
I've been here many times before. Yeah, don't get me wrong. And I don't, how to say, I don't exclude the possibility of both. I will call it theories now, yeah, for simplicity. They're to me they are equal.
So you're halfway there. Give it 6 more months.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go take a nap now. So see you later, probably.
Catch it, mate.
Thanks.
I like it 36 minutes past the hour how you posted that map projection. I think it needs that follow up. That both of these are presenting the same distance and the same heading.
Yeah.
You know, many on our team still haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, it's not often we get a map tard come in.
No, it's
But
pretty rare.
have you seen the map tard little video that was done?
No, not sure which one you mean. I mean, maybe the answer
I'll
is
find
yes.
it. I'll go and find it. Yeah, in the
Welcome
side
to
chat. Found it.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Has any of the globers proven the curvature of the Earth on the surface of the Earth?
They can't even point to it, mate.
Right. Okay. So it's the same old, same old. Okay.
Yeah, thanks for posting that. I've liked the video, but as I pointed out in text, and I'll say it for the listening audience, the same people produced this video and rightly differentiates projections, coordinate systems versus reality. Also produced a flat projection of a globe, called it an FE model, and claims it models reality. So the hypocrisy's been frustrating to deal with on that front.
Yeah, the reason I got that video, I found it by mistake, which is
It's
that's
a
how
good
all the
video.
best things seem to be found. Over on Twitter, there was Pippa Australis and a few of the other clowns you've probably come across before.
Oh yeah.
Always kept coming up with the Matrix. Why is it on Australia we've got the Australia problem? Why does this size here never match up with map XYZ? And I found this little video and just sent it to him. I haven't heard from him since.
Yeah. That's
But yeah,
funny.
he's a bit of a clown. But it was just the perfect video for him. And it was just like, yeah, you can take this and enjoy it.
Yeah, it's just it's something that they don't get when they start asking us for maps, and it's like, come on, don't you understand what you're asking for? You're asking for, and you're trying to debunk a projection of your world.
Well, the least they could do is look up the key or legend and see how the map operates in the first place. Like, that'd be the
They
first
don't
thing
do
you'd
that.
do.
What's also been frustrating is, like, for the past 10 plus years, people have taken azimuthal equidistant projections and then strip out the instructions on using the scale. People on our side doing this. And then claiming, well, you know, that outer rim, you can travel between these two locations, Santiago, Chile to, you know, Melbourne or something. Saying, well, we can account for that with jet streams. Yeah, that's such like a 2017 to 2019 take. You know, before more people coming into this were able to correctly articulate this misunderstanding. Because if they'd kept on the legend the non-uniform scale with the instructions on how to use it, then they'd be arguing about a globe. In fact, maybe they'd stop arguing because then they'd realize, oh, okay. No, and this is assuming that the claim is even true, that there is this actual distance corresponding to the map distance. You can give that to them and still ruin their day. Yeah, like bozos, they wander in about maps, don't know a thing about them. They think they do because they probably sit all day on Google Earth exploring the world. Look at me, I'm Admiral Byrd. I'm zooming in on Antarctica.
For some reason, then I just had the urge to. What will we do with the drunken sailor? What? I love how Indio calls it Google Cylinder. I love that. It cracks me up. In one of his videos, his little talk things, he did that. Yeah, well, I just checked on Google Cylinder, and this is the distances it worked out. He was so chill about it. And for our new members, show us on this doll where the flat Earth hurt you. Oh, what a shame. Hot chocolate left.
After being in this venue a while, becoming disaffected with everything, I could totally see the attraction of taking on some kind of income that puts you in a shift work kind of situation, working late nights and early mornings, and have to deal with the throngs of zombies out there.
Yeah, you can see the attraction why a lot of people do shelf packing and things like that for supermarket chains. They don't have to deal with humans, go to work, pack shelves. They're off during daylight hours, minimal human interaction. Stay away from all the zombies and just do what you got to do. Get paid for it.
Yeah. Today, the modern project manager, the modern team leader, is saddled with enormous responsibilities going far beyond, prior generations who just had to deal with everything in a professional context. Because modern work culture now infuses work life and home life together with concepts like your work family and, now subordinates are bringing personal problems they deal with to the office. And if you don't participate in the same kind of behavior, then you're seen as not being open enough, maybe not fitting in culturally. You're
Yeah, it's
trying to
interesting how
maintain
they
professionalism. It's
expect
a dead
that.
art. Yeah.
And yet, on the next breath, they'll tell you that you should have downtime. And that's the bit that amazes me. Oh, yeah,
that's right.
You've really got to be a part of the culture and fit in. And what do you do in your spare time? And it's like I just want to stand up and say, I'm a flat earther, and you lot have got no fucking idea. Oh man, I reckon half my shop would melt down. Like a couple of them know, and one of them, every time anyone talks about space or it pops up on the TV, she'll sort of just walk past and poke me in the ribs and keep going as if to say, I know, and I'm not going to tell people because it'll piss you off to no end. It's a crack up. But there's a few others, like one of the other ones said something one day, and I said, look, this is not really going to go too well when I tell you this. And she's just like, is that all? I expected something worse.
Yep.
But it never really sunk in, but yeah, she'll work it out one day. I hope. But it's very we got the bots in here, so I can't really talk about all the usual shit that I get at work.
Oh man.
You can probably imagine being in an oldie's home, all the things that I dislike doing that they do quite regular.
Yeah, like young men and women throwing tantrums, and HR offices coddling and protecting the behavior. It's madness.
Well, I'm on the HR team. That's a much worse. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm on the top end of the scale, and it's just like, oh, this is painful, and there's all these, let's call them kids, even though the youngest one is like 23, and they're all just carrying on, and this one said this, and this one said that, and I just want me mum. Oh, look, for fuck's sake, just grow up.
It happens across the entire economy. White collar, blue collar work, no collar. We hear stories all the time of young brand new professionals having their parents call their bosses to sass them out. Like, what is happening?
If I'm ever at work and one of those kids' parents rings up and I'm the poor bastard that answers the phone, they are in a world of hurt. Holy. Well, sir, here's a suggestion. You come down here, you do it, and show stupid how to do it correctly. Yeah, I've got a awesome tolerance for stupid. I really do.
I used to. I just
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard it before, but apparently I am like really good now. Years ago, my fuse was just there wasn't one. It was just bang gone. Whereas now I actually give it like I don't know 3.2 seconds or something. At least it gives time to sparkle before it goes bang. And most of you just sit back going, "What? Fuse? We are talking to the same person here." No, I'm a lot more patient now than I used to be. I'm getting better. Maybe they're just slowly wearing me down.
no. I think there's nothing more wasteful than like a work from home, low level government job. Washington D.C., the Beltway area, is so full of this. It's like the middle of the day, everybody's out shopping because they're on 3-hour lunch breaks from their work from home federal position at the Department of Agriculture, getting paid hefty six figures. One time I had to go visit the Postmaster General, resolve some issue I was having. So I go to the office building for the U.S. Postal Service where this guy was. So I had an appointment. the front receptionist / security people, they checked it up. They brought me in, and then they walked me to this guy's office. We climbed about 2 or 3 flights of stairs. The lights were off on the first, second, I guess third floor is the third floor I was on. Lights are off everywhere. I'm walking, I'm seeing tons of cubicles around with people's accessories on them. But the lights are off. It's like a work day. It's like a Wednesday. So I said to the security guard, I'm like, does anybody here actually work? Like, what's going on? He's like, oh no, the whole office has like work from home. People only come in like once a week or whatever. Like, what?
What?
Yeah. This is like freaking Northern Virginia, Crystal City area. It's super rich high-rise building. Super mega prime real estate. Some of the most expensive in the world. Government's probably leasing it, paying a hefty penny. And the whole thing is dark and empty inside, and it gets better. So the guy takes me to where I'm supposed to meet with the postmaster. And he's not there. He's not there. So the security guard gets a hold of him on the phone, and the guy apologizes because he forgot we had a meeting, and he's normally not in the office most days, apparently. So we had to make an appointment to come back in a couple of weeks.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. When we meet up, the guy's sitting at his desk, and he's got a Baltimore Ravens football jersey on.
He had to come in from home, didn't he?
Yep.
Oh, you messed his morning tea up. Oh, well.
There are so many buildings in Washington that are like this. It's unbelievable. So it's like Crimea River, when Elon Musk and his Doge team come in to start figuring out where all the waste, fraud, and abuse is happening. Crimea River.
Yeah, see, I get to see all the little things. Like, I spent years working on the rail, so as soon as you work for any government field, well, it doesn't matter what it is, there's the instant government tax. So if one of the things we used to use was what's called a profile grinder, a P28, to grind the rail after it had been welded. If I was to go to a shop and purchase the components for the grinder, it would cost me $5,000. There's only the frame, the wheel, and the engine, a couple of shims and stuff to put it together. That's about it. It's really not that hard. But as soon as the rail goes to buy one, they're 15 grand. For exactly the same thing. And it always used to absolutely just blow my mind. And their attitude was, well, it's the government, you can afford it. And
Yep.
It's like, guys, do you realise that if you just charged them the same rate, that all of a sudden other government things probably wouldn't be as expensive because they wouldn't have to pay for it, they wouldn't have to claim as much tax, and you're partially causing your own catch-22 of everything slowly inflating because you guys should be all right, the government can afford it, and
Yeah.
you're all doing it. Stop that. Oh, it's like, and I see
Right.
it everywhere. Like even up at the oldies home where I'm working now, just medical equipment like what are they, suction pumps and things like that. All the usual medical doohickeys and thingamajigs that nurses use are absolutely ridiculous prices. These little tiny pill crusher things. It's a little device that you chuck the pills in, like put them in this little plastic cup, chuck the lid down on it, press play, and it breaks pills up into powder so you can feed them to people. It's not really anything over the top, but this simple ass device is like nearly $400. And it's just crazy prices for the dumbest of things. And yeah, one of them broke the other week, and I just looked at it and went, you know what, medical stuff, straight in the bin, go and get a new one. I'm not fixing that shit. Like I'm the
Yeah,
maintenance
man,
officer, ain't touching medical.
Medical, yeah, it's a patent racket like a lot of things.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
insurance is
absolutely
also,
crazy.
insurance companies are also doing the same. They've got this scale and are often subsidized in ways we don't understand. But I don't know if this is relevant, but it's kind of like, let's say you get a cracked windshield. You take it into the shop, and they say, "Up, that'll be $500." And you say, "Well, I'll use insurance." And say, "Okay, that's $1,000 since you have a $500 deductible."
Yeah.
So you still pay $500, but guess what? We get $1,000 because we get another 500 from if I'm involving the insurance company. So it behooves you to
It's a
help them
racket.
out, I guess. Yeah, total racket. Yeah.
We had a similar thing over here. I don't know about you guys over there. People were claiming when they broke their flat screen televisions, they were hitting up insurance companies. Oh, we were moving house or just whatever excuse it was so they could get new ones. And the excess for TVs went from about $300 up over $1,000. And a few people were complaining about it. And that's what I said to them. Well, the reason it's gone over $1,000 is because you are all buying $600 TVs, breaking them, and then claiming them back. So now it's only going to be those with decent TVs, if they accidentally break one, are going to claim. So you're not going to be slapping down $1,000 excess for a $600 TV, are you? Oh, I didn't really think of it like that. Wow. I think didn't really think was the right part. But
Yeah, in America, we've got government subsidized student loans, which have resultingly, like you pointed out, jacked up the prices of admission. And meanwhile, schools like colleges today are freaking crazy. They got food courts, they've got massage centers, they've got like all this high end stuff that you see in rich cities. And they expose kids of all economic classes to this. Parents are
get hooked
paying the
on the
ticket,
machine.
but they'll pay for it for the next 50 years of their life.
Yep.
And then they'll come to expect to live the same lifestyle they had in college where they were pampered for 4 years when they get out and get a job.
That was something that was a real eye opener for me when I went to the States years ago. So this is back in 2014. The amount of older people working in fast food places, Macca's, KFC, IHOP, all that kind of thing. Over here, the top end, you may have a manager or an owner that's there, whatever their age is, but all the rest of them are like sub 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something that really stood out to me was the amount of older people. Like, if you're doing the job, you're happy there, and you're happy with the pay, so be it. But yeah, it was just a real eye opener for me because over here I was so used to, can I take your order, please, sir? Broken voices and whatnot. And yeah, I get over to the States and it's just like all older people. There's hardly any kids at all. Whether it was just the areas that I went to, I don't know. Maybe it's a common theme. You'll have to help me out there, but yeah, to me it really stood out. It was like, wow.
I know we're off topic now too, not like we weren't earlier, hypocritical.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the big problem is how the value of university education has declined itself. It's nuts when like a new class of incoming freshmen come in and there are like a significant number of students that have legitimate reading problems, not because of some kind of physical ability that they're trying to overcome or medical, but because they never actually learned how to read. Or when it comes to simple mathematical operations. So you have 100 level courses to handle those people because 101s are typically what starts. 100s are like prep. And now they got like 099s and 098s and just keep going down further. And a lot of the education people receive today's college freshmen is education they should have had in like 8th or 9th grade.
Is it the system that's failing them, or is there just too many trying to get squeezed through at the same time? Or is it actually a deliberate act? Well, not deliberate per se, but it's just a part of the process.
Right. And then master's degrees become like the new undergrad degrees. So now it's like in order to get the same kind of lifestyle that you'd expect if you'd gone to college 50 years ago, you have to get a master's. And then even then it's not enough, because then you go get your master's and you go into a field. Well, now you've got like credentials. Now the credential industry is another huge scam. But nobody will take you seriously unless you have letters next to your name that aren't degrees. So they tried, like the IT business is so full of this. Although the IT business may have started that way mainly because like the first systems engineers, there's no college for that. For like IBM systems engineers in the 1950s, you didn't go to college to become a systems engineer for information technology then. So the private industry kind of stepped up, but it's gone like this in all these other industries. There are private certifications you need for everything. And then they enter partnerships with government. So now in order to work in this kind of field, you need to go to this independent agency to get a license. You need a freaking license to put flowers together, for crying out loud, and sell it to people in a floral shop. It's gotten so perverse. You know, the quality of your education doesn't matter. Not nearly as much. Although I think in STEM fields, it's still pretty good. But the number of people taking those jobs domestically are on the hard decline.
What are you saying? There's not much call for theoretical physicists these days? Yeah, when I look at universities, all I see is a debt machine. We'll offer you a couple of letters to pin to your name so you look cool, but you are now trapped within the system, and you'll spend the rest of your days paying that off, and it's a form of control.
Dude, yeah, like the design your own degree program. So now you're going to go into debt over the next 4 years, maybe accumulate between 100 and 120 US dollars in debt. And then some guy is going to help counsel you through building your own degree, so you'll come out with your own custom education plan. But then the mentor they assign you, some career academic wonk who hasn't had a real job, hasn't had to work in the real economy a day in their lives either. So you got the blind leading the blind.
So that'll keep you in debt as a debt slave up until you're about anywhere from 25 to 35, and then you'll go and buy a house. You're now a debt slave to the bank, and then you'll do that for the next 20 years if you're lucky.
Yeah.
All whilst paying into your super, and then you find out your super plan's been changed and the government can do whatever shit they like, and now you're still a slave to the system because you want your money and they're going to pay it back in dribs and drabs, so you can't afford to do what you want or go anywhere anyways. Yes. But don't worry, the football's on TV. You'll feel better in the morning. I promise. By the time you've done eating it, you'll feel right as rain. We're due for a Glover to drop in and bring some coke. It was well timed, that one earlier on. Just as I sat down, I'd logged in. I'd been in for about a minute and a half. It felt like that. Just started me dinner, and this clown drops in, has a little cope session, and my dinner went from pretty good to fantabulous. What a way to go. I love it when that happens. Bro, you hot micing deliberately or accidentally? Oh, J-Dog's in. What's today's coat, bro?
Hey, what's up? What's today's? Come on, you can't start my morning off like that.
Oh shit, yeah, I can. I'm just about to go to bed. I want to hear someone sooking.
Come on, get out of here.
Oh, that's mean, isn't it? What have you been up to?
Work for the last hour and a half because it's the morning here in America. So yeah, haven't had my coffee yet though.
You haven't had your caffeine yet? Oh, well, go and get yourself one, man.
Yep, the sun's all the way on this side of the world now. So.
You don't what?
I said the sun's all the way on this side of the world now.
On the other side of the pond, yeah, I know.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah. That's where you're
Big old
upside down and
pond
you're
of the
totally in a pond.
Atlantic.
Yeah, ponders. So you're seriously dropping into this room without a caffeine hit?
Yeah, I'm bored during work. I like popping on and just hearing the conversations, sometimes getting involved, but I don't try to. It just kind of happens naturally. You can't blame me.
Made out.
But no, she's been pretty quiet in here, just talking shit about how much we love the system.
One thing I can completely agree with you guys on.
What's that?
How much I love the system.
You're a part of it. Enjoy it.
Oh yeah. I love spreading that system propaganda.
Well, I'm going to bail out and go to bed. We got to listen to Yoda break one Glober. Another one had a meltdown, which was right in time for my dinner. We got to have Ice JJ running away earlier. I dropped those 2 letters on him too that you posted up yesterday. Yesterday, Yoda? Yeah, yesterday. About the refraction with those IR lasers.
Dude.
Yeah, drop those on him. Told him how it breaks his refraction. And yeah, I don't think he'll read it. He'll probably just look at one picture and just go, but you guys say it's a globe. There's a picture right there. You've approved the globe. That's what I'm expecting.
Man. So like these documents are dealing with people that